Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51 Macaron. An Eevee was holding Serena's hat and shouted at the two of them, then fled away. My hat. Serena was a little flustered. The hat was a hand-knitted gift from her mother before the trip, and it was very important to her. Cerulean, grab it. Richard calmly threw Cerulean's Pokeball. Chiru. Cerulean's eyes flashed blue light, and a superpower spread out around it. Ibrahimovic, who had not run a few steps, was lifted in the air by this superpower. Serena's hat also fell off, but it was held up by her superpower and brought to Serena. The information of this Ibrahimovic also appeared in Richard's field of vision. Ibrahimovic. Level 10, normal. Trait, adaptability. Qualification, green. Seeing that the qualification is green, Licha is no longer interested. The partner he wants is someone who can stand on the top with him, not just being cute. Green's aptitude may seem good to ordinary people, but for him it's not enough. Serena took the hat, but her focus was on Ibrahimovic. So cute. Women are all visual animals. After Serena saw what Ibrahimovic looked like, she selectively forgot about the fact that her hat was just taken away. If it's cute, just accept it. Huh. Serena was a little surprised. Although she had just traveled, she also had her own judgment on the rarity and strength of elves. In her opinion, Ibrahimovic is a very rare elf, and the speed of seeing it just now is very fast, and she thinks that it is an elf with good aptitude. Licha, he actually let me subdue it. Does he like me? Seeing Serena's sudden wriggling look, Richard couldn't help but be a little puzzled, and repeated what he just said. I said, just accept it if you think it's cute. Oh. Richard's voice pulled Serena out of her imagination, and she quickly responded. To subdue it is to use a Pokeball to put a pixie in it. Serena thought of what she had learned at the pixie school. Then she took an empty Pokeball from her waist and threw it at Ibrahimovic, who was being controlled in the air. Licha looked at this scene and everyone was stupid. Did you teach it to be taught by a physical education teacher? Can you conquer the wild elf without even hitting? If this can be subdued, I, Richard, will eat your hat on the spot today. Ibrahimovic was sucked into the Pokeball by a red light, and the Pokeball fell to the ground. After a violent shake, the button flashes. Will be subdued. Have I succeeded in subduing it? Serena's timid voice came over. This was her first subduing. Richard did not. There is talk, just looking at Serena's hat, it doesn't look very delicious. Ibrahimovic, I am your trainer Serena. Please give me more advice in the future. During lunchtime, Richard also knew what it was like to have a travel companion who could cook. Great experience. With Serena's macarons, her relationship with Ibrahimovic has successfully crossed from unfamiliar to familiar. Now that he has become one with Ibrahimovic, Firefox has also met new friends Cerulean and Electric Shock Beast. Hey! Anyone who bullies you in the future will report my name. The Electric Shock Beast is enjoying the respect of the Firefox, one macaron at a time. The Koga Ninja Frog climbed the tree canopy to meditate after eating something at random. It is currently practicing the immortal mode, and it needs to feel the natural energy. Deoxys, who doesn't eat, is enjoying the fun of transforming there. One moment becomes an offensive type, another moment becomes a defensive type. Alien fun is that simple. Chiru. Cerulean walked to Richard with a plate of macarons, and his orange eyes looked at Richard expectantly. Cerulean is the most sensible, knowing that she, the trainer, has not eaten. Hats are impossible to eat in this life. Has Cerulean eaten? Richard picked up a blue macaron and asked. Chiru. Cerulean shook his head and motioned for Richard to eat first. Open your mouth. Cerulean still opened his mouth obediently, and let Richard feed. That's good. Richard looked at the electric shock beast who was bragging with the fire fox, felt the happy transformation of Deoxys and Serena who was playing with Ibrahimovic. There is also the pretty cerulean in front of him. It really looks like a quiet time. It's a pity that the vibration of the spirit navigator interrupted Richard's comfort. It's the phone number of my mother, Sato ran. Oops. Richard suddenly realized that he had not made a phone call to his home after 4 or 5 days of travel. Tap the answer button lightly, then move the navigator far away. Sure enough, Sato Ran's roar came from inside. Lee Cha, your wings are hard, right? Don't call me for so many days. For the mother's reprimand, Richard nodded in agreement and said yes. After Sato Ran vented the accumulated anger of the past few days, her tone returned to calm. Son, Dao, do you remember? P.S. Yesterday was actually the 8th shift. I will see the data tomorrow, and if there are more, it will continue to explode. Chapter 52 Gigantic Wristband, 2/6. You means of Oak Daigo. Of course, Li Cha knew about Dao. He saw him last time in the Cave of Stone, but he was very puzzled that Dao was not a champion yet, but a trainer who debuted a year earlier than him. Yes, he went back to Kana's city yesterday and was looking for you, but you weren't there. Why is he looking for me? I heard that you are also challenging the Caillou conference and he wants to travel with you. Li Cha looked at Serena who was playing with Ibrahimovic, and the smiling face made people look very comfortable. I'm fine now and have travel companions. I know, Cuckoo. Sato Lan said and laughed, she liked the girl Duan very much. Okay, Mom won't bother you, just remember to call Mom. Sato Lan reminded Li Cha again before hanging up the phone. I see. After hanging up the phone, Richard opened the map navigation again. Navigation shows that they are in the forest at the junction of Zijin City and Kana City, and there is a power plant not far away, which is the power center of the entire Fangyuan. Kuga. The Koga ninja frog suddenly jumped down from the canopy with a grim expression. Buddy, there's a fire ahead. What? The Jahei ninja frog immediately carried Li Cha up the canopy of the tree. Li Cha saw plumes of black smoke rising not far ahead, and there was a burning smell in the air. Ding! The host triggers the selection. Please choose from the following options. Option 1. Put out the fire. Reward the giant wristband ×1, the giant crystal ×1. Option 2. Ignore the fire. Reward Z bracelet X1. Water Z crystal by 1 inch. Where should I go if I run away? Richard began to think about this question. According to the speed at which the fire spreads, the entire forest will soon turn into a sea of flames. He can escape, but Serena cannot. Moreover, it is not his character to retreat in spite of difficulties, it is life to face difficulties. Option 1 inch silently. Li Cha was very interested in this gigantic crystal. He knew about the giant wristband. It was a prop that could make the elf achieve a giant in the battle, but the conditions were very harsh, and it needed to be in a specific location in the Galar region to achieve the giant. What is this giant crystal? Soon he had an answer. Ding! The host chooses option 1, and gets a giant wristband ×1, a giant crystal ×1. There were 2 more things in Richard's backpack, and he took them out. Giant wristband, a prop that can realize the gigantic size of the elf, it requires a huge amount of energy. Extremely giant crystal, it can provide a giant energy. Li Cha understands, there is. With this gigantic crystal, he can complete the gigantic transformation without having to go to a specific location in Galar. But this number is only once, which is very precious. Koga ninja frog, let's go down. Richard put the things away, and he was going to tell Serena about it. Li Cha, you actually have a Jahei ninja frog. Serena couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw Richard and the Koga ninja frog coming down from the tree, because the Koga ninja frog was one of Carlos's 3 elves, and she was very familiar with it. It was said later that there was a big fire ahead. I'll go check it out. Richard looked serious. If this fire is not controlled, it will be a complete disaster.
Quote. Well, you must protect yourself. Serena also knew that she couldn't help Li Cha now, but she was not discouraged. She would be able to help Li Cha when she became stronger. Get out of here, I'll come back to you after I solve it. Richard asked Cerulean to leave a superpower coordinate on Serena, which was like a tracker. After giving Serena a reassuring look, he let Koga Ninja take him away. Must be safe and sound. Serena prayed silently in her heart, then packed up and prepared to flee in the opposite direction. The speed of the Koga Ninja frog was very fast, and it approached the fire scene in less than a minute. Looking at the raging fire, Li Cha didn't know where to start for a while. Kuga. Companion, there is someone ahead. Jahei Ninja's reminder surprised Li Cha slightly. In the center of the fire, two figures could be vaguely seen. Li Cha took a closer look and found that it was Huokun and his platypus. The platypus was spraying flames on the trees at this time, and the fire village was smiling. Richard had a plan in mind, and he took out the water fleet clothing in his backpack. My Sea King is back. Huo village was happy to set the fire at this time, and then he felt a chill on his neck. Koga Ninja was holding a shuriken at his neck. Say, why did you set fire to it? This is the voice of the King of the Sea. Huo village will never forget the humiliation he received in the Cave of Stone, but there is no way he can beat Richard. Set fire to play. As soon as Huomura finished speaking, he felt that something had cut his neck a little. Oh. Facing the threat of death, Huo village spoke out the plan of the Hoyan team. The PS evaluation vote has exceeded 600. Today, the 6th update starts. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53 Dive into the Power Plant 3/6. We are old. Big. Kai Yansong. He asked me to come here to set fire to attract the attention of the Alliance, so they can go to the power plant. Fire Village felt that some liquid was flowing from his neck, and said this word tremblingly. What are they doing at the power plant? Richard was secretly alarmed by this plan of the Hoyan team, and he made a good move. When the people from the Alliance put out the water, they would have already succeeded in the power plant. I don't know. It's just for the power of the power plant. Huo village played a trick and didn't say it all. Really? The cold touch of Koga Ninja's shuriken made Kimura's legs tremble. I said that the Fire Rock team recently developed a machine to find Groudon, and they need a lot of energy to activate this machine. Without hearing Li Cha's voice, Huokun quietly turned his head. And then no more. Li Cha didn't kill Huo village last time because of moral reasons, and this time there is no reason. The platypus saw its trainer fall to the ground, and the flames of anger ignited all over his body. It wants to avenge its own trainer. Big character explosion. A huge flame gushed out from the left handgun barrel of the platypus, and the target was Richard. Koga Ninja Frog, bursting water. A pixie without a trainer is like a toothless tiger, not much of a threat. Not to mention that the Koga Ninja Frog still has an attribute advantage. Water escape burst of water. The Koga Ninja Frog spewed a powerful water wave, which completely overwhelmed the large character explosion of the platypus, knocking the platypus to the ground. Water shuriken. Then the Koga Ninja Frog jumped high, condensed a huge water shuriken in his hand, and flew towards the platypus beast that fell on the ground. Hiss tilde tilde tilde. The turbulent water splashed on the surrounding flames and turned into steam. The platypus also closed his eyes at this time, and it was a blessing to be able to die with the trainer. Bang! The body of the platypus was completely shattered by the huge water shuriken. Fire Village's body also vanished into nothingness in the flames. At this point, everything that belonged to the Fire Village was wiped out. Fire Rock Team 3-headed Fire Village died. But the trouble was not over yet. Seeing the growing fire, Li Cha had a plan. Koga Ninja Frog, use prayer for rain. A heavy rain is the best end to this fire. As the rain became heavier and heavier, the momentum of the flames was also controlled. Looking at the figures flashing in the forest, Li Cha knew that it was from the Alliance.
Koga Ninja Frog, let's go. Li Cha looked at the group of white buildings in the distance, and his eyes slowly became firm. Fangyuan Power Plant. At this time, Kai Yansong with one of the three-headed bonfires and the Fire Rock team had already occupied the place. As the machine plugged in, Kai Yansong smelled the bonfire beside him, and he was talking about the machine to find Groudon. 80% already connected. Bonfire said respectfully, for Kai Yansong, she is holding a kind of respect from the subordinate to the superior. Speed up. Yes. At this time, Li Cha had come to the outer wall of the power plant. Looking at the empty guard room, Li Cha knew that the Fire Rock team had arrived. The three captains are between the Quasi-King level and the Heavenly King level, so the strength of the leader must be the Heavenly King level or even higher. Richard made a simple speculation that this may be the most powerful opponent he has ever encountered. Because Deoxys is a wild elf, he has no combat IQ. But Kai Yansong is different. This is a trainer who has experienced many battles. This battle is also different from the previous battle for thousands of miles. There are rules for gym battles, but not for life and death battles. The Koga Ninja Frog has returned to the pokeball around his neck, and it is not good to sneak into the power plant with the Koga Ninja Frog. Next, is the solo show of Haibawang. At this moment, a familiar female voice came from the wall. Is everything okay? Report Captain Bonfire, all is well. You go to rest first, I'll watch here. In fact, Bonfire didn't want to face Kai Yansong's old face, so he drove away the Hoyan team and began to think wildly. As long as this plan is successful, the world will be a better place. Everyone, including Bonfire, was actually brainwashed by Kai Yansong. Kai Yansong made them believe in the beautiful world after Groudon's return. Kai Yansong thought so too, so he worked hard for it all his life, and now he finally saw the dawn of success. Bonfire continued to think. Then I can take off this dress and become a normal girl. I can also fall in love, get married, have children, and live a normal life. Thinking of falling in love, Bonfire's mind couldn't help but think of the trainer who let her go that day. I don't know if he is in Zijin now, but he gave him the contact information. Don't move. At this moment, the voice of the trainer in her memory appeared behind her. PS Third Update. Chapter 54 Shocker's Desire, 4/6. Richard figured out what was going on inside from the outer fence. Now, only Bonfire should be stalking, and the others have been driven away by her, and she doesn't know what this woman means. Richard sneaked into the power plant, and the Bonfire was in a daze at this time. He came to the back of the Bonfire without any pressure, and quickly covered the mouth of the Bonfire with his hand, so as to prevent her from making a sound and attracting others. The Bonfire was then dragged into the guardhouse. What are you doing? After entering the guard room, Bonfire shouted to Li Chajiao, but this tone seemed to be coquettish no matter what. Tell me where the machine is. Li Cha didn't understand what was going on with the familiarity in this woman's tone. Could it be that she saw through the disguise of her Haibawang? He was still a little confident in his disguise, so he didn't believe that the Bonfire saw through his disguise. Tell me, where is the machine? Otherwise, Jia. If the Bonfire didn't tell him, he would only be able to destroy it. What are you going to do? Bonfire knew from the beginning that this person was the trainer that day, but seeing him now wearing the clothes of the water fleet, he couldn't help but feel strange. You don't care what I'm going to do. Li Cha has implemented the words ruthless and ruthless very well, and the expression on his face has not changed. I don't know. As soon as Bonfire finished speaking, Li Cha pushed it against the wall. Li Cha's face was cold, and a threatening expression was written on his face. He didn't speak, but he guessed that the Bonfire should know what he meant, and I'd die if I didn't help. In the basement of the building in the middle. After Bonfire said this, Li Cha was knocked unconscious. He had already got what he wanted. This woman has not provoked herself, so there is no need to kill her. I came here to solve the trouble myself. If the Fire Rock team successfully finds Groudon's position, then the whole relationship will be unlucky. Richard killed Huoken, and he was already on the opposite side of Kai Yansong. After locking the door of the guard room, Li Chao walked out of the guard room and took out the Pokeballs of Deoxys, Koga Ninja Frog and Electric Beast. The Shock Beast is now almost level 30, and it is very suitable for fighting in the power plant, and it is suitable for dealing with minions. What are the people of the Water Fleet doing here? As soon as Li Chao walked out of the guard room, he encountered two minions from the Fire Rock team. One of the minions pulled out a Pokeball. Electrical Beast, 100,000 volts. Get started first. Without any hesitation, Richard threw the Pokemon's Pokeball. Hey! The Shock Beast comes out of the Pokeball with 100,000 volts, too. A minion didn't respond and was electrocuted. Remember, Haibawong, never need a reason to do things. The two minions lay on the ground and twitched, and they also deeply remembered the name Haibawong in their minds. Along the way, the minions who dared to shoot at Li Chao ended up miserably. They were either treated with 100,000 volts of electrotherapy or hammered by a thunderbolt fist. Great Wolf Dog, bite it. At this time, a ferocious wolf dog sprang out from the flank, but the electric shock beast was faster than it. A lightning fist collided with the great wolf dog's teeth. Ow! The great wolf dog let out a scream, and it felt that its mouth was numb. Electrical Beast, 100,000 volts. The electric shock beast chased after the victory, and the dying wolf dog completely lost its fighting ability under this 100,000 volts. Richard walked up to the rogue of the Fire Rock team who ordered the great wolf dog to attack, and lifted his collar. Dare to shoot at me, Haibawong, this is the end. After he finished speaking, he knocked out the Hoyan team's minions. Today, he deliberately promoted his title of Sea Overlord, just to frame the blame for the Water Fleet. At that time, there will be serious internal friction between the two dark forces, which is a good thing for an alliance trainer like Richard. Koga Ninja Frog, pay attention to vigilance. Li Chao also released the Koga Ninja Frog at this time. The closer he gets to the central area of the power plant, the more enemies he encounters. It's easy to dodge the open gun, but hard to defend against the dark arrow. Richard didn't want to die under an inexplicable attack. Hey! The shock beast suddenly became excited as he passed by a building. Li Chao looked at it suspiciously, and saw that the electric shock beast pointed to the building and made a gesture of strength. You mean, it can enhance your strength? Hey. The electric shock beast nodded quickly, and it sensed a strong current. Then let's go in and see. Li Chao is also very concerned about the improvement of his elf strength. Walking into the building, Richard found that there was a large generator inside, which was continuously supplying electricity. The electric shock beast walked in front of the generator, with eagerness in his eyes. Are you going to sink current? Richard has a bold guess. In the game, if the electric beasts want to evolve into electric beasts, they need to carry a power amplifier and then communicate to evolve. But there is no such thing as communication evolution in the elf world. Combined with the theory of energy evolution, the electric beast should need a lot of electricity to evolve into the electric beast. P.S. Fourth more. Chapter 55 Electric Shock Monster, 5/6 and LT. Hey! The shock beast nodded, and it could sense the enormous power of the dynamo being helpful to it. Koga Ninja Frog, cut off the wire with one word. Li Chao wanted to connect the original output wires to the two rockers on the top of the electric shock beast, so as to ensure maximum energy absorption. A knife light flashed, and the thick wire was cut off, making a sizzling sound. Electric beast, you can absorb the energy with confidence, we will protect you. Kuga. Jahe Ninja was also a little emotional when he saw that the number one younger brother had grown to what he is today. Hey! The electric shock beast nodded heavily, and then connected the two wires to his head. In an instant, a huge electric current poured out from the electric shock beast,
and the electric shock beast was bathed in the current value, and its figure gradually became taller. "He's in there, let's go together later." "Yes." There were voices from a group of people outside the door. It should be that the other Fire Rock Team minions found something wrong and gathered together. "Koga Ninja Frog, this time we will protect the electric shock beast." "Kuga. Use hot water towards the door." Quote. Lee Cha not only had to strike first, but also created an environment with water, so that it was much more convenient to use the water escape. A steaming stream of water spewed out of the mouth of the Koga Ninja Frog at an extremely fast speed, reaching the door in an instant. Ah! A minion of the Fire Rock Team was scalded by hot water as soon as he opened the door, and screamed, and the people behind were more or less affected. "Let go of the elves directly." The leader was at the back, thankful that he was not the first to open the door. A white light flashed, and a large wolf dog appeared on the ground. The elf of the leader was a lava snail. There are a total of 20 elves, all of which are elite. "Big Wolf Dog, rush." The minions gave an order, and the great wolfhound launched an attack on the closed door. Water escape burst of water. The speed of the Koga Ninja Frog in the door is getting faster and faster, and a lot of water currents gather in front of the chest, forming a huge water mass. Bang it out. The sturdy gate of the power plant could not withstand this attack, and shattered directly. The wolf dog that rushed in the front was thrown a few meters away and lost its ability to fight. The door was opened, and a Jahe ninja frog stood proudly, with a kind of tendency of one husband to be the gatekeeper and 10,000 people to be unable to open it. And standing behind the Koga Ninja Frog is a masked man wearing a water fleet costume. Only his arrogant voice can be heard at this time. "My name is Haebawang, I will teach you what to fight today." Ha 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 ha. On the surface, Lee Cha, who is mighty on the surface, is now conducting telepathy with the Koga Ninja Frog. Koga Ninja Frog, use the clear water wave. Water escape Mizushinami is a powerful ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. It summons a large amount of water to attack the opponent, the water spins around itself, and then all rush towards the enemy. Looking at the rapid seal of the Koga Ninja Frog, the Fire Rock Team's minions were a little scared. At this time, the minions led by the Fire Rock Team stood up and commanded. "The one who can destroy the dead light uses the one who destroys the dead light, and the one who can destroy the shadow ball uses the shadow ball. I don't believe that he can beat us all alone." The great wolf dogs received orders one after another and began to condense special attacks. At this moment, the Koga Ninja Frog's technique was finally completed, and a wave of water rippled from under its feet, then formed a waterspout around the Koga Ninja Frog, and then attacked the door. Shoot! Several destructive rays of death, a dozen shadow balls, and a jet of flame formed a thick black light with flames and shadows on it, which collided with the waterspout. Bang! The blue waterspout and the black light confronted each other, and this scene was too shocking. But after a while, the black light obviously lacked stamina and began to retreat. "Give me more power." The lead minion felt that the situation was not good, and gave the elves blood. But encouragement is not strength, and it cannot change the disadvantaged situation. The black light finally disappeared under the impact of the waterspout, and the waterspout rushed to the robes of the Fire Rock Team, instantly turning into Wang Yanghai, which washed away the elves and people a few meters away. The elves lost their fighting ability one after another, and the minions also became scumbags. At this time, a huge electric light gushed out of the power plant, and several surrounding cities suddenly went out of power. Residents saw the flashing electric light of the power plant and guessed whether something happened to the power plant. Richard and Jahe Ninja were the first witnesses at the scene, all of which were made by the electric shock beast. At this moment, the electric shock beast is shrouded in electric light, and its size keeps getting bigger. The electric light dissipated, and a brand new elf appeared in front of Lee Cha. Electric Shock Monster. Level 31, Elite. Trait, Electric Engine 10x. Qualification, Cyan. Intimacy, 255 full. Skills: Fire Fist, Frozen Fist, Lightning Fist, Electric Field, Plasma Bath, 100,000 volts, Thunder Cross Cleave, Explosive Fist, Earthquake. P.S. 5th More Scent. Book Friends, before 24 o'clock today, the flowers will be more than 2,500, and there will be 7 updates. There are only 90 left. Chapter 56 Kai Yansong's Mouth Cannon, 6/7. The body of the electric monster is bigger than the body of the electric monster, and the height has reached a terrifying 2.5 meters, normal 1.8 meters, and the bulging muscles of the whole body imply a strong sense of strength. The yellow hair on the head disappeared, leaving only a pair of rockers, which now looked more like 2 horns, with 2 more tails behind them, like wires. The power amplifier that was originally carried on his back disappeared, and the black lines on his body faintly glowed. Every move exudes a strong sense of oppression. 1 gram of porphyry. The electric monster screamed excitedly, feeling the endless electricity surging up and down his body. Has it finally evolved? Li Cha looked at the tall electric shock monster. This elf was cultivated by him, and naturally had special emotions. Then the electric shock monsters, help them get rid of their internet addiction. Use 100,000 volts against the beach. 1 gram of porphyry. The double horns of the electric shock demon radiated a strong light, and then an incomparably thick electric current surged out of it, heading straight for the water beach on the ground. Before they could get out of the shadow of the Koga ninja frog, the rogues of the Fire Rock team and their little elves in the water beach outside the door saw a huge electric light coming straight towards them. Run! The Hoyan team never thought that one day they would be chased by others, and they have always been chased by others. But they forgot that water conducts electricity. As long as they are still connected to this water beach, they can't jump this 100,000 volts. Ah! The Fire Rock minions and their elf screamed in agony, an electric shock to the soul. The electric shock of the electric shock warcraft has changed from the normal one before, and it has become overbearing and direct. Puff, puff. The bodies of the Hoyan team's minions fell on the beach, whether they were dead or alive. Li Cha didn't even look at them, and walked towards the building in the center of the power plant with the electric demon beast and the Koga ninja frog. There's an uphill battle to be fought there. Dash 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 dash. Kai Yansong looked at the huge machine in front of him. This was a machine created by all the scientists of the Fire Rock team to find Groudon. Now the above number has come to 99%. The speed could have been faster, but it suddenly slowed down for no apparent reason. Kai Yansong thought that the water fleet was also speeding up to find Kyogre recently, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. As long as I find Groudon, I can take over the world. He didn't realize it himself, but when he said this, a strange red light flashed in his eyes. Even if you find Groudon, it's useless, it will only destroy the world. At this moment, Richard's voice came from the door of the basement and echoed in the basement. Who? Kai Yansong followed the reputation and saw a man in a water fleet costume walking in from the door, with 2 elves standing beside him. One is an electric monster with a huge body, but it is only an elite-level aura, which is nothing to worry about. One is the Koga ninja frog that he can't see through, and the preliminary judgment is that it is the strength of the Heavenly King. When will the water fleet have a new Heavenly King combat power? The Fire Rock team and the water fleet are opponents to each other, so Kai Yansong also has a certain grasp of their internal information. In his impression, the water fleet has no such person. Who are you? This uncle is the sea overlord of the water fleet. An extremely arrogant voice entered Kai Yansong's ears, causing him to frown slightly. Generally, people with this character are either strong or weak, and this sea overlord is obviously the former. Kai Yansong glanced at the progress on the machine, ready to delay the sea overlord. The ideal of the water fleet is unreliable, our Fire Rock team's plan is the great one. Kai Yansong was going to use his mouth cannon skills to deal with Richard, but unfortunately he found the wrong person. Koga ninja frog,
Shuriken of water. Li Cha had a headache when he heard Kai Yansong's words. What are you talking to? Secretly gave Koga Ninja an order. As long as we find Groudon, we can. A huge shuriken entered Kai Yansong's field of vision, and his battle-hardened experience made him crouch down quickly. Bang! The generators behind him were all broken by this water shuriken, and an explosion sounded. The numbers displayed on the machine to find Groudon also entered a pause, which made Kai Yansong a little angry. Did you escape? Although Li Cha did not pin his hopes on killing Kai Yansong with one move, he was still disappointed when he saw Kai Yansong dodging the shuriken of water. Very well, no one has dared to take the initiative to attack me for a long time. Kai Yansong took off the white gloves, the bracelet on his hand glowed slightly, and then took out an advanced ball from his pocket. Li Cha's pupils shrank when he saw the bracelet on Kai Yansong's hand. It was the evolution keystone. PS 6th more. I don't know which big guy gave 600 flowers directly. Thank you boss. The 7th will be delivered soon. Try to see if you can make 8 changes. Chapter 57 Super Fire Breathing Camel, 7/7. Since you have already shot at me, you must be aware of death. Come out, fire-breathing camel. A white light flashed, and a huge fire-breathing camel appeared in the basement. The heavy body made the whole basement tremble slightly. A pendant was hung around its neck, and a strange stone was placed in it. Roar! The fire-breathing camel let out a roar, and it felt the anger of Kai Yansong, which had the same mind as Kai Yansong. It's going to melt this guy with its own flame. The data of this fire-breathing camel also appeared in Li Cha's eyes. Fire-breathing camel. Level 65 Tianwang. Feature, Anger Point. Qualification, Cyan. Heavenly King Profound Truth, Outburst of Anger. A fire-breathing camel that is close to the peak of the Heavenly King. Li Cha was secretly shocked. He knew that this was a tough battle, but he didn't expect it to be so tough. The only thing he could occupy was the attribute advantage of the Jahei Ninja Frog. Electric Beast, come back. The next battle is not something that Dengeki Monster can participate in. Koga Ninja Frog, prepare for battle. Kuga. Kai Yansong looked at the Jiaga Ninja Frog and shook his head. This Koga Ninja Frog has a good momentum, but in the face of absolute power, it is still powerless. Especially Kai Yansong, he also holds the power of super evolution. Just let you see the original appearance of the elves. Fire-breathing camel, Mega Evolution. The keystone in Kai Yansong's hand and the super evolution stone hanging on the neck of the fire-breathing camel reflected each other in the distance, shining brightly at the same time. Roar! A burst of colorful light surrounded the fire-breathing camel, and the back of the fire-breathing camel within the light changed, and the original 2 humps became a huge volcano. M appeared on his forehead. This is the super fire-breathing camel. Kai Yansong really mastered the power of Mega Evolution, and Li Cha's previous guess was correct. Flame-breathing camel, S Mega was evolving, Li Cha was not idle. Koga Ninja Frog, Bond Transformation. A waterspout wrapped around the Koga Ninja Frog, and the Koga Ninja Frog's eyes became sharp. The fire-breathing camel's aura made it known that this was definitely the strongest opponent it had ever encountered. The moment the waterspout dissipated, the eyes of Li Cha and Jahei Ninja also became the same. Fetter's Forbearance Frog, join in. Do you also have super evolutionary powers? Kai Yansong also learned the truth about super evolution by chance, but he didn't know that there were only a few elves who could super evolve. And Richard and the Koga Ninja are the only evolution of fetters in the world. Richard did not follow. Kai Yansong nonsense, at this moment has entered a state of complete telepathy. Blast Water Rush. Water escape burst of water. Koga Ninja took the lead, and a huge water wave shot at the super fire-breathing camel. Rock Blades. The super-evolved fire-breathing camel is slow, but it is replaced by terrifying attack and defense. When the water wave was about to reach the super fire-breathing camel, it was cut by a sharp rock blade rising from the ground. What? This is the first attack of the Koga ninja frog and it has been disintegrated. The strength of the mega-evolved fire-breathing camel has been infinitely close to the peak of the king. Compared with the Jahei ninja who has just entered the king, there is still a big gap in strength. In front of the mega-evolved fire-breathing camel, no one can beat me. This is the first time Kai Yansong uses Mega Evolution to fight, he has such confidence and strength. Then I, Haibawang, will be the first to defeat you. Koga Ninja Frog, Shui Kingbo. The purpose of this move is to create a wet field, which is convenient for the subsequent use of water escape ninjutsu. Water escape water clear wave. The movements of the Koga Ninja Frog attracted Kai Yansong's surprised eyes. The previous burst of water was too fast, and Kai Yansong did not see the movement of the Koga Ninja Frog's seal. Strange trick, Super Fire Breathing Camel, use fire breathing. The seal of the Koga Ninja Frog ended, and a stream of water circled around itself and flew towards the Super Fire Breathing Camel. The Super Fire Breathing Camel did not move at all, and there was an amazing high temperature around it. This trick raised the temperature of the entire basement. At this time, the progress of the machine reached 100%, and Kai Yansong looked at the position displayed by the machine and showed a satisfied smile. Smoke Mountain. The flames and the water flow met in the air, but the situation that should have been one-sided is now evenly matched. However, the ninjutsu of the Koga ninja does not necessarily require continuous output, but the Super Fire Breathing Camel does. Water Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Koga ninja took off the huge shuriken on his back, made a mark with one hand, and threw it at the Super Fire Breathing Camel. The shuriken split into tens of thousands of small shuriken in the air. Super Fire Breathing Camel, attack upwards. Kai Yansong's move was to use the temperature to melt the attack of the Koga Ninja Frog, but he underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Koga Ninja Frog. Bang 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 bang. The shuriken inflicted damage on the Super Fire Breathing Camel, and the fire breathing of the Super Fire Breathing Camel melted a huge hole in the ceiling of the basement. Roar. The Super Fire Breathing Camel made a pained cry. Although it had a high defense, it couldn't withstand 4 times the damage of the water system. Exclamation mark. The 8th update will be published as soon as it is written. Chapter 58 Fairy Mode, 8th More. Super Fire Breathing Camel, Upward Burst of Fury. In this small space, the strength of the Super Fire Breathing Camel was greatly reduced. Anyway, he also knew the position of Groudon, so he didn't have to worry so much in the next battle. Roar. The burst of anger is realized by the fire-breathing camel from the characteristic anger point and fire breathing. The characteristic effect of the anger acupoint is that when it is attacked to the vital point, the attack will be increased to the maximum, and the anger flame is to actively enter the anger and cast a big fire. The volcano on the back of the super fire-breathing hump seemed to be excited, spewing out huge pieces of magma, and the surrounding machines made a sizzling sound of melting. Koga Ninja Frog, the wall of the water formation. Seeing that things were not good, Li Cha made a new command, and found a safe place to hide himself. There is undisguised horror in his eyes. Where is this flame? This is simply a volcanic eruption. Water escape water formation wall. Koga Ninja erected a vertical wall made of water in front of him to resist the lava of the super fire-breathing camel. I saw that the ceiling of the basement had been opened, and it was connected to the first floor. A beam of sunlight shone into the basement through the glass on the first floor, and Kai Yansong showed a successful smile. Super fire-breathing camel, sunshine flames. Roar. The green light condensed in the mouth of the super fire-breathing camel. Thanks to the sunlight, this trick condensed very quickly. Koga Ninja Frog, jump up. Richard decided to leave the basement first, otherwise in this small space, he would not be able to avoid the fire-breathing camel's attack. Boom. The sunshine flame shot from the super fire-breathing camel to the position before the Koga Ninja Frog, shooting a big hole. HMPH, want to run. It's too late. Fire-breathing camel, indiscriminate anger erupts. When Richard ran from the stairs in the basement to the first floor, he felt an astonishing heat from the floor. Is this the destructive power of the Peak of the King? It's close to some divine beasts. At this time, the basement of the power plant had turned into a big pit, and the red flame pine and the super fire-breathing camel stood in the middle, surrounded by a burning scene. The roof of the building was also penetrated by a large hole. Kuga. Companion, the opponent is very strong. The Jahei ninja frog evacuated to Li Cha's side, and it was also shocked by the destructive power of the super fire-breathing camel. Fire-breathing camel, sunny day. Kai Yansong also understands very well that in order to defeat the Jahei ninja frog, he can only rely on the trick of sunshine and flames, so the weather is particularly important. The sun became more intense. Koga ninja, can you try the immortal mode? At this time, Li Cha thought of a trick to break the game. The only way to fight with hard power is to increase hard power. Kuga. I can try it. After finishing speaking, Koga ninja began to perceive the surrounding natural energy. The immortal mode is to use the natural energy for his own use. In this state, the natural energy can be used to enhance the attack and defense. At the same time, the attack range and perception can be increased with the help of natural energy. Using natural energy to create immortal chakra can improve one's own strength by leaps and bounds. The only flaw is that it takes too long to gather the magic chakra, and the maintenance time is limited. A wisp of natural energy washes over the body of the Jahei ninja frog. Its immortal body is inherited from the same vein as the immortals of the Six Paths. The immortal model displayed is also different from Longdi Cave and Miaomu Mountain. Naruto's Huang Kankan is the nine-tailed mode. Until all parts of the Koga ninja frog are filled with natural energy, it will enter the fairy mode. When the Koga ninja frog opened its eyes again, a strong green wave erupted around it. This is natural energy. The chakra in the body has also become a more powerful shape, fairy chakra. Koga ninja has successfully entered the fairy mode. Kuga. Companion, I only have 2 minutes. It was the first time that Koga ninja entered the immortal mode, and was not very comfortable with this new force. Jahei ninja's words made Li Cha feel a little nervous, but 2 minutes were enough. Sunshine flames. Kai Yansong's voice came from below, followed by a green light. With the bright sun overhead, the flames of the sun are even faster this time. Water wall. Shanfa water array. The water wall displayed by the fairy chakra is different from the previous one, shining with golden light, perfectly resisting the damage of the sun and flames. What? Kai Yansong's eyes widened. This is a grass-type big move, and it was solved in such an understatement. Koga ninja frog, use the hard vortex water blade. The immortal mode lasts only 2 minutes, and Richard needs to hurry up. Shanfa hard vortex water blade. The Koga ninja frog jumped high, and a waterspout with golden light condensed in his hand, and then the waterspout turned into a javelin, and was thrown by the Koga ninja frog to the position of the super fire-breathing camel in the basement. Get out of the way. Kai Yansong was terrified. This move, the super fire-breathing camel might not be able to eat it. Pity that the speed of the fire-breathing camel's mega evolution is not as fast as before, and it takes a slow step. Bang! The hard vortex water blade collided with the body of the super fire-breathing camel. PS 8th more. Thank you for your support. Thanks. Chapter 59 Victory, 1/6. Roar. The super fire-breathing camel groaned in pain. The damage of this hard vortex water blade and the previous water shuriken is not at the same level. Even the place where Kai Yansong stood was attacked by the splash and was knocked to the ground. Richard decided to pursue the victory, because there was not much time left for the Koga ninja frog immortal mode. Koga ninja frog, use the technique of the waterfall. The technique of the waterfall is to use the water volume like a waterfall to attack the enemy, and the lethality is very large. Koga ninja stood on the shattered wall on the first floor, quickly forming a seal with both hands. Immortal FA, Great Waterfall Technique. A huge stream of water poured out from the hands of the Koga ninja frog, and soon it changed into a waterfall, rushing from the first floor to the basement. Super fire-breathing camel, hold on. Hold is an elf skill. As long as you use this skill successfully, you can hold on even if you are attacked by a strong force, but it is easy to fail if you use it continuously. Kai Yansong couldn't believe that he would fall into such a passive situation. What's even more terrifying is that he can't beat this guy named Haebawang, which is simply a fantasy. Kai Yansong took out another Pokeball and prepared to evacuate when the timing was bad. Roar! The super fire-breathing camel sank deep into the floor on all fours, ready for the impending attack. Puff! The huge waterfall scoured the body of the super fire-breathing camel. It really didn't like water, but it could only bear it silently at this time. Looking at the painful expression of the super fire-breathing camel, Kai Yansong no longer hesitated. Throws another Pokeball. Cold turtle, use smoke. Suddenly, a huge cloud of smoke enveloped the entire basement, and neither Richard nor Koga Ninja couldn't see the scene inside. Li Cha realized that Kai Yansong at this time should want to run away, but looking at the tired body of Jahei Ninja, he did not pursue it anymore. This battle, if it weren't for the immortal mode of Koga Ninja, it may not be able to fight. Thinking of the character of Haebawang, Li Cha sneered. Is this the strength of Kai Yansong, the leader of the Hoyan team? It's really funny. Kai Yansong, who was running away in the smoke, almost vomited blood when he heard Li Cha's words, which also made him make a decision. HMPH, when I resurrect Groudon, I will destroy the water fleet. The bonfire that was knocked out by Li Cha woke up not long ago, and was attracted by the battle between Li Cha and Kai Yansong, and came to a building near the center of the power plant to watch the battle. Until she saw Kai Yansong fleeing in embarrassment, the shock on her face had not subsided, and her mouth was slightly open. Has this trainer grown to the point where he can compete with the boss? The reason for the victory in this battle is similar to the reason for the previous battle against Chinli. If you are not strong enough, you will transform. If one doesn't work, take another. With the transformation of feathers, the Koga Ninja Frog in immortal mode, and the absolute restraint of attributes, it is also expected that the fire-breathing camel will lose. Seeing Kai Yansong leave, Bonfire also decided to return to the secret base of the Fire Rock team. The Fire Rock team's Great Land plan is about to begin. Koga Ninja exited the fairy mode, and then exited the state of feathers and transformation, and almost lost his footing. Kuga. Friends, we won. After saying this, Koga Ninja fell into a coma. Koga Ninja, we won. Richard put the Koga Ninja frog into the Pokeball, and then left the power plant. About half an hour later, the league's talent was long overdue. Look at the battle marks in the center of the power plant, the puddles and the lava that has not yet cooled down. The tentative guess is that the water fleet and the Fire Rock team clashed. As for the scrapped machine in the basement, the people from the Alliance were also at a loss. Dash 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 dash. Serena knew the fire must have been put out when she saw the black smoke disappearing in the distance. Then he found a big tree and sat down, praying constantly for Richard in his heart. Richard, you are the first boy I fell in love with, but you must not have an accident. Kuo. Both Ibrahimovic and Firefox, who had just been subdued, sensed the trainer's unease, and both comforted them with their own voices. You don't have to console me, I'm fine. Kuo. I said no. Serena said this, and found that the Firefox was not barking at her, but at the back of the tree. She turned her head and saw Richard's familiar handsome face. I said I would come back for you. Richard was carried by Deoxys and quickly found Serena's location according to Cerulean's superpower coordinates. Although it has only been a day of traveling together, Richard has already regarded Serena as his companion. Serena nodded heavily, and the stone in her heart was finally put down. I have a bold question to ask you.
What? Anything to eat. I'm a little hungry. PS 8th update yesterday. Thank you book lovers for your support. Chapter 60 Exchange Learning 2/6. Viola City is known as the Happy Shining City. This is also inseparable from the character of Zijin City Gym Master Taizan and the use of electrical elf. After a day and a night of forest travel, Richard and Serena finally arrived at Viola City Spirit Center. After taking a shower, Richard put on the Pikachu pajamas that Sato Ran bought him, and thought about where the next stop of the trip should be. There are two choices in front of him. One is to continue walking and challenge the Fuyin Gym. The second is to go to Meteor Falls to accept the inheritance of the people of Meteor. He personally prefers the latter, because he has been having a dream these days. In the dream, he returned to the Warring States period and became the king of the Meteor Kingdom in the Fengyuan area. In the Battle of the Silver Country, he rode the Flying Dragon and the king of the Silver Country, Bangira, to fight. The result of this battle was that he narrowly won, but he was hurt by Bangira's evil wave. After returning to the country, he abdicated to let Xian, and went to a waterfall to rest his body by himself. That waterfall is now Meteor Falls. What does this dream indicate? Li Cha is not clear, but there is a voice in his heart that has been urging him to go to Meteor Falls. Shaking his head, Li Cha didn't think about these things. Instead, turn your attention to the upcoming Viola Gym battle. Uncle Taizan, the gym owner of Zijin Gym, is an expert in electricity elves. In this battle, Li Cha is going to let the electric monster and Chilean play. Electric shock monster's characteristic electric engine is a good player against electric spirits. Coupled with the earthquake skill, it can be called the nemesis of electric system. Chirulian is a super powerful hard power, and what he needs now is to accumulate energy to evolve into Shinado. Mega Evolution is mastered again, it will become the third trump card in Richard's hand. Dong dong. Richard, it's me. At this time, Serena's voice came from outside the door, and Richard made an appointment with her to discuss the knowledge of elves fighting in the evening. Don't think too much, just discuss the knowledge of elves fighting. The door opened, and Serena in pink Pikachu pajamas stood pretty. Looking at the yellow Pikachu pajamas on Richard's body, his face was a little red. Come in, it's cold outside. Richard rarely showed his warm side, which made Serena a little uncomfortable. Oh. Serena hurried into the room, and her heart beat a little faster as the door closed. In case. Let it go. Richard's voice became cold again. It was the wind outside that made him a little cold, so he asked Serena to come in quickly. Serena took out Firefox's Pokeball and released Firefox. Fukuo. Firefox came out and saw that Richard and Serena were both wearing Pikachu's pajamas and couldn't help being a little bit appetizing. Is this yellow-skinned mouse so hot? You're going to play with it tomorrow night. I thought it was Ibrahimovic. Serena nodded. The tacit understanding between the Firefox and me is better, and there is a certain foundation for the gorgeous competition. Ibrahimovic has not started training the content of the gorgeous competition. After listening to Li Cha, he also felt that Serena's consideration was not a problem. Why should I use the less convenient one if it is more convenient? Then what do you want to learn? In fact, Li Cha doesn't know what he wants to teach. His theoretical foundation is quite strong, but his practical skills need to be improved. I want to learn how to keep the rhythm. Serena is serious about Richard, and she is also serious about the gorgeous contest. The rhythm thing is actually getting your opponent to follow you. Richard also gave Serena a lot of money, and the two continued to ask and answer them until late at night. Serena's eyes have become erratic, and from time to time she is looking at the rest of the room. It's getting late, you go back quickly. Richard ordered to evict the guests, but he didn't notice Serena's eyes at all. Okay. Serena's absent-mindedness was interrupted by these words. Then he took the short-trained Firefox back to the Pokeball and walked to the door. Serena walked very slowly,
as if paralyzed by electromagnetic waves. Then I'll go. Li Cha didn't quite understand. You just leave, why are you talking so much? After Serena closed Richard's door, she found that her heart became empty. The smell in his room is so good. Richard didn't let the electric shock monster and Cherulean train tonight, because he was going to challenge the gym tomorrow, so it's better to recharge your batteries today. Fire Rock Team Base. At this time, Kai Yansong was talking to the bonfire and Hokage below. Haven't Huo Village come back? I contacted him, but he didn't respond. Then leave him alone, business matters, I already know Groudon's position. After Kai Yansong said this, Hokage showed a frenzied look. After going down, gather the team members of Quan Fangyuan. We must concentrate all our strength. A beautiful world is coming soon. Yes, ×2. The two nodded and said yes, but there was a hint of worry in Bonfire's eyes. Groudon is resurrected, is it really a good thing? PS second update. Guaranteed 6 changes today. Check the situation and add more. Crazy hint. Chapter 61 Viola Gym Challenge 1/3/6. The next morning. Viola City, Viola Gym. As the first challenger today, Richard was warmly welcomed by the gym. As soon as he entered the elevator of Zijin Taoist Hall, Li Cha was attacked by a Lei Gong. Instead of throwing the Pokeball, Richard used his own fists and feet to knock out the fake Lei Gong. This scene surprised Serena a bit. She was not surprised by Rai Gong's appearance. She didn't know the legendary elf in this city at all. Was she surprised that Li Cha was so good at it? After Li Cha owned a divine beast himself, he knew how difficult it was to conquer the divine beast. So I don't believe in the watchdog Lei Gong who appeared in the Zijin gym. It's a joke, a trainer from Lei Gong will come to this place to be the master of the gym. At least they're all 4 Heavenly King level characters. The elevator arrived at the destination, and behind the door stood an elderly man with gray hair but in good spirits. He is the trainer of Zijin Gym, Tai-zan. You're not afraid of my giggling million volts. Ha ha ha. Tai-zan is very fond of laughter and electric spirits, just like the million volts of laughter he named. Fake is always fake, no need to be afraid. That's right, you are today's challenger. Tai-zan's words had a positive tone, because Serena didn't look like someone who was good at elf fighting. Yes, what are the rules? Li Cha said straight to the point that the gym is only the place where he obtained the badge, and there are only 3 gyms in the whole Fangyuan that he valued. Orange Blossoms, Cauldron Flames, and Colored Glaze. His real opponent is at the Caillou Conference, which is a group of real elites. There's 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3. Then 2-to-2. Tai-zan nodded. He liked this young man's vigorous attitude. Young people should be so refreshing, otherwise it will only be more troublesome when they get old. Popping. Tai-zan clapped his hands, and then a group of children in purple Viola gym costumes appeared on the edge of the field. There are not only gym owners, but also gym apprentices. Most of the apprentices in the gym are minors who can't go to the elf school, and they are unwilling to give up themselves, so they come to the gym as apprentices. You guys have a good look at it in a while and study hard. I'll ask a question at noon. Yes. The eyes of the apprentices in the gym are shining, and there are very few opportunities for them to watch the battle. Today is also Tai-zan's whim, and I want to take this opportunity to educate the apprentices of the gym. Then Li Cha, you have to do your best. I will watch you win. Serena made a cheering gesture at Richard, with a sweet smile on her face. Richard suddenly felt that it would be nice to have a girlfriend like Serena. I will, thank you. Li Cha's tone softened rarely, and then he looked at Tai-zan, who was standing opposite the field. His eyes were full of war. Serena also retreated to the viewing platform next to the venue, and called out Firefox by the way. Look well and study hard. The Viola Gym Challenge. The challenger is Richard from Kana's city. The number of elves is limited to 2. The challenge ends when all elves on one side lose their ability to fight.
First strike by the challenger. After the referee said this, he withdrew, and the next thing was the battle between Richard and Taizan. My spirit is it, the 3-in-1 magnet. A white light flashed, and a 3-in-1 magnetite floated in midair. It looked like a combination of 3 small magnetites. 3-in-1 Magneto. Level 25 Elite. Feature, magnetic. Qualification, green. It's time for you to appear, electric shock monster. 1 gram of porphyrin. A huge electric shock monster appeared on the field, and the flashing electric lights and bulging muscles from time to time represented that it was a very powerful elf. Wow, this elf is so handsome. Yellow appearance, it seems to be electrical. I think it's fighting, look at its muscles. This is the difference between the apprentices of the gymnasium and the students of the elf school. They can say that they know very little about the knowledge of the elf, and the judgment of the elf is only limited to its color and appearance. Electrical monsters, very powerful electric spirits. Taizan is a lover of electricity-type elves, and it can be said that he is very familiar with electricity-type elves. This electric shock monster was cultivated to his taste. Then I'll attack first. Come on. After Taizan said these words, Li Cha entered a state of battle. What's more, the opponent is not weak. Electric shock monster, earthquake. Don't look at the 3-in-1 magnetism floating, but in fact, it will also be attacked by ground-based skills, and the damage is quadrupled. The ground of the gym began to shake wildly. 3-in-1 Magneto, electromagnetic float. The 3-in-1 magnetite uses its own magnetic force to completely float itself in the air, while also avoiding the damage of the earthquake. Electric beast, flame fist. 1 gram of porphyry. The huge body of the electric shock monster also has a good speed, and soon approached the 3-in-1 magnet monster. 3-in-1 Magneto, reflective wall. A transparent wall of light appeared in front of the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, trying to use this wall of light to resist the attack of the electric monster. Boom! The wall of light shattered in response, and the flaming fist also hit the 3-in-1 Magneto. Realistically set reflection shield, the light wall can be broken not only by tiles, but as long as the strength is enough. PS 3rd Update. Chapter 62 Viola Gym Challenge 2/4/6. The 3-in-1 Magneto was thrown 2 meters away by the flame punch of the electric shock warcraft, and some sparks appeared on its body. Burned state. Although the 3-in-1 Magneto has good resistance, it is still powerless against fire, which is one of its few shortcomings. The pavilion owner's 3-in-1 magnetite was knocked away with 1 punch. I'll just say it's fighting. Taizan's expression also became dignified. He thought he was a novice trainer, but he took it for a teaching class, but he didn't expect to be an elite trainer. 3-in-1 Magneto, the ultimate shock. Taizan was very helpless. The 3-in-1 Magneto had a very limited attack surface, most of which were electric type and steel type moves. And these moves are not very effective for electric shock beasts, and the electric skills are directly ineffective. He had no choice but to make preparations for the appearance of the next elf. The 3-in-1 Magneto charged straight in with a wave of air, and it never questioned the trainer's orders. Electric beast, burst fist to meet. The electric shock monster's right fist sent out a red air wave and collided with the oncoming 3-in-1 magnet monster. Boom! The collision of the fist and the iron head produced a lot of smoke, and it was not until the 3-in-1 Magneto flew out of the smoke and fell to the ground, his eyes turned into a vortex, that everyone knew who had won the battle. The 3-in-1 magnetite has lost its ability to fight, please ask the gym trainer to replace it with the next elf. Wow, Master's 3-in-1 Magneto loses. I've decided to capture an electric shock monster too. First of all you have to have an initial elf. For the apprentices of Zijin Gym, Taizan is their heaven and the strongest trainer in their hearts. However, today Taizan's 3-in-1 magnet monster was defeated by the electric shock monster without pressure, which made this group of children who worship Taizan somewhat unacceptable. But this also shattered the image of Taizan in their hearts. Master Taizan was actually not as strong as they thought. Nice job. Electric shock monster. Hukuo. Serena and the fire fox in her arms cheered for Richard and the electric monster in the seat next to them, and got a thumbs up from the electric monster. I underestimate you a bit. The next thing is that I have to be serious. Taizan retracted the 3-in-1 magneto, hesitated for a while and took out a pokeball. He has a quasi-king level elf, but it is not very good to take it out, it will appear that he is bullying the small. So I changed to an elite elf. In Taizan's heart, Li Cha was just an elite trainer. Come on, Thunder Beast. A blue and yellow canine-shaped elf appeared on the field, and bellowed provocatively at the electric monster. Oh. Not to be outdone, the electric shock beast hooked his palm towards the lightning beast, as if he was teasing a dog. Thunder Beast. Level, 30, Elite. Feature, Lightning Rod. Qualification, Green. The elves of the gym trainers are all good, but they still pale in comparison to Richard's elves. Taizan knew that the electric engine of Dengeki Monster was difficult to deal with, so he was not going to fight Dengeki Monster in this battle. Thunder Beast, roar. Oh. A roar from the Thunder Beast roared the electric beast back into the Pokeball, and then another Pokeball on Richard's waist opened automatically. An elf like a girl appeared on the field, it twisted the corners of her skirt slightly, and her orange eyes revealed a touch of nobility. Blue hair certainly attracts a lot of attention. At the same time, Cerulean's characteristics have also become the same lightning rod as Raidenman. Wow, this elf looks rare. Blue, is it water-based? I think it's fighting, you see it has hands. Isn't it Cerulean? Good luck, lad, ha 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 ha. Taizan sighed about his good luck, this elf is obviously not as difficult as the electric shock beast. Li Cha is also sighing about Taizan's good luck. If it is replaced by a Deoxys or a Koga ninja, it will be fun. Cerulean's level is only level 25, so there is still a certain amount of pressure facing this Thunderbolt beast. Therefore, Richard and Cerulean entered a state of telepathy directly. Cerulean, use the voice of enchantment. Cerulean released a very charming singing voice on the spot, and voice moves are basically a must, unless the elf has soundproof properties. Oh. The Thunder Beast is howling in pain, and this charming sound sounds like a nightmare to it. Thunder Beast, rush over and use the Iron Tail. Taizan quickly ordered that to deal with a super power type and fairy type elves like Cerulean, you must use steel type moves. The Thunder Beast resisted the sound of charm and started running, its tail flashing white light. Cerulean, tie the knot. In addition to restraining the large tonnage elves, the skill of tying the grass knot is to prevent the elves from attacking. Without warning, a few vines suddenly grew on the way the Thunder Beast was running, binding its feet firmly, preventing it from moving. Cerulean, hypnotism. Richard sees the moment, and this is the best time to use hypnotism. P.S. 4th more. Chapter 63 Viola Gym Challenge 3/5/7. A spiral light shot from Cerulean's hands, hitting the trapped Thunderbolt. The Thunder Beast found that he became a little sleepy, his limbs softened uncontrollably, and then fell to the ground. Who. Thunder Beast. Taizan didn't think that he called the Thunder Beast to rush up to be a wolf's move. Now that the Thunder Beast was hypnotized, he became a lamb to be slaughtered. Thunder Beast, snoring. Taizan didn't sit still. Although his Thunder and Lightning Beast couldn't sleep in his sleep, he could snore. The Thunderbolt Beast sleeping on the ground made an unpleasant noise, which made Cerulean a little irritable, but Li Cha's gentle voice sounded in its heart at the right time. Ignore the voice and use Dream Eater. Cerulean's attack also came as expected, a huge shadow shrouded the Thunderbolt, and the Thunderbolt's snoring stopped. Its dreams were eaten. Oh. The Thunder Beast also woke up from his sleep, but his mental state was not very good, as if he had been hollowed out. People who don't sleep well will have a poor mental state, and the same is true of elves. Thunder Beast, continue the Iron Tail attack. Taizan felt that his blood boiled a little, and he hadn't fought so heartily for a long time. Come on, Thunder Beast. Come on, Master Taizan. The mood of the apprentices in the gym was also aroused, and they still wanted to see Taizan defeat the challenger with great power. Come on, Richard. Come on, Cerulean. Hu Kuo. Serena and Firefox were also cheering on Richard and Cerulean. The loser is not the loser, although the number of people is not as good as the opponents, but the momentum cannot be lost. Facing the menacing thunder and lightning beasts, Richard calmly commanded. Cerulean, use your utmost mental strength to control it. Chiru. Cerulean's orange eyes had now turned into a mysterious blue, and an invisible force spread from its hands. Oh. Raiden Beast felt that it was really too difficult for him, and he was blocked by various skills before he even touched a single hair on Cerulean. An invisible resistance prevented the Thunder Beast from advancing, and then Cerulean raised both hands up, and the Thunder Beast was also lifted up. Cerulean's superpower accomplishments have already entered the hall, but unfortunately the power is not enough, otherwise this move will make the Thunder Beast lose its ability to fight. Thunder Beast, break free. Taizan watched as the Thunder Beast was lifted into the air, with a burning heart. He thought that the electric shock beast was the trouble, but he didn't expect this Cerulean to be more troublesome. Is this challenger really just an elite trainer? Taizan had a bold guess in his heart, that Li Chao was at least a trainer on the same level as him. Oh. Raiden also wanted to get rid of Cerulean's superpower, but his strength didn't allow it. Cerulean, use Shadow Ball. Li Chao was ready to end this gym battle, and he sighed in his heart that Fang Yuan's gyms were divided into two grades. The first grade was the 3 major mountains, and the next grade was other gyms. This is not a little bit different from the battle with the Orange Flower Gym. Chiru. A black energy ball quickly condensed in front of Cerulean, heading straight for the Thunder Beast in the air. Bang. The Thunder Beast could no longer utter a painful whimper, because it had lost its ability to fight. Puff. Thunder Beast fell to the floor of the gym, his eyes turned into vortexes. The referee found his presence again at this time. The Thunder Beast is incapacitated, so the winner is Richard from Kana's city. Yeah. Serena jumped up from the spectator seat with Firefox in her arms. She felt more nervous in the spectator seat than Li Chao was on the field. Is this the charm of elves fighting? Serena nodded with empathy, as if she understood something. The spectator seats of the gym apprentices were full of shock and loss at this time. Isn't that true? Master Taizan was beaten 2-0. Why doesn't the Thunder Beast use electricity skills? This challenger is too strong. Taizan, who is a party, doesn't have much emotion at the moment. After all, he has lived for so long and has never seen anything. Put the Thunderbolt back into the Pokeball and came to Richard's side. This power badge is proof to beat me, ha ha ha. Taizan, who had left the battle, became cheerful again, and handed the power badge in his hand to Richard. Thanks, I also learned a lot from this fight. Li Chao said a polite thing. He is not the king of the sea now, there is no need to be so arrogant. He took the power badge on Taizan's hand and pinned it on the inside of his shirt. Taizan was a little surprised to see the 2 badges on the inside of Richard, because one of them was a Libra badge. You can get the Libra badge, I am not wrong. To be able to get the Libra badge, Li Chao is at least a trainer at the quasi-king level. Good luck. Okay. I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Feng Yuan still has 2 difficult gyms. After Taizan finished speaking, he left. He had to have a headache for a while how to explain the defeat to the apprentices. Li Chao, I knew you would do it. Serena came to Li Chao with a fiery fox in her arms. Her face was full of excitement, and her pretty face made Li Chao's heart skip a beat. You have to cheer up tonight too. Li Chao was not moved. It was just an encouragement among friends. Well, I will certainly. Hearing Li Chao's encouragement, Serena's excitement became more obvious, which also made her more confident. Immediately, the 2 left the Zijin gym.
P.S. 5th more. Thanks to the support of book friends, the flowers have exceeded 3,500, and they will be delivered today. Chapter 64. Does it look good? 6/7. As soon as the two left the Zijin gym, Li Cha met an acquaintance, to be precise, a strong enemy. Did Your Excellency challenge Zijin gym just now? Seeing Richard and Serena coming out of Zijin gym, Manchung automatically ignored the beautiful sister next to him, and only had Richard in his eyes. Yes. Looking at the eyes full of fighting spirit, Li Cha felt a little bad. Then ask Your Excellency to have an elves battle with me. When Manchung and Li Cha saw him for the first time, they changed a lot and became more confident. From Manchung's point of view, it is much more meaningful to fight against Richard than to challenge the gym. Richard is the demon in his battle. If he can defeat Li Cha, then he will definitely become stronger. My elf has just fought, and it's not very convenient now. Li Cha actually wanted to refuse, but seeing the eyes full of burning flames, he still didn't say it. Is that possible tomorrow? Okay, you come to the elf center to find me. Then it's settled. After receiving Li Cha's reply, Manchung showed a confident expression. His Leloris has evolved into Cerulean, and he believes that he must be able to beat Richard's electric shock monster. Serena didn't speak until Manchung entered the Viola gym. Li Cha, is this your friend? It feels very strong. In her opinion, the strength of trainers who dare to challenge Li Cha will not be too bad. It's half a friend, the strength is okay. If you are full of strength or not, you will know if you play tomorrow. Immediately, the two returned to the Spirit Center, and Serena had to prepare for the gorgeous contest at night. At this time, a human tragedy was taking place in the Zijin Road Hall. Purple Gym Challenge. The challenger is full charge from Chunghwa City, the limited number of elves is 1, and the challenge ends when all elves on one side lose their ability to fight. There is only one elf in full charge, so I chose the 1v1 rule. Taizan changed a group of elves. As a gym trainer, in order to cope with the constant challenge of the trainer, he would have a lot of spare elves. Seeing the full Cerulean, Taizan used Magneto to fight. Now that it's full, it's uncomfortable. Cerulean's moves aren't very effective against Magneto, and Magneto's steel-type skills give him a headache. Coupled with the serious Taizan, the situation on the field is basically one-sided. Cerulean lost his fighting ability, so the winner is Taizan, the trainer of Zijin Gym. Taizan took this opportunity to teach the apprentices of the gymnasium sitting in the spectator seats. Seeing if there is no absolute strength, the attribute advantage is still very important. Got it. Times 30. The apprentices responded in unison, and then began to discuss privately. This green one feels so weak, not as strong as the blue one just now. So it's not that Master Taizan is too weak, but the reason why the trainer just now was too powerful. I've decided to take down a Magneto. Taizan also let out a bad breath. He had just been beaten by Li Cha in a fancy way, which made him doubt himself. Has the times changed? But the fullness made him realize that he was still very capable of playing. Taizan walked to Manchung and comforted. It doesn't matter if you fail, just laugh more. Laughing is the secret to good health. Wow, ha ha ha. Looking at Taizan's confident face, Manchung couldn't help thinking that if this old man is so strong, Li Cha must have suffered a disastrous defeat. No wonder he hurried back to the Spirit Center. If he can't beat this old man himself, he should be able to beat Li Cha. Full of everything is good, but a little too confident. Dash 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 dash. Viola City Spirit Center. Richard's elves are training hard, while Richard is enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea. Because they were in the room, the elves were not trained for moves, but basic training. The Koga ninja frog was hanging upside down on the ceiling at this time, like a bat, and the webbed feet on its feet were glowing with a faint blue light. This is training for chakra mastery. The training for chakra control in Naruto is climbing trees and treading water, which Richard simplified to climbing walls. The principle is to attach the chakra to the foot, so as to achieve the state of being able to control the chakra at will. Deoxys is doing self-regeneration training. Its advantage is that self-regeneration is strong, and its disadvantage is that self-regeneration is slow. So it was trained with the electric shock monster. The electric shock monster shattered its body, and then it used self-regeneration. In this way, the two elves had a lot of fun. Cerulean sits on the windowsill to meditate, which is the most basic and useful training for super elves. On the other hand, Li Cha was sitting in a chair and reading How Champions Are Made, and every time he read it, he gained a lot. On the left is a cup of black tea from Bayan Mountain, which is a popular commodity in the world of elves. His room is a more luxurious suite with a lot of space, so he can make the elves toss so much. Dong dong. It's me. Serena's voice came from outside the door, and Li Cha glanced at the time. It's only 2:30. What is this woman doing here? Richard went to open the door, and outside the door was Serena, who was dressed up. The pink dress on her body was carefully tailored. She lifted the little skirt and turned it around, and the look of her pupils cutting water was a little more cute. Does it look good? P.S. 6th more. The 7th will be posted soon. Thank you for your support, fellows. Chapter 65 Viola Conference, 7/7. Does it look good? Serena's face showed undisguised expectations, and asked a question that a man could do. Li Cha has always looked down on this kind of question, and of course he can't do it either. I don't think it looks as good as yesterday. As soon as Li Cha said this, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and the elves who were training in the room felt a cold air blow. The anticipation on Cell's face was about to collapse. This Li Cha, will you die if you praise yourself? But she thought again, I didn't look good yesterday, isn't that why Li Cha is complimenting me on how good I looked yesterday? I don't think it looks as good as yesterday, equals, yesterday looks good, equals, you look good. The logical genius is her. A simple equation appeared in Serena's heart, thinking that Li Cha was complimenting herself on her good looking, brought a smile on her face again. Thank you. Li Cha frowned. Did this woman misunderstand what I meant? Why should I thank me? He always told the truth and only played the truth. Li Cha felt that Serena's daily dress was better than the current one, so he directly said that it was not good looking, but he didn't expect Serena to thank him. Women are really difficult creatures to understand. Anything else? Li Cha still had an expression of indifference on his face. If he has nothing to do, stop talking. He has to go back to read. Can you accompany me to the glamour contest tonight? This was the second purpose of Serena's visit this time. The first purpose was to let Li Cha see her stage costumes, and by the way, praise her for her good looks, which was barely achieved. Yes. Li Cha agreed very succinctly. Serena cheered for her gym competition in the morning, so she should go to see her gorgeous competition by herself. Although his emotional intelligence towards girls is a bit low, he still understands these things clearly. It's settled, I'll call you at 6 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, Serena ran back to the room in a hurry. She still had to make up. Dash 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 dash. A gorgeous venue in Viola City. This is the location of the Viola Conference. When Richard and Serena came here, half of the people in the venue were already seated. Serena was wearing her everyday clothes, and she would change into her stage clothes later in the dressing room. Then I'll go to the player waiting room. The subtext of Serena's words is that she hopes to be encouraged by Richard, which will make her full of strength. What? Can't you find the place? There. Richard thought that Serena couldn't find a place, and pointed to the street sign marked, player waiting room. Okay. Serena turned around. It is obvious that the amount will not let me down, and my heart is a little sour. Suddenly, Richard's voice came from behind, and a smile appeared on his face. Come on.
Serena's heartache was swept away, and she replied sweetly. Dash 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 dash. The Pixie Gorgeous contest is about to start. On the stage, the host Vivian smiled. After introducing Mr. Konkenstein, Mr. Tsukisa and Miss Joy from Viola City, the competition officially started. The winner of this conference will be awarded a violet ribbon. Next, let's get to the first review. I'd like to invite the first contestant, Serena contestant. Serena didn't expect that she would be the first to appear. She took a deep breath after changing her clothes backstage. Appropriate tension is actually beneficial to performance, and Serena is in a good state at this time. She recalled her conversation with Richard last night, and her training with Firefox. And Lee Cha's, come on, just now, thinking of this, her mentality gradually relaxed. After finishing her clothes, she took a step and walked to the stage. Richard found his place, in the second row of Zone C. It was a privileged ticket given by the players. The location is very good, you can see the whole stage. Hearing the host Vivian's words, he didn't expect to see Serena's performance so soon, and he was looking forward to it. I saw Serena was wearing a decent pink dress and her long golden hair was all down, looking cute and charming. Indigo blue eyes light up slightly, and there is a confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Serena walked slowly onto the stage, looked around the auditorium, and found Richard's place. He smiled at Lee Cha, and the sweet smile made Lee Cha a little unable to move his eyes. Richard responded with a smile, and Serena looked away. Serena's actions caused the audience around Richard to imagine that Serena was looking at him. Did you see that this girl is smiling at me? You, smiling at me, okay. Hearing this conversation, Lee Cha shook his head. Man, the most important thing is to have self-knowledge. She was clearly smiling at me. On the stage, Serena confidently threw the Pokeball. Firefox, let's start our show. Hukuo. Sent. The 3-day outbreak is a bit overwhelming, but I still thank the book friends for their support. Chapter 66 The Four Heavenly Kings of Fang Yuan, Bonnie 1. Viola City, Food Court. Richard and Serena are having dinner here, which is the famous assorted Viola noodles in Viola City. Serena was happily eating a large bowl of wide noodles, ignoring her image as a lady. Don't eat like this when you win the game, be careful of choking. Richard's words were as mean as ever. Serena was even happier when she heard what Richard said. This idiot knew that he cared about me and was afraid that I would choke. In the Violet City Gorgeous competition just now, Serena successfully broke through herself and entered the final stage of the second round of review. I defeated a famous coordination trainer and won the first Gorgeous competition in my life, Viola Ribbon. As long as she gets 4 more ribbons, Serena can participate in the Gorgeous celebration, which is equivalent to the Alliance meeting of coordinating trainers. We will continue to set off tomorrow and go to Meteor Falls. Richard talked about their travel plans. Good. Serena didn't know where to go either. Anyway, it was right to follow Richard. At this moment, a blonde woman in a purple dress came over from the table next to her. She was sweating profusely after eating a bowl of assorted noodles. Lee Cha was a little surprised when he saw this woman. This woman is Bonnie, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Feng Yuan. It is good at the attribute of ice. Hello, Lee Cha, I've admired the name for a long time. I'm Bonnie, the Ice King of Feng Yuan. Bonnie took the initiative to introduce herself and said that she did not expect to meet Richard, the trainer who has recently been gaining the limelight in the league. King Bonnie, why do you want to say that you have a long-standing reputation? Richard is very puzzled that Bonnie can recognize himself. When he does bad things, he does it in the identity of the Sea Overlord of the Water Fleet. Someone reported what you did in Guchen Town, and now they call you the youngest Heavenly King trainer. Bonnie was also very surprised that Richard was able to enter the realm of heaven at the age of 16, which she only entered at the age of 19. Lee Cha nodded and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. he thought that the identity of Haibawang was exposed. How about it? Are you interested in working in the league? With your talent, you can even fill the vacant champion position in the Fengyuan area in the future. Bonnie said half seriously, half jokingly. The champion of the Fengyuan region has been vacant for a month, but the most prestigious Dragon King, Genji, refused to be the champion. He said he wanted young people to be the champions, but where would he go to find a young and champion trainer? So this place is temporarily vacant. According to Bonnie, it was only a matter of time before Richard stepped into the realm of champions. If Li Cha is willing to work in the league, she doesn't mind selling a favor first and arranges Li Cha in a good position. When Serena heard Bonnie's words, the speed of eating noodles was much slower, and she was a little nervous. If Richard goes to work in the Alliance, wouldn't she have to travel alone? If Li Cha refuses, this is the solicitation of the four heavenly kings, an opportunity that many people dream of. For Bonnie's solicitation, Richard shook his head. King Bonnie, I would like to go around and gain some insight now. Hearing Richard's refusal, Serena felt a little pity for him, but she was more happy, and the speed of eating noodles increased a little. Bonnie was not surprised to hear these words. Richard was the age he wanted to go out and see. Well, this is my contact information. If there is any problem that cannot be solved, you can come to me. Bonnie's intention to make friends was obvious, and Richard did not refuse. Be careful, the Fire Rock team and the Water Fleet have made a lot of moves recently, and I don't know what they are doing yet. After the two exchanged contact information, Bonnie reminded and left the noodle shop. As the four heavenly kings, she has a lot of things to do. Occasionally coming here to eat a bowl of assorted noodles is her only pastime. After watching Bonnie go, Serena finally dared to speak. The aura of the four heavenly kings was too strong. Li Cha, why did you reject her? It's just like I said, I want to go out and see, I don't want to be dragged down by the position of the Alliance. Oh. Serena responded lightly, with joy in her eyes. He wanted to look around, and he must have said that he would travel with me. It seems that Richard refused Bonnie because he was reluctant to bear me. But this idiot didn't take the initiative to say it, and asked me to guess. For the sake of cheering for me today, I'll reluctantly forgive him. Richard didn't know that Serena had so many inner dramas, he just simply didn't want to work in the Alliance. What are the benefits of affiliate work? The Justice Police job is not what Richard wants. I glanced at Serena, who was still eating noodles. Although she ate fast, she only ate it in small bites, so she hadn't finished eating, and the movement of eating noodles was surprisingly cute. Richard knew very well that a leisurely travel life like now was what he wanted. P.S. I will finish posting the manuscript today, and I will post it when I write it, so that book friends can enjoy it. Thank you for your support. Chapter 67 Queen and Commoners 2. Dong dong. Li Cha, haven't you got up yet? Serena's voice came in from outside the door, and Richard opened his sleepy eyes. He stayed up late last night. The reason is that Cerulean's supernatural powers lead to high spirits, and he can't sleep. He needs to be coaxed by his trainer to fall asleep. Richard used the ultimate solution to coaxing girls to sleep, storytelling. As a result, the more Li Cha talked, the more sleepy he became, and the more Cerulean listened, the more excited he became. Many years later, when someone asked Richard and his Shinada why they were so powerful, he replied lightly. Have you seen Violet City at 4 in the morning? It was half an hour after Li Cha got dressed and went out. Why are you only getting up now? I trained the elves for too long last night and didn't rest well. Facing Serena's doubts, Li Cha explained. Serena nodded, she easily believed Richard's nonsense. Then let's go. When the two walked to the hall on the first floor of the Elf Center, they found Manchung standing in the center of the hall and looking around. The moment he saw Li Cha, he walked over here. Your Excellency, I've been waiting for you for a long time, let's have an elves battle. He didn't sleep all night even when he was fully charged.
He studied the tactics of how to fight the electric shock monster all night, and he even took into account the probability of the electric shock monster evolving into an electric shock beast. Now he comes with a belly of tactics. 1v1, it's no problem to fight quickly. Since Li Cha promised to be full, he would not regret it, but he is in a hurry now, so he wants to make a quick decision, and by the way, let's see how this guy has grown. Good. Li Cha's words were full of his heart. He only had one elf, Cerulean, and it would be bad for a 2v2. But then, what Richard said to Serena made Manchu a little uncomfortable. Wait for me for a while, I'll be fine soon. Come on. Is this looking down on my fullness? Humph, I'm going to beat you in front of your girlfriend. The cuckoo I saw last time in the Chunghwa forest was completely forgotten. Richard and Manchung came to the battlefield behind the elf center, and Serena stood on the side close to Richard. I'm going to beat you this time. Come on, Cerulean. A Cerulean, one size smaller than Richard's Cerulean, appeared on the battlefield. In fact, Manchung also put his heart into cultivating this Cerulean, but unfortunately, Richard was more attentive than him. Cerulean, that's it on my side. Chiru. Blue hair and orange eyes represent the identity of the visitor. Richard's flash Cerulean. The full Cerulean's first reaction when she saw Richard's Cerulean was to kneel. This is the innate bloodline suppression between races. The high bloodline suppresses the lower bloodline, and the queen suppresses the commoners. What? Manchung was stupid at this time. The last time he thought it was a battle with Xiaochuan stone, an electric shock monster came out. This time I thought it was an electric shock monster, but it turned out to be a flashing Cerulean. This man is going to kill someone. Li Cha actually didn't think about it that much. He just wanted to see the difference between the two Ceruleans. Unexpectedly, before the battle started, the full Chilean was already shaking. Isn't it the glitter elf? I'm not afraid. Cerulean, use the shadow ball. The full orders had been spoken for a while, but his Cerulean still didn't move. Kai, Lu. It was afraid to shoot at Richard's Cerulean, and the trembling in his blood made it not even have the courage to raise his hand. Shadow ball. Li Cha couldn't take it any longer, and was ready to end the battle directly. Richard's Cerulean condensed a black energy ball at the speed of light, and flew towards the full Cerulean with a pew sound. The ghost-type skills did great damage to the super-power-type Cerulean, and the full Cerulean became shaky after eating the shadow ball. Puff. Full of Cerulean, she fell to the ground, her eyes swirling. Incapacitated to fight. Why? Cerulean, who was full of incomprehensible reasons, was trembling with fear. Richard took Cerulean back, glanced at the man who was in a state of collapse, and shook his head. Self-confidence is a good thing, but self-confidence without a brain is a problem. Wait. When Richard was about to call Serena to leave, a full voice came from behind him. May I know your name? For some reason, Manchung wanted to know Li Cha's name. Richard. Meteor Falls. Legend has it that it was a large cave formed by the fall of meteorites a long time ago, and there was a waterfall in it, so it was called Meteor Falls. But real history is not like that. At this time, there was an old woman standing at the top of the waterfall, and behind her stood a girl in a strong suit. After a long time, the old woman spoke up. Sigana, here he is. P.S. Second update. Chapter 68 Dark Cave 3. Sigana knew who her grandmother was talking about. In the ancient prophecy of Meteor Falls, this generation of Meteor's son will be a man from a foreign race. He will come to Meteor Falls with the memory of Meteor Emperor and get back what belongs to him. But Sigana felt a little unwilling in her heart. Why should a foreigner inherit the identity of the son of a meteor? Just because he has the memory of Meteor Emperor. Grandma, must the prophecy be true? The old woman knew that her granddaughter was not convinced, but the things in the prophecy must not be violated, otherwise it would bring disaster. I know you're not convinced. You can challenge him when he comes. This is also the rule of our meteor citizens. The inheritors of each generation, that is, the children of meteor, must be the strongest trainers in the contemporary era. That's all the grandmother could tell Sigina. Now she was more concerned about the predicted catastrophe coming. Outside Meteor Falls. Richard and Serena arrived here after spending a night at the nearby Elf Center, and it had been 3 days since they set out from Viola City. Lee Cha, why are you here? Serena asked the question she wanted to ask for a long time. Why didn't the gym in Bayan Town challenge it to come here? On the way, she also participated in a gorgeous contest in a town, but unfortunately lost to a coordination trainer named Sori. My heart directed me here. Richard said something that made Serena very confused, and then walked into the cave. Serena still hadn't figured out what Lee Cha's words meant, but when she saw that Lee Cha was gone, she followed suit. The cave is very dark, and only a faint light can be seen from the exit in the distance. Electric monster, flash. With the electric shock beast as a tool beast, Lee Cha didn't need something like a flashlight at all. The dark cave soon lit up under the light of the electric monster. Richard saw that several supersonic bats were scared away, and there was only one rough road in the cave. A few faintly visible lights proved that there was an exit ahead. Richard. A timid voice came from Serena behind her, and she could no longer walk. What's wrong? I'm afraid of the dark. It's normal for girls to be afraid of the dark, and Serena is the kind of person who can't be afraid. Electric shock monster, go over a little bit. 1 gram of porphyrin. The electric shock demon was like a large light bulb, dispelling the darkness around Serena. But that didn't dispel the fear in Serena's heart. I'm still afraid. When Lee Cha heard the words, he walked in front of Serena and held her hand before she could react. That way you won't be afraid. Serena also found it strange that her body that was trembling with fear just now stopped shaking after being held by Lee Cha. No, don't be afraid anymore. Her fear of the dark disappeared, but was filled with the shyness of holding hands. Richard, he took my hand. At this moment, the electric shock monster was standing behind the two of them, and it felt that it really looked like a light bulb, from all angles. Richard had no idea about holding Serena's hand. If the girl was afraid of the dark, she could just walk with her. It's just that the feeling of holding the girl's hand for the first time was a little strange, which made Lee Cha fall silent. Unfortunately, Serena was also silent. The two walked hand in hand in the dark cave, quietly as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. 1 gram of porphyry. The electric shock monster suddenly shouted, and it saw the exit of the cave. However, it was immediately ushered in the death stare of both Richard and Serena. Lee Cha was taken aback by this guy, and glanced at the electric shock beast angrily. Serena hoped that Richard would hold her for a while longer, but when she was interrupted by the electric shock monster, she knew it was about to end. Naturally, he wouldn't give the electric shock monster a good look. Electric shock monster feels that he is really a tool beast, and he has a good attitude when he needs himself. Richard let go of Serena's hand at the right time, and it was already at the exit, so she shouldn't be afraid. Serena felt empty after her hand was released, and when she was about to say something, she saw that Richard had walked out of the cave. When Lee Cha walked out of the cave, he finally knew where the light came from. It was emanating from this huge waterfall. In front of you is a long and amazing waterfall. The sound of rushing water is continuous, and the closed dome makes this waterfall emit a secluded blue. The descendant of Meteor Emperor, you are finally here. An old female voice came from above the waterfall, and then a giant desert dragonfly flew down. The desert dragonfly carried an old woman with white hair on her back, who should be the owner of the voice just now. Meteor Emperor. Lee Cha thought of that colorful and complicated dream. He was called Meteor King in his dream, and Meteor Emperor should be the title of later generations. As for the name, it seems to be Charlie. PS Third Update. Chapter 69 Last Prophecy, 4. Looking at the old woman on the back of the huge desert dragonfly in front of him,
Li Cha has already recognized who she is. She is the manager and elder of Meteor Village, the village of Meteor Citizen in the special chapter. She is respected as an old woman by everyone, and she is the grandmother of the inheritor, Siana. Glancing at the desert dragonfly under her feet, a string of data appeared in front of her. Desert Dragonfly. Level 79 Championship. Ability, Float. Qualification, Cyan. Mystery of the King, Sandstorm Tornado. Champion Mood, Great Virtue. This is the first time that Li Cha has seen a champion level elf. That champion mood should be the old woman's champion mood. The champion trainer itself has no artistic conception and needs to be displayed through the wizard. It seems that you already know who the memory you inherited came from. The old woman saw Li Cha's calm expression and immediately understood. Then I don't need to explain more, go up and accept the inheritance. After speaking, the old woman made a gesture of invitation, which was inviting Li Cha to go up on the back of the desert dragonfly. Can I take someone up there? Li Cha glanced at Serena behind him. He was worried that Serena was staying here alone. Yes, but only you can enter the place of inheritance. No problem. Richard walked to Serena's side and put the electric shock monster back into the Pokeball. Come up with me, this is the purpose of my trip. Good. Serena has gradually developed an unconditional trust in Richard, and she doesn't know how this feeling of dependence came about. She only felt that staying by Richard's side made her feel very secure. The two stood on the back of the desert dragonfly. This desert dragonfly is about twice the size of the same kind, and they don't know how the old woman cultivated it. Stand still, A2, take off. French Communist Party. Li Cha did not expect that the arrogant-looking desert dragonfly would have a name like A2, maybe only the closest people would call it that. The desert dragonfly fluttered its wings, allowing Richard and Serena to experience the feeling of being in the sky. Standing on the ground and watching meteor falls is completely different from standing on the back of a desert dragonfly. The meteor waterfall seen on the back of the desert dragonfly is a huge pit. The water from the waterfall flows into the pit. This should be the pit caused by the legendary extraterrestrial meteorite. Seeing Li Cha's doubts, the old woman explained. The legendary Tianlong meteor fell here, separating the seawater and the mountains, forming the meteor falls, and all this was a scene that the meteor emperor at that time witnessed with his own eyes. Having said that, she glanced at Li Cha without a trace. According to the prophecy, this foreigner boy is carrying the memory of the meteor emperor. Dragon Meteor. Li Cha has only heard of Dragon Star Group, a dragon-type big move. What is Tianlong Meteor? Is it? Li Cha was a little suspicious that this was done by a green caterpillar, and the meteors of ordinary dragon-type elf could not cause such a terrifying effect at all. It's the legendary pillar of the sky. When the old woman said this name, her eyes showed a touch of fascination. Li Cha showed a hint of understanding. At this time, the desert dragonfly has come to the top of the waterfall, which is a huge platform with a quaint stone gate behind the platform. At both ends of the stone gate, there are two statues of elves. One is the statue of Fengyuan's quasi-god flying dragon, and the other is the statue of desert dragonfly. Does it symbolize sky and earth? Li Cha immediately rejected the idea as soon as it appeared in his mind. In the inheritance of the meteor people, the dragon-type elf that symbolizes the sky is the Shishi blue bird, not the flying dragon. There is only one explanation, and that is the sprite used by the first king of the meteor kingdom and the sprite used by the last king. Richard's memory comes from the founding monarch of the meteor kingdom, Charlie, and the elf he uses is the flying dragon. The desert dragonfly landed steadily on the platform, and the old woman jumped down first, with a steady posture like a young man. After Richard and Serena jumped off the back of the desert dragonfly flew to the other side and lay down obediently. It could be seen that this set of movements was very proficient. You can go in, she can't. The old woman who walked to the stone gate became serious. This is the inheritance of the people of the meteor,
and it is something that every generation of inheritors should protect. The old woman is the inheritor of the previous generation. Old lady, I have a few questions. You said. How do you know that I am the descendant of Meteor Emperor? Hearing Li Cha's doubts, the old woman smiled mysteriously. Your current status is not enough. If you become a successor, you will know. Richard was not very satisfied with this answer, and then asked a second question. Isn't the inheritance of the Meteor people optional? There are 5 inheritances to choose from in Li Cha's inheritance memory, but the old woman did not mention it at that time. You made your choice long ago. Okay, let's go in. The old woman said this with a hint of haste, and no one could see the anxiety in her eyes. As the inheritor of the Meteor people, she knows much more. The last prophecy she saw was described like this. Because of human greed, a catastrophe will come to the land of Feng Yuan, and there will be a man riding a flying dragon to solve the dispute between the ocean and the earth. And the man described in the prophecy will come to Meteor Falls today. P.S. Fourth more. Chapter 72 _ The Devil on the Ladder. Ding! The host's neck was smashed, and he died completely. His health was deducted by 100 points. Ding! The host gained 10 free attributes and can add points freely. Buff is finally dead. Can be described as beheading. However, even if it is death, Buff's hands are still tightly holding the ladder. He climbed up 2 wooden ladders. The 2 Yan soldiers were shocked when they saw it, and they looked at each other. Ghost. The thinner Yan Bing on the left said in horror. The head is broken. What the hell? The fatter Yan Bing on the right swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then, he lifted a rock with a big head, aimed it, and slammed it out. Bang! Fatty Yan Bing performed exceptionally well, and the stone hit the head that was slowly standing up with precision. Finally, the corpse's hand that was holding the ladder also loosened. Woo! Corpse fell from the top of the cloud ladder, and then fell to the ground. Crack! Colored red flower blooms on the ground. At a height of nearly 10 feet, Buff's body almost fell apart. Fortunately, his physique is 100, and his ability to beat is good, but his whole body fell apart and his bones were broken, but at least he could maintain it. Humanoid. Qin Bing, who also fell next to him, turned into a pile of rotten meat. Ding! The host's body was smashed. 85 points of health were deducted. Ding! The host gained 8 free attributes and can add points freely. In the system in the sound of the mechanical prompt, Buff staggered and climbed up. His whole body was limp and his head was still hanging behind his back. Although it is recovering little by little, I am afraid it will take a while to recover. Add 50 points to physique. Buff said in his heart. Immediately, 10 constitution became 150. The self-healing speed increased. Buff could clearly feel that the broken bones and muscles in his whole body were connected little by little. Although the head was still drooping, Buff reached out and lifted it up and pressed it against his neck. A while, you can let go. Although it hasn't completely healed, and it's even a little wobbly, at least it won't hang behind your back. As for the blood on his face and the fact that he hasn't recovered to that point, Buff doesn't care. Fortunately, it was midnight, and the surrounding Qin soldiers were busy attacking the city, or using wooden shields to resist falling rocks and rolling wood, and no one paid attention to a corpse on the ground. Otherwise, I am afraid that there will be a lot of Qin soldiers who were not killed by Yan soldiers, but were also frightened to death by Bufu. Bufu raised his head and came to the end of the ladder where he fell. There were 3 or 5 Qin soldiers climbing on the ladder. Buff shook his shaky head, jumped up the ladder again, and began to climb again. Ah! A scream, a Qin soldier fell from the top of his head. Buff could do nothing but grit his teeth and continue. Bang! A stone the size of a human head fell and hit Buff on the shoulder. Ding! The host's shoulder is smashed, and the HP will be deducted by 3 points. Ding! The host has gained 3 free attributes and can freely add points. With the addition of physique, the defense is also higher. Buff pouted and continued to climb the ladder. One by one Qin soldiers fell from the top of their heads one after another. "Bu can help. The only thing he can do now is to climb the city wall. No matter what." With the falling rocks and logs above his head, Buff slammed his head and scrambled. Finally, he climbed to the place where he fell before him. Buff looked up. He saw 2 Yan soldiers, one fat and one thin, who were carrying hot water from a large iron pot carefully to the city wall. Looks a little familiar, Buff thought to himself. At the same time, the 2 Yan soldiers also jumped. They stared at the bloody Qin Bing below, inexplicably having a familiar feeling. It's him. It's him. How is it possible? He's not dead. The two exclaimed again and again, and then in a hurry, they poured the boiled soup that was served, together with the iron pot. Whoa! Soup, and pour it directly on Buff's face, head, and body. A piercing pain immediately stimulated Buff's whole body. Ding! The host was scalded by the boiling soup. Health deducted by 35 points. Ding! The host gets 3 points of free attribute. You can add points freely. Close black lens bracket, clang. Another loud noise. The iron pan fell on Buff's head. Ding! The host's wound is smashed, and the HP will be deducted by 1 point. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute and can add points freely. The result only contributed a little free point. However, Buff's hands were also splashed with boiling soup. The pain instinct made him let go. Then, chased to the ground. Watching the evil ghost like Qin Bing fall down. The fat and thin Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. Ghosts are not afraid to boil the soup. It must be human. Fat Yanbing said firmly. Fortunately, it scared me to death. Thin Yanbing patted his chest and said in fear. The two were talking when they suddenly heard the sound of Ruakong. Whoosh! From below and hit the fat Yan soldier's arm directly. Qin soldiers with good archery skills shot arrows to counterattack on the Yunti Island road. Ah! Fat Yanbing let out a pained cry, and quickly shrank back. Thin Yanbing also threw a falling rock and shrank back. It's just that the falling stone was inaccurate, and it didn't hit anything and fell directly to the city wall. Ding! The host is injured by a fall. The health value is deducted by 60 points. Ding! The host gains 6 free attributes and can add points freely. Cough. Buff got up. After the physique is added, the defense is also stronger, and if you fall from the same height, the loss of health is not as much as before. Crack. At this moment, a stone fell straight and hit Buff on the head. Ding! The top of the host's head was smashed. Deduct 10 points of health. Ding! The host gains 1 free attribute point, and can add points freely. It is only 10 points and 10 free points, and Buff has long ignored it. He got up quickly, jumped on the ladder again, and continued to climb up. Before long, Buff got up and climbed back to his previous position. When I looked up, I saw 2 Yan soldiers, one fat and one thin. The two are working together to carry a boulder up the city wall. Fat Yanbing has blood oozing from one arm. Ah! Ghost! Shou Yanbing saw Bufu, and immediately exclaimed, released the stone in his hand, and immediately run away. As a result, the boulder lost the support of the thin Yanbing, and immediately smashed down. Ah! The fat Yanbing cried out in pain, his foot was hit. The two were frightened by Buff, and immediately had no time to control Buff. Buff seized the opportunity and rushed directly to the last distance to the top of the ladder. The distance from the crenel of the city wall is only one person's height. Whew! Buff jumped up and rushed to the crenel of the city wall. At this moment, from the city wall, a spear suddenly stabbed directly into Buff's chest. He came out through his chest. A ruthless general of the state of Yan appearing at the crenel, he coldly retracted his spear, and despite Buff's powerless fall, he picked it up again, directly picking up the ladder, and suddenly exerting force. Crack! The ladder shattered and collapsed. Hold every crenel. The ruthless general said coldly, carrying his spear, and walked to the next ladder. At this crenel, the ladder was gone, and the soldiers of Yan were relieved immediately, and then went to support the other crenels.
However, under the city wall, there is no body of Buff. In the dark night, a figure hangs stubbornly outside the city wall. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 73 _ Attack the Wall. Ding! The host's chest was pierced. The health value is deducted by 78 points. Ding! The host has gained 7 free attributes and can add points freely. When Buff was pierced by a gun, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Then, when the generals took their spears, Buff's body fell. But this time, Buff was in the air, and suddenly shot. 5 fingers bent into claws, and slammed into the city wall. To strength, the stone bricks on the outside of the city wall were cracked. However, it was just a crack, and Buff couldn't catch it. The figure is rapidly sliding. Give me strength to 30. Buff shouted in his heart. Suddenly, a powerful force poured into Buff's 5 fingers. Kakaka. The cracked stone bricks suddenly shattered. Buff's 5 fingers, like iron claws, grabbed it hard. Buff's body finally stopped the downward trend. Buff, hanging on the city wall. Ah! Kill! Wind! Of Qin soldiers shouting in the surrounding night sky can be heard endlessly. In the distance, Qin Bing could be seen faintly falling from the sky. Buff clenched his teeth, stretched out his other right hand, and slammed it into the rock above. Crack! The rock shattered, and Buff's right hand stuck in it. Ding! The host's fingers are broken, and the HP will be deducted by 5 points. Ding! The host has gained 5 free attributes, and can add points freely. With force, Buff pulled his body up. Then, pull out the left hand, and continue to insert it upwards. In this way, with his own hands, Buff stepped on the hard city wall step by step, grabbed the bloody holes, and climbed up a little bit. The sound of the soldiers charging, the screams of the Yan soldiers above, and the painful cries of the Qin soldiers falling in the middle. The sound is in my ears. Buff gritted his teeth and climbed up a little bit. Ding! The host's finger is broken, and the HP will be deducted by 5 points. Ding! The host will gain 5 free attributes and can add points freely. Ding! The host's finger is broken, and the HP will be deducted by 5 points. Ding! The host will gain 5 freedom attributes, you can add points freely. Close black lens bracket in the sound of the system prompt, Buff finally climbed the city wall. This is no longer the krenel that Buff was stabbed by that ruthless spear. But there are no other ladders nearby, so there are not many Yan soldiers to guard. Krenel with his bloody hands, and then turned over and went behind the city wall. As a result, my feet were limp. Ah! You stepped on my arm. My arm is hurt. A Yan soldier cried out in pain. Then he looked up. Buff also bowed his head. Look at each other. It's the fat Yan soldier. He injured his arm and was abandoned by the thin Yan soldier, so he ran to an empty krenel and sat down to heal his wounds. Also just being lazy. Anyway, looking at the current battle situation, Qin Bing would not be able to attack under the violent falling rocks and rolling logs. However, not long after he sat down, he was trampled on, and he screamed. Then he looked up and saw that the blind bastard who stepped on him. It was a bloody face, but it seemed familiar. Eyes fell. Fat Yanbing saw the armor on the other side. That's Qin Bing's armor. Qin Bing. That. The evil ghost Qin Bing. That. The evil spirit who had his head cut off by himself and could climb 2 levels. That. The monster that was scalded by boiling water and could climb back up again. That. By 100 generals. Pierced through the spear and unexpectedly climbed up the city wall without knowing it. Ghost. Enemy attack. The fat Yanbing suddenly shouted in horror. The surrounding Yan soldiers turned their heads and looked over. I saw a Qin soldier, covered in blood, with a hole in his chest, gurgling out blood. Like a ghost from hell. It's this ghost, stretched out his left hand, grabbed the fat Yan soldier on the ground, and then made a fist with his right hand and blasted it directly at his head. Fear of the fat Yanbing exploded directly. It was blown into pieces, and the brain and blood mixed with blood and shot out.
splashed on the faces and bodies of the surrounding Yan Bing. Ouch! Many Yan soldiers vomited out in disgust. Headshot with one punch. The devil is killing. Kill. There are also brave men in the country of Yan, who are not intimidated by the tragic situation of the fat Yan soldiers. With a roar from the country of Yan, he drew his long sword from his waist and stabbed at Buff. Seeing this, Buff couldn't help grinning. Before on the ladder, he could only be beaten passively, and was smashed down several times. But now he has come to the city wall. That is the reverse of the situation. Choke. With a sound of sword cries, Buffalo of the state of Yan also pulled out the Shujuo sword around his waist. Then he slashed towards the chief of the state of Yan. Chief Yan took the lead with his sword and stabbed Bufu in the throat. However, Buff had no intention of evading at all. He kept his clumsy sword in his hand and slashed at Yan Guo's long neck. My sword is faster. He died first. Sword arrived, the chief of the state of Yan judged in his heart. But at the same time, he felt as if something was wrong. When his eyes fell on Buff's chest, he suddenly understood. This sudden appearance of Qin Bing looks like a ghost. Even though a bloody hole was opened in his chest, he still seemed to be nothing. His own long sword pierced his throat. What's the use of Yan Guohe wanted to withdraw the sword, but it was too late. PFF'd. The long sword pierced 3 inches into Buff's throat, and was caught by Buff's muscles. But Buff's clumsy sword, without hindrance, directly cut off the head of the country of Yan. In an instant, life and death are divided. Kill. But this short moment was enough for the rest of the Yan soldiers to recover from their initial sluggishness. Everyone roared, grabbed the weapons in their hands, and rushed towards the Qin soldier. Today is even a hell ghost crawling. When I come out, I will also kill the soldiers of Yan state. Everyone thought together. Result, the first person's Yan Bing stabbed the Li Gui in the abdomen, and then the Li Gui's sword chopped his head off. The second person's Yan Bing slashed the Li Ghost's shoulder with a knife, and then was cut off by the Li Ghost's sword. The 3 Yan soldiers did not attack, but raised their wooden shields, trying to block the long swords that were slashed by Li Gipi. Then, his head flew with the broken wooden shield. No matter who it was, no matter what attack, that specter would not be able to avoid it. He resisted directly, and then struck back with a sword, beheading him directly. But the long sword in his hand, sharpening iron like mud, no one can stop a move. Swish. That specter was like chopping melons and vegetables, and the Yan soldiers who killed them were so frightened that they didn't dare to go forward. Get out of the way. I'm coming. Suddenly, there was a cold drink. A ruthless general held a spear and charged straight forward, with a turbulent momentum. But Li Gui suddenly grinned. Please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 74 The Devil in Hell. It's you who I'm looking for. Buff said, but he hesitated. His throat was stabbed 5 times, and his voice was hoarse and leaky. It sounded like the murmur of hell demons. The surrounding Yan soldiers were even more afraid and took a step back. Whoosh. The ruthless general rushed in front of Buff, jumped suddenly, and stabbed the spear straight into Buff's chest. A blow from the sky. His power is tyrannical, otherwise he would not be able to serve as 100 generals. With a single spear, no less than 10 Qin soldiers could have been stabbed to death just by defending the city. At this time, this spear was even more inevitable. However, Bufu raised his hand and directly held the spearhead. Follow, with a sudden grip. Squeak. The spear suddenly made a sour sound. The head of the spear was held in Buff's hand, and it instantly solidified and remained motionless. The body of the spear was squeezed by both ends, and it bowed directly into a semicircular arc. The cold general's pupils suddenly shrank. The power of your own. With a full-strength blow, the force of the impact and the energy of the whole body are condensed on a spear. But this Qin Bing was holding it with one hand. How could it be? His power is so terrifying. Could it be that this is really a devil? The ruthless general was excited, but Buff suddenly exerted force and directly 10% off. Click. The curved spear suddenly broke from the middle. Buff held the spearhead,
turned it upside down, and stabbed the ruthless general's chest. The ruthless general quickly grabbed the end of the broken spear and slammed it on Buff's arm. With his strength, this blow was enough to shatter the rock. However, when the spear was drawn down, he felt like defeating leather. It's not the touch of the human body. And Buff's arm is not affected by this pumping at all. Still straight, and firm, just like that, it was inserted straight into the heart of the ruthless generals, until there was no handle. Even Buff's arm was directly inserted into it. The ruthless general's body suddenly stiffened, and his eyes suddenly widened. The ruthless general kept pouring blood from his mouth, staring at Buff. Seemed unbelievable, and suddenly realized. He also saw clearly, the hell evil spirit in front of him was actually so familiar. This evil ghost, he had encountered before, and he even pierced it with a spear and threw it directly into the city wall. But, why wasn't he stabbed to death? Why wasn't he thrown to death? Why did he climb up the city wall and the ruthless generals are full of unwillingness? Suddenly, the evil spirit pulled himself in front of him, pressed his ear, and whispered. I am a future traveler. Qin will be unified. The ruthless general was suddenly surprised. He didn't know what traverser was, the future, and barely guessed the meaning of the word. The latter sentence shocked him even more. Qin state is unified. Yan state, is it destined to perish? The ruthless generals suddenly shrank their pupils, still eyes, and then slowly spread. Qin will win. Swallow must die. I am unwilling. Buff threw the corpse in his hand off the city wall, and then looked at the surrounding Yan soldiers. Yan soldiers retreated one after another, letting out an open space around Buff. They saw with their own eyes that the hell ghost in front of them was almost invulnerable. Even if a sword stabbed into his body, he actually felt no pain and slashed people with his backhand. Even 100 warriors were stabbed to death by him. Yan soldiers were cowardly, but Buff had high fighting spirit. Before these Yan soldiers were on the city wall, they smashed the ground below the Qin soldiers and suffered heavy casualties. Now it's time to repay the debt. Qin will win. Buff roared, grabbed the clumsy sword, and rushed to the side of the Yan soldiers. Shish. The clumsy sword is in the hands of Buff, completely lost its original. Of Ben Yanjian turned into a rough machete instead. Sword slashed, and the two Yan soldiers flew directly to the head. Boo! Bowstring vibrated, and an arrow shot out from the crowd and shot directly into Buff's chest. An archer from the kingdom of Yan stood in the distance, holding a large pitch-black bow in his hand, like a scythe of the god of death. Buff's dashing figure slowed down, but he sneered, carrying the arrows and continuing to move forward. His eyes were fixed on the Yan Kingdom archer. 500 masters. When Yan Bing saw the Yan Kingdom archer, he was immediately shocked. This is their master of 500, who has excellent archery skills and can pierce through Yang at 100 paces. In the battle of defending the city just now, every time he shot an arrow, there was a Qin soldier. Death. The arrows are not empty. At this moment, when the 500 masters of the archers came, Yan Bing immediately found the backbone, and they all gathered in the past. The 500 master archer stood on the spot, motionless, like a green pine. Eyes like falcons stared at Buff. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there are ghosts. Death by my arrows too. The 500 master archer spoke coldly. Immediately, as soon as he raised his hand, a soldier of Yan beside him immediately handed the arrow into his hand. Whoa! It's almost impossible to see how he shoots with a bow and arrow. There was only a sound of breaking through the sky, and the arrow was like a shooting star, with a touch of afterimage, and inserted into Buff's chest again. Buff took a step forward, paused a little, and even took a step back. But soon, he continued to take firm steps as if nothing was wrong. Ding! The host was shot through the chest. His health was deducted by 30 points. Ding! The host gained 3 free attributes and can add points freely. The system is cold. The mechanical prompt sounded constantly in Buff's mind. In Buff's eyes, the 500 master archers suddenly became a fragrant bun. Boom! Whoa! Whoa! The 500 master archers, under the feeding arrows of the Yan soldiers beside them, fired at a rapid rate, like a reeling crossbow. This is his unique stunt, rapid archery. Every arrow hit Buff directly, inserted into Buff's body, and the arrow even drilled out of Buff's back. But every arrow, they just stopped Buff's footsteps a little. Buff's footsteps, a meal, after all, step by step toward the 500 master archers. The surrounding Yan soldiers were stunned. Blankly at this evil ghost with arrows stuck in it. This is really not a human being. No one will die if so many arrows are stuck in it. Ghost! Someone exclaimed. Shut up. The 500 masters of the archer roared angrily, grabbed an arrow in person, and shot it angrily. Whoosh! A sharp sound. The arrow shot directly into Buff's left eye socket. Death! The 500 master archers shouted loudly. This arrow is the arrow with all his strength. It is bound to be one. However, Buff's mind just flickered, and then the corner of his mouth grinned. Ding! The host's eyes were shot through. His health was deducted by 98 points. Ding! The host gained 9 free attributes and can add points freely. Buff grinned and raised his clumsy sword in his hand, and Yanbing retreated in horror. The 500 master of the archer also changed dramatically. He stopped shooting arrows, turned around and was about to leave. But how can Buff let him leave like a dragon, with a speed of 50 points, burst out suddenly, and pounce on it? Sword. Heads are thrown away. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 75 by Chi's Rebirth. The 500 master archers of the Yan kingdom died. The surrounding Yan soldiers were in chaos, and they no longer had the courage to resist Bufu, and they all fled. Bufu waved his hand and chopped off his arm and his head. Dakin will win. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded not far away. That is Qin Bing. A Qin Bing on the city wall. Buff attracted hundreds of Yan soldiers here, and also beheaded 100 generals and 500 soldiers. Lord, relieved a lot of pressure on the rest of the lot. Finally, there is a Qin soldier, who successfully rushed to the city wall. Buff looked from a distance, and only felt that the figure was familiar. That was a veteran. A veteran who blocked an arrow for Buff and wanted to die. He was in the rain of arrows. He survived. He rushed up the ladder and climbed to the top of the permafrost city wall. Dakin will win. Veteran shouted loudly, slashed the neck of a Yan soldier in front of him with a sword, and shouted up to the sky. However, 3 or 4 Yan soldiers rushed towards him soon. They were afraid of the unkillable hell ghost here. They are not afraid of ordinary Qin soldiers. But at this moment, another figure jumped up from the cloud ladder outside the city wall. More and more Qin soldiers rushed up. Buff also roared angrily, kicking the corpse of the 500 master archers on the ground with one kick. Then he chopped off his arm with a sword, held him firmly in his hand, and carried the jet black bow that he would not let go to death on his back. Kill. Clumsy sword in hand, Bufu rushed to kill the Qin army, among the vanguard army. General Lin Xiao and General Xin Sheng looked at the permafrost city in the distance in the middle of the night with solemn expressions. In the dark night, the appearance of the permafrost city could not be seen clearly. The sound of killing, barely able to judge the current battle situation. Qin Bing's cry of killing has always been. Under the city wall, above the cloud ladder, there are very few Qin soldiers shouting loudly. Can't attack. Lin Xiaozhang said helplessly. This is the second siege. The Yan soldiers are ready to charge. They have accumulated a lot of falling rocks and rolling logs, and they have enough energy. Our army rushed to kill like this, but it was in vain. Lin Xiao looked at General Xin Sheng and waited for his order to withdraw. After fighting for so long, the purpose of consuming the Yanbing's defense equipment and energy has been achieved. Continuing to fight will only increase casualties. General Xin Sheng has no expression on his face, as if in front of him, it is just a simulation game. Who died were just cold numbers. However, he did not order the withdrawal of the troops. He said he would definitely take down the walls. General Xin Sheng said suddenly. Lin Xiaozhong gave a wry smile. Yes, he said it. But everyone knows that he is angry. At this time, who can capture the city wall? Someone can. General Xin Sheng suddenly spoke. A man once said the same thing. Then, he took down the wall. Lin Xiaojian was stunned for a moment, and after thinking it over in his mind, he was still full of doubts. He didn't seem to be such a brave person. If so, he must have heard of it. General Xin Sheng looked at the night sky, as if in memory, but also in awe. That is the Lord Wuan back then. General Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately became solemn. Lord Wuan, the idol of all Qin soldiers. The god of killing in the world. Wu, who has risen from the bottom of his ranks. Thinking of this, General Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head and glanced at General Xin Sheng in surprise. Could it be that, in General Xin Sheng's eyes, that Buff would be the next king of Wuan? General Xin Sheng shaking his head. I don't think so. I just want to see what is so unique about General Wang's eyes. You must know that General Wang has been in the army all his life, and he has never personally asked to promote a small 100 generals. Even his own son, Wang Ben, doesn't have this treatment. That Buff. It was the only time he spoke. I've always been curious about what kind of person can make General Wang speak. Now I know, General Wang, there are times when things go wrong. General Xin Sheng shook his head and was about to order the withdrawal of the troops. However, at this moment, the screams of killing in the distance suddenly rang out. Wind, gale. Dakan will win. A high-pitched cry from the Qin people shook the night sky. General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao were shocked, and they all listened carefully, wanting to hear it more clearly. Because this scream came from above the city wall. Report. Just at this time, the frontline messengers rushed to report. 20 ladders, 12 are left at this time. 3 of them rushed to the city wall. The messengers shouted excitedly, Shoo! General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao slapped the table directly, and their eyes shone brightly. Increase troops. Keep fighting. Bike permafrost. General Xin Sheng said immediately. General Lin Xiao exclaimed in a low voice. He really did it. Kill god lives. Outside the south gate of Frozen Earth City. The Dingxi squad, the 18 cavalry of Ping'an, and the remaining 2,000 cavalry, are now fully armed, riding horses, and staring at the siege battle in the west. Always ready, always ready. They want to charge. They want to help their generals. Arrogant even wants to go to the battlefield alone several times. But he was held down by Uncle Liang. Military orders are like mountains, you can't resist them. Otherwise it will be very troublesome. Now, we only have to believe in how long. He must succeed. You will win. Everyone gritted their teeth, but their hearts were heavy. They also had a general understanding of the siege situation, and most of the Qin soldiers fell under the cloud ladder. A small number of Qin soldiers, who were not afraid of death, rushed up the ladder, but were still smashed by the Yan soldiers on the city wall. No one knows where Buff is. Wind. Wind. Dakan will win. At this moment, on the city wall, a loud shout finally sounded. Everyone froze and trembled. Dakan will win. You will win. Qi Ying shouted. Above the permafrost city wall. Buff slashed the Yan soldier in front of him with a sword, and blood splashed on his face. In his mouth, he even took a sip. His eyes were full of blood. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He just felt that there were Yan soldiers in front of him, and he couldn't kill them all. He didn't know how many swords had been hit on his body, and he didn't even have time to check the system upgrade. Even Buff felt a little tired. The physique of one felt exhausted and tired. It can be seen how intense the battle is. Finally, the last Yan soldier in front of him fell. Buff's eyes suddenly brightened, and there were no Yan soldiers blocking the way, and the city wall stretched into the darkness, and it was impossible to see it. Again, the shouting and killing behind him continued. The Qin soldiers and the Yan soldiers were fighting together. The Yan soldiers were continuously replenished from under the city wall. 10,000 Yan soldiers in the frozen soil city, but how can they kill all the Qin soldiers, and only relying on 3 ladders to transport them is limited after all. Wow! A loud bang, and another cloud ladder collapsed. Several Qin soldiers at the battlements, without reinforcements, were immediately overwhelmed by Yan soldiers. In order to defend the city, the Yan soldiers risked their lives. At this moment, Buff suddenly felt the city wall shaking under his feet. Turning his head to look, he saw the city wall in the dark night, and suddenly twisted. Immediately following, the night was torn apart. 3 high war horses rushed out suddenly. On top of the war horses were the Yan soldiers who were fully armed, heavily armored, and armed with spears. He started to charge with heavy cavalry on the city wall. Ignore the enemy and me, ignore Qin Yan, charge all, and crash down the city wall without dying. For the frozen soil, for the home, Dian will win. Novel please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 76_hard against heavy cavalry. The cavalry is divided into heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The 2,000 cavalry underboof are all light cavalry. They ride war horses, wear light armor, hold weapons, are known for their speed, and are good at rushing. And heavy cavalry, in addition to cavalry, must wear thick and heavy armor. Even the horses must be approved with heavy armor that can resist spears. The heavy cavalry is not fast, but once activated, it is unstoppable. It can kill everything. 100 catties. Therefore, no matter which country, heavy cavalry is a rare and precious resource, and it cannot be used easily. Who would have thought that a permafrost city actually has heavy cavalry? Although there are only a dozen of them. In the battlefield outside the city it can't get up to scale at all. But now above this narrow city wall, these dozen or so heavy cavalry are domineering weapons that swept away everything. It is enough to push down the entire city wall. Of course, on the city wall, in addition to Qin soldiers, there are also Yan soldiers, and even Yan soldiers more. But when the heavy cavalry charged, there was no distinction between people and animals. In order to defend the city wall, the Yan soldiers wanted to let the Yan soldiers and Qin soldiers on the city wall perish together. For Dian. The leading heavy cavalry shouted in sympathy. Then unstoppable, it slammed directly into the fighting crowd. Like a flash flood, like a tsunami, swept everything. Run. Behind Bufu, regardless of Qin soldiers and Yan soldiers, seeing the heavy cavalry rushing like thunder, they all stopped to fight. An exclamation exploded. Qin Bing, Yan Bing, jumped straight to the inside and outside of the city wall regardless of their own health. There is still a chance to jump down, especially in the direction of the city. There are houses and trees below, and there are even steps to the city wall. Lucky, you won't fall to your death. But stay on the city wall and use one person's strength to resist the heavy cavalry. There is no doubt that you will die. Buff is the first to bear the brunt. Cavalry. Boom boom boom. City wall shook, and the heavy cavalry came crashing down. The spear was straight and stabbed directly at Buff in front. Buff let out a low growl and stretched out his hands to grab the head of the spear. It was just like the spear that dealt with the ruthless generals before. However, he did grab the head of the spear, but the speed of the heavy cavalry continued unabated, and the spear swept away from his hands and stabbed directly into Buff's chest. Crack. Just stabbed Buff's spine. It broke in an instant. Buff's entire body was thrown into the air. Buff's 300 strength, but it was no match for the power of these heavy cavalry charges. Because this stabbed Buff, he is the leader of the heavy cavalry, and he is also a soldier in the defending army of the Yan soldiers. The strength is as high as a fierce general of more than 100 points. With the blessing of the heavy cavalry, he is charging, and this amount is enough to exceed 300. Ding! The host's spine was stabbed. Health. In addition to 100 points. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket ding. The host gets 10 points of free attribute. You can add points freely. Close black lens bracket in the cold mechanical prompt of the system, he suddenly woke up. Power, give me 10 points. Buff shouted quickly in his heart.
Suddenly, a powerful force surged from the depths of Buff's soul. Crack! The commander of the heavy cavalry was about to throw the corpse away with a spear. But as soon as there was a sound, the corpse actually understood, and his hands tightly grasped the barrel of the spear. Then, the corpse raised its head impressively. The leader of the heavy cavalry was shocked. For a moment, Buff's body sank, grabbed the spear, and stomped to the ground. Crack! City wall. The thick bricks above it burst open. Get up! Buff, with a sudden roar, grabbed the spear and raised it. He actually commanded the heavy cavalry and flew straight from the horse's back. Shut up! The leader of the heavy cavalry was picked, and the horses under him were in chaos. The entire heavy cavalry team, Minato, began to be in chaos. However, this is just the beginning. Buff grabbed the spear tightly, pulled the spear head out of his chest. And then pulled it suddenly. The spear fell to the ground, and the heavy cavalry commander who had been holding the end of the spear also fell. Buff directly hugged a bear and hugged it tightly. Strangulation with both arms. Squeaky. The armor on the heavy cavalry leader, immediately, made a sour deformation sound. Buff used his arms to twist it. The heavy cavalry commander in the armor suddenly vomited blood, and his body was ravaged by tremendous force. Phew! At this time, another heavy cavalry spear stabbed straight at the back of Buff's head. But Buff turned around, raised his hand, grabbed the spear, and pulled it hard. Ah! The heavy cavalry was suddenly pulled forward and flew to Buff. Buff took a lunge and punched with a heavy voice. The fist slammed on the helmet of the heavy cavalry. Bang! The sound of steel deformation sounded. Of the heavy cavalry was dented in an instant, forming a fist mark. The space inside the helmet could not fit into a complete head anyway. The viscous blood gurgled from the helmet. Heavy cavalry, die, rush. The commander of the heavy cavalry on the ground was not dead yet, but suddenly issued an order. The heavy cavalry team, whose speed had dropped sharply, suddenly accelerated. A warhorse in heavy armor slammed into it again. Buff was about to make a move, the leader of the heavy cavalry behind him also immediately shot and hit Buff's leg with a punch. Buff can't help but stumble. This heavy cavalry leader's strength, although he can't seriously hurt Buff with his fists for a while, is enough to attack Buff's knee bend and make Buff bend legs. A short delay, when Buff stood up again, the heavy cavalry had already rushed over. The horse under the commander of the heavy cavalry bowed its head and slammed into Buff's chest. Buff's figure flew again. The leader of the heavy cavalry seized this opportunity, stood up and punched, and slammed into Buff's chest. Buff also hit back, punching Buff's chest. Bang! The heavy cavalry commanded the chest armor, with a fist mark directly in the depression. PFF'd. He took a mouthful of blood and spit it out, 3 feet straight. But Buff's body flew out 1 foot 0 to the side. Ding! The host was hit on the chest. His health was deducted by 10 points. Ding! The host gained 1 free attribute and can add points freely. In the system prompt, Buff's injury was minor. But his figure has already been blasted out of the city wall. Below him is the inside of the permafrost city. Phew! Even if Bufu has the power of 10,000, he can't use it at this time, and he can only fall into the permafrost city. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 77_Corpses under the city walls. 6 more customized. Qin Army, the main camp of the Chinese army, in the general's tent. Wang Jian was staring at the topographic map, thoughtfully. On the topographic map, it is no longer just a permafrost city, but 1,000 miles of land in the east of Sushui, the country of Dian. The lieutenant hesitated for a long time, before he stopped talking. If you have anything, just say it. There are no outsiders here. Wang Jian spoke lightly. General, I really don't know, it's okay if you recruit that Buff. Why do you specifically point it out and let him lead the cavalry into the vanguard army? The lieutenant immediately said.
It turned out that the reason why Buff was able to lead the 1,000 cavalry as the 22,500 master and entered the vanguard army together with Wang Ben was specially approved by Wang Jian. Otherwise, even if Buff had made great contributions, it would not be possible for him to join the army alone. It is impossible to lead the cavalry as a newcomer after 2 months. You must know that even the light cavalry is rare in this era. Those who don't know, think that Buff is your general's son and nephew. Among the 3 armies, there are already quite a few people who have made a lot of criticism. So yesterday, General Yi Pai recommended Nabufu to join the camp first, and the rest of the generals pretended to be dead, and no one objected. The lieutenant spoke again. Ha ha ha. Wang Jian laughed 3 times. They're all vulgars. Let me ask you, you have been to Fengli Gorge too. If you were to lead 100 men, would you be able to intercept 200 Yan Kingdom's cavalry? Lieutenant froze for a moment, then thought about it seriously, then shook his head and said ashamed. I can't. There's no need to be ashamed, the old man asks himself, there is only a 50% chance of winning. That's still based on the fact that as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, I have unparalleled majesty, and I have a good command of the troops, plus my understanding of the Yan Kingdom's light cavalry. If I had just joined the army, I would be filled with new recruits. That's 1%. None. The lieutenant was a little stunned when he heard these words. So to say, Nabuff is indeed valiant. That's why the general promoted him. More than heroic. Wang Jian sighed and said, as far as this old man knows, no one has such courage when he was so young. As long as there is only one person, it may be equally magical. Lieutenant said curiously, Li Xin Li Mu Meng Tian. He named several famous generals in succession. However, Wang Jian still shook his head. Zhun Wuan is also. The lieutenant froze for a moment. Wu Anjin. He immediately understood Wang Jian's intention. Even that, Buff is not as good as Lord Wuan, but he can have 1/10 and 10% of the qualifications of Lord Wuan. That's worthy of Wang Jian's cultivation. Why did the general acquiesce when General Yi Pai deliberately framed Nabufu and recommended Ru Xian to join the camp? Wang Jian smiled. Xin Sheng knows what I mean. He will mediate and take care of Buff. If I open my mouth to reject it, it will arouse Yi Ping's resentment. Wang Jian stood with his hands behind his back, believing himself. At this time, a messenger came in and presented the latest frontline battle report. The lieutenant immediately. Take it over and open the sidewalk. In the middle of the night, Xin Sheng launched the first siege. Buff. The lieutenant froze suddenly, and immediately stopped talking. Buff insisted on joining the first boarding camp and entering the war immediately. Xin Sheng, it's allowed. Shish. Wang Jian suddenly turned around. The lieutenant hurriedly handed over the general report. Frowned immediately after reading it. It's impossible for Xin Sheng not to know what I mean. That's what Nabuff forced. But why is he in such a hurry to die? The lieutenant wondered. Report. At this moment, the second messenger came running. Battle ahead, there is a steady stream of messengers, reporting the latest battle situation, and there is no room for delay. He swallowed a mouthful of spit. Only later did he tell Wang Jian. Although the Yan soldiers were suddenly attacked, they were fully prepared, and the 5,000 Xiandang camp suffered heavy casualties. Xin Sheng plans to withdraw from this siege. There is no problem with the military report, and the lieutenant also understands that the siege of the city is not achieved overnight, and it needs to be spent many times. Only this time, Nabuff was in the first camp. Xiandeng suffered heavy casualties, which meant that the lieutenant did not speak, but only looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian's face was expressionless, and he could not see any emotion. Report. The third messenger came. Lieutenant couldn't wait to expand and read it. Just as we were about to withdraw our troops, Xiandeng camp suddenly attacked the city wall, shouting and killing one. Then increase your troops immediately, and you must conquer the city. Lieutenant was overjoyed and said to Wang Jian,
The siege was successful. No. Wang Jian's expression changed. It can't be that simple. The Yan general who guards the frozen city is Yan Qi. I've seen this person before. Although he's just a captain, he is ruthless in his use of troops, and he often does unexpected things. He once cut off his arm in order to win, and let 3,000 Yan soldiers and 5,000 enemy troops perish together. It's a way of injuring 1,000 enemies and 800 for yourself. If it weren't for that, he would have been a lieutenant since he was born in the heavy cavalry. He guards the permafrost city, it is impossible to conquer it so easily. Wang Jian slapped the table and said angrily. Are there any messengers? The lieutenant was in a hurry, and even ran out of the military tent himself, wanting to see if there were heralds behind. It turned out that there was really a fourth. Quick report. The lieutenant snatched a newspaper from the general, and immediately run back to the tent and read the sermon. An increase of 5,000 troops has just arrived at the bottom of the city. Above the city wall, there is the sound of heavy cavalry rushing to kill. Qin soldiers and Yan soldiers, all fell to their death. The cloud ladder is broken. No matter how difficult it is to attack the city, the only way is to withdraw and fight again in the future. After reading the military newspaper, the lieutenant also took a deep breath. Hiss. This Yan Qi actually used heavy cavalry on the city wall, regardless of the enemy or me, all rushed to kill. At this time, the enemy lost 800, and the self-injured 1,002. I don't know that buff. The lieutenant muttered. Crack. Wang Jian replayed the case, and his anger surged. But in the end he sighed. Yan Qi's original intention was to lure the enemy to attack and kill. It makes no sense to use heavy cavalry before reinforcements can reach the city wall. But the chaos on the city wall is beyond his control, and if he delays for a while, the city wall may fall. Lieutenant nodded. The source of the chaos, could it be Nabiath? Wang Jian smiled and sighed again. It doesn't matter whether it is him or not now. Under the heavy cavalry, there are few survivors. Buff, you are a fool. The old man lost his sight. The frozen earth city, above the city wall, is completely silent. After the heavy cavalry rushed to kill, there were not many survivors left. Either they died or they were knocked off the city wall. However, after rushing to kill at this time, the heavy cavalry was not happy. Everyone dismounted with difficulty, and ran to the commander. Military. Military. The commander of the heavy cavalry, the one who knocked Buff down the city wall, was still sitting on horseback at this time. But in the gap of the armor, the blood flowed non-stop. He was provoked by Buff to strangle him. He was punched again, the armor was deformed, and it was impossible to continue to rush to this point. If it weren't for him at the critical moment, let the heavy cavalry continue charge. I am afraid that the heavy cavalry washing the city wall will be stopped by Buff alone. Go and call the military doctor. Someone shouted. Also, go find that. Damn it Qin Bing. I want to slash his body with 1,000 swords. At the same time, on the inside of the permafrost city wall, among the piles of corpses, a blood-stained corpse moved slightly to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Chapter 78 _ A woman who touches a corpse. 7 more for automatic subscription. Woo. A corpse was pushed away and rolled down. Buff climbed out from below. He fell from the city wall, and before he had time to get up, he was drowned by the corpses that fell one after another. Those who fell behind, Qin soldiers and Yan soldiers, fell so high and died. Buff has only now finally made it out. He looked up, there was no sound of shouting on the city wall. The voices outside the city walls were also quieter. Qin Bing, retreat. The second siege of the city was declared a failure. Buff shook his head helplessly. He did stand on the city wall, and even helped the rest of the ladders to rush up. But who could have imagined that the Yan soldiers would be so mad that they would use heavy cavalry to attack the city wall without distinguishing between the enemy and the enemy? Buff can only be in the tundra city now. He has to wait for the next wave of Qin soldiers to attack the city, and then cooperate with the inside and outside to break the city in one fell swoop. Buff thought and looked at his attribute panel. Open black lens bracket name, Buff. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket identity, 22,500 Lord. First boarding soldiers. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket strength, 30. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket speed, 50. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket physical, 15. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket life. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Zhongsan long spear, turnaround spear. Guarding sword. Sharp. Sturdy. Open the mountain. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket freedom point, 88. Free point, it is close to 1000. Buff checked his injuries. Although he was seriously injured, his body was more the bone, especially the chest, was pierced by the blood hole. Although it was healing, it was still oozing blood. The spine was also tingling, which made Buff unable to straighten his back, but it did not affect his movements much. Thinking about it, Buff didn't add a physique to himself. With improved physique and improved defense, it will be difficult for oneself to get injured and earn free points. Anyway, the next wave of Qinbing's siege will still take some time, so let's just do this for now. Find a place and heal slowly. Buff was thinking about it, when suddenly there was a burst of hilarious footsteps. Someone is coming. Buff stared at him, holding a clumsy sword in his hand, and was ready to kill the person who came. But soon, someone appeared in his eyes, but Buff's pupils shrank slightly. The permafrost city, so naturally it will not be Qinbing. But not Yan soldiers, but ordinary people in the city. We're 7 or 8 people in total, men and women, all dressed in simple linen clothes and patches, all of whom were poor. If it were the Yan soldiers, Buff would definitely kill him and leave without hesitation. But if it was the people of the Yan kingdom, Buff hesitated. Prosperity, the people suffer. Death, the people suffer. Both Qinmin and Yanmin were victims of war. The end, Buff simply didn't move, just stared wide-eyed, sat among the corpses, and pretended to be dead. Quick! The army will come to collect the body soon, we don't have much time. An old man who took the lead, while talking, ran over quickly, bent his body, and skillfully took out the corpse's arms. He actually took out a few copper coins for him. These people are here to touch the corpse. The rest of the people acted one after another, groping around, regardless of whether it was a soldier of Yan. Regardless of any soldier, in their eyes, is all. Don't keep touching your arms. At this time, Qinbing will not carry money in his arms, so he will take out the soles of his shoes. Take out the crotch too. In the lead was obviously an old experience, and while groping, he kept pointing at the others. A woman walked towards Buff. Buff glanced at it, and he looked about 25 or 6 years old. He was wearing simple clothes. Although he was patched, it was clean and tidy. The stitches of the patches were also fine. Her long hair was simply rolled up and inserted with a wooden hairpin, and she approached step by step, but her face turned pale with fright. Was the first time she saw a dead person at such a close distance. Especially so many dead people with bloody flesh. Some Yan soldiers fell from the city wall, their heads hit the ground first, and their livers and brains smeared on the ground. The woman was frightened, and finally even closed her eyes, dared to squat down. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see a pair of round eyes staring at herself fiercely. Ah! She couldn't help exclaiming. She sat down on the ground, and Empress Kang retreated. Shish! Exclamation mark quote. Be quiet. I wish we were discovered by those damn Yan soldiers. The leading old man scolded, and also looked over. Seeing that Buff's eyes were round, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. This guy is dying. What are you afraid of? His armor is different from the rest of the Qin soldiers, he should be an official. Do a good search, it must be before. After speaking, the leading old man went to touch the rest of the corpses. Saw the woman, he couldn't help but scolded. Girl Sue. If you think your father died on the bed because he didn't have the money to get the medicine, just sit there in a daze. Your father was injured by Yan Bing, and if he can't catch the medicine tomorrow, he will surely die. After that, the old man who took the lead didn't care anymore. His family is not very good, and he has no time to care about others. The woman named Sue woke up and quickly got up, but she didn't dare to look into Bufu's eyes again. She lowered her head, stared at her toes, moved slowly to Buff, and then slowly raised her hand to touch Buff's face. Fortunately, the wound on Buff's face is almost healed now, and it's not a bloody mess. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to attack at all. Bufu didn't move, letting Sue's little hand fall on his face. Warm and soft. Not at all like a poor woman doing rough work. Sue's little hand gently wiped down, and Buff suddenly understood what she meant. She wanted to close her eyes. I don't know if it was because she was afraid to look at her own eyes, or she wanted her to close her eyes and cooperate silently, waiting for Sue's palm to stroke her eyelashes, and then she closed her eyes in cooperation. Just after closing his eyes, Buff couldn't see Sue, but he could feel that she was right in front of him. The frightened breathing became rapid, but he quickly endured it, for fear of waking up his corpse. The same. I'm sorry. Buff heard Sue whispering. Then his belly tore open the armor and was gently pulled. Sue is groping in her arms. Unfortunately, the leading old man was right. Armor of Qin soldiers cannot carry anything in their arms. Actually, Buff didn't have any money with him either. Buff felt that Sue groped for her cuffs and waist again, but found nothing. Then it stopped, probably a little disappointed. Then, Buff felt Sue stand up. Then her turban suddenly moved. She undid her turban. Buff's body collapsed suddenly, and he was ready to take action. The turban was specially sewn by the young mother and embroidered 2 wild ducks. Buff has been carrying it on her head, but she doesn't want to lose it. If this woman wants to take the turban that her young mother gave her. Buff didn't mind killing all of them, killing all the Yanmans. But just as Buff was about to start, his right hand holding the clumsy sword sank. Sue grabbed her right wrist, and then a layer of cloth was tied on Buff's wrist. It's a duck turban. This Sue, just look at Buff's turban to see if there is something hiding it. When she found out, she was ready to throw it away. But I didn't expect to see a pair of wild ducks embroidered on the turban. Mandarin duck. She recognized it, and immediately guessed that the turban might have been given to him by the wife of the deceased Qin Bing. Now this Qin Bing died in a foreign country. The woman who embroidered this Mandarin duck scarf, can't wait for her husband to return home. Sue's heart moved slightly, and then she decided to return the turban. But wrapping headscarves for people is very cumbersome. So she chose to tie the headscarf on Buff's wrist. Only then did Buff release tight muscles. Turban is still there. I can forgive this Sue woman, one life. But the next moment, Bufu felt that Sue's little hand turned and landed on his right hand. She returned the Mandarin duck turban, but found the clumsy sword in her right hand. She wants to keep the clumsy sword. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 79_Old Qin Bing's Perseverance. 8 more. The Shujuo sword is of the highest quality, and it is naturally different from the ordinary swallow sword. If you look carefully, you can tell it apart. This Sue is not stupid, and finally found the most valuable thing in Buff. For a moment, Buff cooperated and let go of his hand, as if Sue had split his fingers. The Shujuo sword does not have any built-in sword moves. In the hands of Buff, it is only used as a machete. Buff doesn't pay much attention to it. If you lose it, just lose it. The Mandarin duck headscarf is good. I'm sorry. Sue took the Shujuo sword, but did not leave, but said softly again. Buff closed his eyes, wondering in his heart. The most valuable Shujuo sword on your body has been taken away by you, and you are still holding Bufu with closed eyes, waiting quietly. He would like to see what this woman of Yan country still looks at in her body.
As a result, the next moment, he almost cried out. His belt loosened. She actually remembered the words of the elder brother who took the lead. Qinbing's money likes to hide in the soles and crotch. Buff is now sitting in the pile of corpses, with her feet stuck in the corpse. Sue, a weak woman, is determined to be impossible to touch. But another location Buff can't laugh or cry. He actually fell into this situation. Slowly. Finally, Buff couldn't bear it any longer, and his instinct moved. Sue, who was shy and nervous at first, felt it immediately. Drew her hands and looked at the corpse in front of her. How could the corpse move? At the same time, she saw the corpse in front of her and suddenly opened her eyes. Ah! Just as Sui was about to speak in fright, she immediately raised her hand to cover her small mouth, preventing herself from screaming. One man and one woman, one Qin and one Yan, just face each other like this, looking at each other. Buff stared at the woman in front of him, but didn't immediately. Hands on. Because, he heard neat footsteps. Not good. The Yan soldiers are here. Run. Don't let all suffer. Take the lead, brother, immediately. With a low cry, he led the crowd away. Sue also staggered to keep up, but at the last moment, she turned her head to take a look. She looked at the Qinbing who was not dead. As a result, she saw that Qinbing turned over and quickly ran away from the other direction until the Yanbing arrived. Counting the casualties, whether it was Yanmin or Buff who touched the corpse, they are all gone. Grandma's. My childish body. Buff hid under a corner, wanting to cry without tears. To be given by a woman of Yan country, this is not a loss. Buff consoled himself. Buff was about to rest when he heard the neat footsteps of Yanbing. Buff immediately. Move around and hide again. He needed to rest, and he would not take action until the Qin army attacked the city for the third time. But it is not clear why the Qin soldiers will attack the city for the third time. Moreover, he also wants to find out the situation near the city gate, but there must be many Yan soldiers guarding it, and it is extremely difficult to get close. Also unable to contact the Qin army outside the city, Buff is now alone. Dakan will win. Suddenly, Bufu heard the screams of Qinbing coming not far away. And Qinbing fell into the city as if he was still at home, Bufu immediately before he died. Zunsheng rushed over. Then in an alley, I saw 5 or 6 soldiers, Yan soldiers, blocking a Qin soldier. Qin soldiers retreated to the end of the alley, and it was a dead end. His body was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and he could not stand still. However, he still held the Qin sword and waved it indiscriminately, preventing the Yan soldiers in front of him from approaching. Here comes the spear. Yanbing shouted, and the 2 people in front pushed away immediately. The 2 Yan soldiers holding spears in the back ran over and moved towards the Qin soldier, which was a bucket. Qinbing couldn't dodge in time, and was immediately stabbed in the abdomen. He continued to wield the Qin sword, trying to kill the Yan soldiers. But with the spear poking, how can he reach it? Qin will win, he roared in his mouth. Dakan will win. A violent roar exploded from the entrance of the alley. Buff spoke up. Yanbing was shocked and turned his head. Then I saw a Qin soldier, like a fierce tiger, charging towards him and others. With bare hands, he rushed to kill 5 or 6 soldiers, 1 Yan soldier and 2 Yan soldiers, and immediately raised his sword and stabbed. Buff raised both hands, grabbed the blade directly, and did not care to cut his fingers apart. He suddenly exerted force. 3 With the blessing of strength, the 2 Yan soldiers cannot control it at all. In his hand was immediately seized. Buff grabbed the long sword, turned it around abruptly, and stabbed straight forward. He directly pierced 2 Qin soldiers, and even came out through his body, and stabbed the 2 Qin soldiers behind them. A gourd. 444 Yan soldiers were killed directly by Buff. The 2 Yan soldiers who stabbed the Qin soldiers badly were just about to draw out their spears and attack Bufu in turn. As a result, Buff rushed directly in front of him, his fists slammed out,
and slammed directly on the heads of the two. Bang! Bang! The heads of the two did not explode, but their necks were directly broken. The heads drooped down softly. Instantly kill 6 people 6. But Buff didn't stop, and soon more Yan soldiers will come. He grabbed Qinbing, who was seriously injured, let go of the alley, turned around, came to a remote alley, and turned into a quiet courtyard before stopping. Cough cough. Don't save me. I'm dead. The seriously injured Qinbing vomited blood. Buff had to let him go. He also knew that this Qin soldier was seriously injured, and even if he was not stabbed by those 2 spears in the end, he would not live long. Save him myself, just don't want him to die under the blade of Yanbing. It's you. As a result, Buff saw the face of Qinbing, who was seriously injured, and couldn't help but be stunned. This is an old Qin soldier. I asked about it in Shanding camp, saying that he had been an old Qin soldier for more than 10 years. An old Qin soldier who kindly blocked an arrow for himself during the charge. When he forced the Yan soldiers at the top of the city, the second old Qin soldier who successfully rushed to the city wall. He finally jumped off the city wall in time under the collision of the heavy cavalry and landed on the roof. Fortunately, he did not die. But then he was discovered by Yanbing and ran all the way, and was finally met by Buff. Cough, it's you. The old Qinbing also recognized Buff. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect your life to be harder than mine. I have been a Qin soldier for more than 10 years, and have gone through dozens of wars, and I have never died. But this time, I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. Cough cough. Old Qinbing vomited blood and suddenly became excited. I killed Yanbing. I killed 3 Yan soldiers. I wounded 7 Sevens. According to my Dokkan military merit reward and punishment system, I am curled up. I am the hairpin. The old Qinbing said excitedly. Buff nodded silently. Yes, you are already curled up. Ha ha ha. The old Qinbing vomited blood and laughed. I am the hairpin. Those dead comrades who see me in hell don't dare to laugh at me. I am the hairpin. Lord Curl. The old Qinbing muttered, and finally his head tilted and he died completely. Buff was silent. This is the persistence of an old Qin soldier. Bang. At this moment, there was a crisp sound. Buff turned his head and saw a woman from the Yan kingdom, looking at him sluggishly and terrified. The basin full of hot water in your hand falls directly to the ground. Sue. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 80 _ meet Sue again. 9 more. After going around, Qinbing finally hid in Sue-Yi's house. Sue-Yi saw 2 more Qin soldiers in her yard, and when her hand trembled, the hot water basin fell to the ground. When she reached her feet, she didn't even notice it. She also recognized the Qinbing in front of her. It was the one. I can't rest my eyes. The Qinbing. It's the Qinbing whose body was touched by himself. It's him. Whoosh. The next moment, she saw a flower in front of her. That Qinbing rushed over directly, like a fierce tiger, crushed himself to the ground, raised his hand to cover his mouth. If you don't want to die, just shut up. Buff pressed Sue and whispered. At the same time, the footsteps of Yanbing came from outside the fence. There happened to be a team of Qin soldiers running by from outside. I let go, don't call. Did you hear? Buff stared at Sue and said. Sue nodded weakly. Only then did Buff let go, but he did not leave Sue completely. As long as she dared to speak up, Bufu would be merciless and directly smash her head. In the end, Sue did not speak out, and the Yan soldiers outside the wall also stayed away. Buff went back to the old Qinbing. Qin tradition, soldiers who died in battle must return to their homeland before they can rest in peace. There were so many corpses of Qin soldiers under the city wall before that Buff couldn't move them one by one. But this old Qinbing had a kindness to him, and he would not let his body stay in the frozen city. Buff looked at Sue again. Do you have a quilt at home?
Sue was too frightened to speak. She nodded and shook her head again. His eyes turned to the back room. Buff immediately. Walking in, Sue was shocked. Catch up. As a result, when he took a step, he almost fell to the ground. Her feet were scalded and in pain. But she gritted her teeth, persisted, and followed Buff in. When Buff came to the back room, he saw a thin old man lying on the bed, coughing constantly. This is Sue's father Bufu, who was beaten to death by the Yan Bing, but he didn't care too much. The old man was seriously injured, his eyes were dim, and he could no longer see himself. He was covered with a thin quilt. Buff walked over directly, took away the quilt, and was going to wrap the body of the old Chin Bing. No. Sue chased in and quickly blocked the door, staring nervously and fearfully at the quilt in Buff's hand. Although this quilt is useless, it is indeed the only quilt that can cover the old man. Buff snorted coldly. You took my sword, didn't you go to buy medicine? Your father's illness will be cured. This quilt should be repaid to me. Buff said, pushed Sue away directly, came to the backyard, and wrapped her body. It also needs to be tied up with ropes and taken away with cloth. So Buff turned and went back to the house, trying to find the rope. As a result, she saw Sue kneeling in front of the bed, crying. At the head of the bed, there is a bowl of medicine after drinking. It seems that the old man has already taken the medicine, but the situation is not optimistic, and it seems that he will not live long. Buff frowned. You bought the medicine, but it still doesn't work. Sue glanced at Bufu in fear, and then spoke weakly. A few days ago, Yan soldiers entered the door to collect iron pots and utensils. My father got into an argument with them and was injured by them. As a result, my father's old illness came on, and he started playing around. As soon as I came back, I used your sword to exchange medicinal materials. But I boiled Qinghao soup and gave it to my father, but it still didn't work. Buff grinned when he heard it. If it were other diseases, he really didn't know anything about it. But this hit. Shit, he really knows. Playing the pendulum is actually malaria, which is generally transmitted by mosquitoes, with periodic attacks, chills, fever, sweating, anemia and splenomegaly. In ancient times with poor sanitary conditions, it was indeed easy to appear. Ancient times, Langzhong generally thought that Artemisia annua was used because it was recorded in ancient medical books. But in fact, Artemisia annua cannot cure malaria at all, only Artemisia annua can. Just that Artemisia annua and Artemisia annua are very similar, and it is difficult to distinguish them in ancient times. How did Buff know so clearly? Because before he crossed over, the Nobel Prize winner Tu Youyou won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for discovering that penicillin can treat malaria. At that time, there was a wave of green Artemisia annua is hot. People buy Artemisia annua if they have something or nothing. As a result, Grandma Tu herself wrote an article on Popular Science saying that artemisinin is not from Artemisia annua, but extracted from Artemisia annua. This incident was a hot headline at the beginning, and Boof was so impressed that he wrote it down. Artemisia annua can't cure the swing, you have to use Artemisia annua. Bufu spoke directly, and Sui was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that the Qinbing in front of her would still be able to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Her father was about to die, and now she would try it whenever she had a chance. Excuse me, what does Artemisia annua look like? Sui asked quickly. Qinghao looks like it is very difficult to distinguish it just by looking at it from the outside. You just need to pick off the leaves and rub them with your hands. The one that can get rid of the stench is Huang Wagao. What can't be rubbed out is Artemisia annua. Artemisia annua usually grows by the river. Buff said simply, and then said some ways to take it. Pick the Artemisia annua, soak it in warm wine and squeeze the juice, then take it. When Sue heard this, she immediately thanked him. Thanks for the pointer. After speaking, Sui didn't care so much, and immediately ran out.
Father's life is at stake, every second counts, she is going to pick Artemisia annua. There is a small river in the city not far away. Sue came to the river and searched quickly. Fortunately, she was lucky and found it quickly. But she didn't know if it was Artemisia annua or Artemisia annua. Then, according to Buff's method, he rubbed the leaves. The end, there was no smell at all. It was Artemisia annua. Sue went to look for it again, and finally found out that it smelled bad. She was full of joy, hurriedly picked a lot, and ran back with her. But just as they ran ashore, they saw two Yan soldiers swaying. Seeing Sue, a woman, was out late at night, their eyes suddenly lit up. Little girl. It's such a late night, don't be afraid to come out alone. Come on, two brothers are here to protect you. The two Yan soldiers immediately approached with a smile. Any soldier, there is a soldier. Especially the frozen city is a lonely city. City Yanbing, the psychological pressure is huge, it is inevitable that they will give up on themselves, and want to have a good time before they die. Sue's face turned pale and she kept backing away. Don't run. Come and play. The two Yan soldiers laughed and continued to approach. However, at this time, in the dark night, there was a sound of breaking the sky. Whoosh. A spear-like thing shot out from the darkness, directly piercing the bodies of the two Yan soldiers. One where two, and it's not a spear, just a broken branch. Ah! The two Yan soldiers died in front of her, and Sui was also shocked, and immediately running away in panic. Go back to the house, find warm wine to soak Artemisia annua, and then want to go to Buff to thank you. The courtyard was found to be empty. Where is that person? Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 81_ add some falling star bows. 10 more. While Sue went out to find Artemisia annua, Buff left. He tied the old Chinbing's body with ropes, and jumped out of the fence when he carried it on his back, disappearing into the darkness. It's just that I happened to see 2 Yan soldiers by the river with bad intentions towards Sue. Even without Sue, when encountering 2 lonely Yan soldiers, Buff would not let them go. He took off the pitch-black bow that he had been carrying, and immediately began to add it. Name: Falling Star Bow. Quality: Middle grade. Features: Accurate. Whether to continue to add points. This falling star bow was originally of medium quality. Buff directly added 40 points to the top quality. Name: Falling Star Bow. Quality: Middle grade. Characteristics: Accurate. Fast shooting arrows. 2 eagles with 1 arrow. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, no more points can be added. After upgrading to the best quality, the falling star bow has 2 more features. One is quick shooting arrows. It's the archery technique that the centurion, the archer of the Yan kingdom, used to be able to shoot arrows one after another at an extremely fast speed. The other is to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Buff broke off a branch, bent a bow and set up an arrow, and shot it suddenly. 2 birds with 1 arrow. After the 2 Yan soldiers were strung together into candied haws and shot to death, Buff didn't go to take Sue, turned around, and disappeared into the dark night. An hour later, Sue took out the soaked Artemisia annua and squeezed it into a small bowl of juice. After taking it for the dying old man, a miraculous scene appeared. The old man, who was clearly breathing out but not breathing in, actually his breathing became steady, and his chest rose and fell normally. Sue was surprised. The old man woke up, and when he saw Sue, he was shocked and immediately struggling to get up. The old slave greets the lady. How can you let the lady take care of the old slave? Cough, smash the old slave. The old man even wanted to go to the ground. Sue raised her hand. Uncle Mew, you don't have to be so polite. You are my father's companion and the housekeeper of my house. In my heart, you are my elder. In this permafrost city, you were the only one who took care of me before. If you were sick, I should take care of you. Sue said politely and did not put on any air. Buff carried the body and came to the west gate. Distance,
There are all Yan soldiers here. At least hundreds. The most important thing is that the city gate is blocked. A bag of sand has blocked the entire gate. It takes at least half an hour for a person to move it. It cannot be moved out immediately. Buff had no choice but to go back and find a safe place to cultivate and recuperate, and wait for the good news. Outside the south gate of Tundra City, Zhang Kuang's eyes were red. He turned on his horse, and was about to rush back to the camp. However, before he could rush up, two figures stopped in front of his horse and held on to the reins. Stone and Manto brothers, you two stop me too. I'm going to camp first. I'm going to avenge Xichang. He roared furiously. Stone is firmly held, just the head. Uncle Liang said, I must stop you. Xichang must not be dead. Manto also nodded. I think my brother is right. At this time, Liangbo and Gangya also rushed out. Insolent, you can't leave without permission. Uncle Liang also chased after him angrily. This arrogant, just as the name suggests, is the most arrogant, just like a powder keg, it will explode at one point. Zhang Kuang is roaring. The siege is over. Xichang didn't come back. You don't care, I care. I'll go to the camp first to find the chief. Shut up. Liang Bo roared. Do you think you're still the one from Ping'an County? The lawless superior. Here, you're Qin Bing, the cavalry stationed at the south gate of the Permafrost City. Military orders are like mountains. Those who leave their posts without permission die. You yourself. Doesn't matter if you seek death, he will smear Xichang's face. Zhang Kuang was also angry, so he had no choice but to say, then don't you care about what it looks like? Xichang attacked the city last night, and has yet to return. There is no news of him in the first camp. Zhang Zan said eagerly. I have asked Qi Ying to send the application for the military newspaper. Anyone who applies to us from Ping'an County will join the next siege battle. No matter what. What's the matter, we swear to follow. Live to see people, die to see corpses. What's more, Xichang may not necessarily die. In Daqingshan, he went up the mountain alone, and we thought he would die. In the end, he killed all the bandits and came down to find us who were dying. Uncle Liang said. Gangya nodded in the back, expressing his approval. The madness just calmed down. Xichang won't die. We must find Xichang. Drive. Just then, a fast horse came galloping by. It was Qi Ying who returned. Good news. Lin Xiao will read our application and reply soon. The South City Gate is handed over to Wang Ben's army. The 2,000 cavalry under Xichang's command will go to the battlefield together and serve as a reserve battalion. Zhang Kuang was suddenly disappointed. It's just a preparatory camp. Preparatory camp is good. You think cavalry can attack a city? Uncle Liang rolled his eyes at him. If you still don't want to, don't go. Insolent had to hum. The military order is like a mountain, and the military order wants me to attack the city. Why did you let me stay? Vanguard Army, in the military tent. Lin Xiao will be with Xin Sheng. All personnel in the camp first. The inventory has been completed. 234 dead, 175 injured. Thousands of people are expected to kill the enemy, and it is impossible to estimate the damage to the enemy. Most of them are their heavy cavalry, who rushed to kill themselves. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he paused and spoke again. There is no buff in the returning first camp. General Xin Sheng nodded. I have already given him a chance. It's his own choice, and even if General Wang knows, there's nothing to say. Lin Xiaozhang sighed. Hey, you are brave and reckless, and a reckless man. General Xin Sheng said again. Repair for 3 days and attack the city again. 3 days passed in a flash. Buff lurked in Tundra City for 3 days. He didn't stop in one place, but wandered around, and from time to time he even shot and killed the single Yan soldiers. The single Yan soldiers in his eyes, were 10 people or less than 10 people. The Yan soldiers in the entire frozen city were disturbed by Buff. Exhausted. Even if they found Buff, there were few people, but they were swept away by Buff and walked away. There are fewer people, they will die. There are many houses in the frozen soil city, and it is difficult to sweep and search an army of more than 100 people. In the end, there is no way. 444 gates garrisoned. Since then, the evil ghost of hell that can't be killed or caught, has finally stopped quite a bit. Buff also took the opportunity to secretly check the 444 city gates. 444 city gates. The west gate is the most loosely defended. Probably because most of the defenders are concentrated in the west city wall, so the west gate can be supported at any time, so it will be looser. The other three city gates were directly blocked. No wonder that a few days ago, when Buff was stationed outside the southern city gate, in addition to the few messengers who flowed out at the beginning, the Wuyan people ran out. Dare to Love is blocked. This day is the darkest hour before dawn. Of Qin Army Siege finally sounded the horn. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 82_Fighting depends on one word, reckless. Wind. Wind. Amid the shouts of the crowd, the soldiers who were first in the battalion charged towards the western city wall of the permafrost city. Zhang Kuang and the others, fully armed, riding horses, are on the side of the battlefield, ready to rush to kill at any time. There are 10,000 soldiers, ready in the rear. If there is damage to the first camp, they will immediately make up for it. Qinbing began to charge, and the frozen city also fiercely counterattacked. Swish swish. Arrows fell like rain. Boom boom boom. Qinbing raised the wooden shield, and occasionally the unfortunate person was shot by arrows falling from the gap of the wooden shield. After leaving a group of corpses and wounded soldiers, Qinbing's cloud ladder finally arrived under the city wall. Stand. With a shout, a full 20 ladders rose up and built the city wall. The Qin soldiers began to stare at the wooden shield and charged upward without fear of death. Falling rocks, rolling wood, boiling soup. Various countermeasures fell one after another. However, compared with the last siege, this time there were significantly fewer rocks and rocks. Yanbing paid more attention to the accurate head, rather than blindly throwing it away. This shows that their reserves are less, so they consciously start saving. Finally, a Qin soldier rushed to the top of the cloud ladder and was about to climb the battlement, but was stabbed to death by the Yan soldier with a spear. After all, attacking a city is difficult. Fierce fighting stretched from above the city wall all the way to the bottom of the city wall. Listening to the sound of shouting and killing from outside the city wall, Buff suddenly sat up in shock. Qin soldiers attacked the city, and finally came. Bufu was not excited, his face was calm. He carried a pair of coffins and carried them behind him with ropes. Inside is the old Qinbing. In the past few days, Buff found a coffin shop and found a suitable coffin for the old Qinbing. Qinbing, we are going back to the team. Buff said in a low voice. Then, he saw a spear next to him picked up and inserted between his back and the coffin. These spears were collected by him after killing the Yan soldiers these days. Full 7. Buff put 6 on his back, and the remaining 1 in his hand. At the same time, he also slung 2 long knives around his waist. In the end, the falling star bow also picked up. In this way, Buff walked out of his hiding place step by step, carrying weapons and coffins all over his body. Go to the west gate of the permafrost city. After 3 days of thinking about the plan to break the gate, Buff couldn't come up with it. He finally decided to stick to his old style. One word, reckless. Kill all the Yan soldiers guarding the city gate directly. Then remove the sandbags blocking the gate. Finally, open the city gate and welcome Qin soldiers into the city. It's so straightforward. It's so violent and rude. There is no strategy. There are 100 guards at the west city gate at this moment. But they were all lazy and happy at this time. Especially above the city walls, there are occasional shouts of killing. Because the inside of the west city gate is actually very safe, Qin soldiers only hit the west city gate when they attacked for the first time. were indestructible. They gave up, so they were stationed here. They were repaired. Most of them were wounded soldiers. The wounded soldiers who survived the last fight on the city wall. Voice on. Because they are above the city wall, they all have a nightmare memory. That's really a hell monster. Otherwise, how could it not be killed? I killed him twice with my own hands. Not 3 times. As a result, he appeared in front of me again and again. A thin Yanbing stood on the ground filled with mud, and said to the surrounding Yanbing with a beaming expression. You all hit the hell demon on the city wall, right? I'm different. I watched him climb up from below. The ladder he climbed was the one I was in charge of guarding. Thin Yanbing said with a show. To be able to survive under the hands of the devil, among them, is pride. For the first time, I smashed him to the ground. Neck was broken and his head was slumped on his back, but he still took 2 steps up. I didn't think he was human at the time. But I'm not afraid. I smashed him down the ladder with my own hands. But, it wasn't long before he climbed up again. And the head is automatically attached. This is a headless ghost in hell. The second time, I scalded him with boiling water. And he came up again. This is a ghost in hell. Third time. Thin Yanbing paused. When everyone couldn't wait, their faces were full of urgency, and then they spoke comfortably. The third time I stabbed him in the chest. But he didn't die, but jumped on the city wall. At this time, the piercing ghost in hell. Thin Yanbing added fuel and vinegar. First, he counted the might of the ruthless generals on his own head. Anyway, the dead will not come to accuse him of lying. Moreover, he actually didn't know that Buff used his hands as claws step by step to break through the city wall and climb up. In the end, he just jumped up. So, he is a collection of 18 kinds of evil spirits in the 18 layers of hell. It takes 18 different ways to kill him before he disappears completely. Thin Yanbing said so righteously that he believed it himself. The surrounding Yanbing was also fooled by him and kept nodding his head. Some even boasted. Little monkey, you are amazing. I was able to kill that evil ghost several times, and it's actually fine. Life is hard enough, I will definitely survive and live 100 years. In the flattering voices of the crowd, the thin Yanbing will also be fluttering and complacent. That is, the evil ghost was finally rushed back to hell by the heavy cavalry. If you stay for a while longer, I will kill you completely in more than a dozen ways. Tell him to destroy his soul and he can't even go back to hell, and his soul will fly away. The Yan soldiers also nodded. That is, you are his nemesis. I think that evil ghost escaped back to hell because he was afraid of you. Come on, tell me, how are you going to kill him a dozen times? Thin Yanbing laughed and sat down. First of all, thousands of knives, corresponding to the upper knife mountain in the 18th hell. And then there is tongue pulling, which corresponds to tongue pulling hell in the 18th hell. Thin Yanbing was talking when he suddenly glanced at him. The next moment, he jumped directly, turned around and ran away. In the end, he was caught by the rest of the Yan soldiers. It's not over yet, what are you going to do? That's right, there are more than a dozen kinds in total, but these are only 2. Thin Yanbing was frightened to the point of urinating, and said loudly in fear. Let go of me. Let go of me. Ghost. The ghost is here. People are still puzzled. But at this moment, a sound of air breaking, blasted everyone's ears. Woo! A spear flew in the air. Plunged directly into the chest of Thin Yanbing, and even took his body to the sky, nailed it to the sandbag behind the door, and stopped. The thin Yan soldier hangs on the spear, his eyes are round, and he can't rest his eyes. Everyone was shocked, and when they turned their heads, they saw a person. Waist, 6 spears on his back, a big bow and a coffin on his back. He is wearing his Chin-style armor. It's like walking from hell to the city gate step by step. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push.
Chapter 83 City Gate Bloody Battle. Ah, that hell devil. Other Yan soldiers also recognized Buff. Most of them had met Buff on the city wall 3 days ago. Seeing Buff again at this time, he was instantly distraught. Everyone's first reaction is to step back. But behind them is the deadly doorway. How can they retreat? Boom. Buff stomped the ground and the ground trembled. Boom. Buff stomped the ground again, and the ground cracked open. And he himself, like a tiger descending the mountain, pulled out a spear with his backhand, and rushed directly into the crowd. With a pick of the spear, the 2 Yan soldiers were thrown straight away. The chest and abdomen were opened, and the intestines flowed out. Spear is pierced again, directly piercing the heart of a Yan soldier. Crack. Tail of the spear, it slammed into the head of a Yan soldier. Suddenly the flowers exploded. These ordinary Yan soldiers, reluctantly in Buff, are nothing more than chickens. The only thing that hinders Buff is the number of people. Ah! Help! 100 Yan soldiers were killed by Buff and cried their fathers and mothers, throwing away their helmets and armor. And, when more than 30 corpses lay down on the ground, the remaining Yan soldiers finally exited the doorway from the side. Then, he ran away. Buff didn't chase after him. There were so many people that he couldn't catch up, and the news here would definitely spread. All he needs to do is to seize the time and open the city gate. Buff pierced 3 sandbags with one shot, picked it straight back, and threw it out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Bags of sandbags flew out of the doorway. Some crashed into distant houses. Some fly halfway. The bag can't bear Buff's huge force, and burst open directly. The sand inside was scattered all over the place. 300 sandbags blocking the door. And Buff had to clear them all out, otherwise the door wouldn't be open to the maximum, and the Qin army outside, too few people rushed in at one time, had to die. Dong dong dong. When Buff cleared out 100 bags of sandbags, a series of footsteps sounded behind him. More Yan soldiers came together. 3 sandbags that the spear would pierce through, and flew heavily, then turned around and faced the Yan soldiers. Crack. Spear body broke directly. The spear couldn't hold up to Buff's high strength to fly sandbags. However, Buff didn't panic at all, stretched out his hand and pulled out the 3rd spear from behind. The Yan soldiers also assembled, more than 200 people in total, armed with spears, and lined up neatly. The leader was a 500 lord, Gundam, mighty, with a full face and a beard, holding 2 gilt hammers. He was obviously a strong general. The first team, rush. The bearded man roared calmly, swinging the gilt hammer in his hand to Buff. A team of 10 people and 10 people, the spears in their hands are tilted and pointed straight at Buff. Then, start the charge. 10 spears, straight, towards Buff's. Buff's body sank, and he steadied his horse. He couldn't avoid it. Underscore. 10 times in a row, the spears pierced into the flesh, and they all plunged into Buff's chest. With Buff's strength, they all slid 3 steps back. The soldier's throat was swept away. Immediately, the heads of 10 Yan soldiers rushed towards. After the fall, the blood column spurted out from the neck. Buff's spear swept half of the necks of 10 people. Then, Buff grabbed the spear on his chest and abdomen with one hand and plucked it out one by one. Came out and threw it on the ground. Bang dang. Bang. Spear landed on the ground with a bang, like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the remaining Yan soldiers. All the Yan soldiers were stunned. They didn't go to the city wall 3 days ago, and they didn't see that. Hell ghost, just hearsay. I originally thought that the survivors were afraid of death and deliberately made up an unkillable evil spirit. So just when I heard the news that the evil spirit was at the West City Gate, I immediately come. But now, I saw with my own eyes that Buff was stabbed with 10 spears, and he was still able to pull it out one by one. That kind of impact made them all shudder. Could it be that the guy in front of him really climbed out of hell? Goblin. Second team, come on. The beard was brave, and shouted again. 10 Yan soldiers in the second team swallowed their saliva one after another, clenched their spears tightly, and rushed towards Buff. But this time, their strength was unknowingly weaker. Buff directly stepped forward. Not retreat and advance, take the lead. A spear sticks out. Crack. The head of the first Yan soldier exploded directly, and the brains splashed on the faces of the 2 people around him. Then, with a flick of the spear in Buff's hand, the heads of the Yan soldiers on both sides were pulled down directly down their necks. Buff's shaking, directly cut off. 10 Yan soldiers, 1 met, and 3 people were killed in seconds by Buff. The death was extremely tragic. The remaining 7 people, where did they have the courage to continue the attack? They instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. But Buff won't miss this opportunity. The spear in his hand is like a woodpecker pecking wood. Dong 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 dong. 6 consecutive stabs directly pierce the backs of 6 people. Only the smartest one ran out of Buff's attack range and ran towards the whiskers. 500 lords, save. Clever Yanbing was about to speak, but suddenly he vomited blood, the last, word, no matter what, I can't say it. Because, Buff threw the spear out of his hand, like lightning, directly pierced through his body, penetrated through his body, and even pierced through the front of the Yan soldiers. The beard, but the beard is not. An ordinary Yan soldier can compare. He lifted the gilt hammer in his hand, and immediately blocked the spear. Ding! Sparks are shining. The gilt hammer was hit by the spear and swayed back. The beard was in a hurry, and he almost missed it. This time, the face of the beard also changed. What he is most proud of is his own strength. 160 to 160 Jin gilded hammers, is his signature. But now, the Qinbing on the opposite side, separated by 20 paces, throws a long shot, and after piercing a person's body, he almost knocked off his gilt hammer. Then, how powerful is he? The beard looked awe-inspiring. If it were normal, he would have rushed up to the heads up. But now, he knows that when marching and fighting, he cannot be brave. The 3rd team, the 4th team, the 5th team. Throw the spear. Beards, thick and thin, make tactical changes. The 5 teams, a total of 30 people, were immediately overjoyed, and they all clenched their spears, took a step back, and bent over. The next moment, everyone straightened up and threw the spears in their hands. 30 spears, roaring out, covering the sky. Chi-Chi Zata Buff. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 84 Frightened Yan Soldiers. Buff is in charge. Spear in his hand suddenly spun. Kaka. Several spears were blocked by Buff's spear and were directly broken. But more spears were directly inserted into Buff's body. Buff's body retreated again and leaned directly on the sandbag behind him. Buff's backhand again, he pulled out a spear, stabbed the sandbag behind him, suddenly picked it up, and smashed it at the Yan soldier on the opposite side. Hey! Whoa! Sandbag burst in the air, and the small stones in it, like bullets, made a piercing sound in the air, and shot out. Puff puff. One after another, the sound of flesh being pierced. Blood flowers sputtered out from the backs of the Yan soldiers in the first row. Buff was so powerful that the small stones he shot directly penetrated the body of the Yan soldiers in the first row, and then shot into the second row of Yan soldiers. In the body, many Yan soldiers cried out in pain. Except for those who were directly headshot, the rest were penetrating serious injuries, not immediately. Die. But their screams made the soldiers behind Yan split their hearts and their legs trembled, almost falling down. Puff. A timid Yanbing was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, his crotch soaked. Evil ghost. He really is the devil of hell. Unkillable. The cowardly Yanbing collapsed and shouted. To him was directly shot in the head by a small stone, and his brains smeared on the ground. With him taking the lead, many Yan soldiers collapsed one after another, turning around and running away. Evil ghosts can't be killed. Whatever we kill is in vain. I can go on the battlefield to kill the enemy, but I can't die in vain at the hands of evil spirits. Run! Many Yan soldiers roared sympathetically, and then dispersed. However, at this moment, the bearded 500 lord suddenly shot, with a gilded hammer in his hand, and came out violently. He directly hit a Yan soldier who turned and fled. On the back, crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking sounded. That Yan soldier's spine was directly broken by the hammer, and his entire body was even broken. Crack! Crack! Beards hammered several times in succession, killing several Yan soldiers who took the lead in escaping on the spot. He shouted loudly. Who wanted to escape, was immediately frightened. No matter what. It's a man or a ghost. If you dare to offend me, die on, you will surely die. The bearded man roared, straightened a pair of gilded hammers, strode meteors, and stepped on Buff. In order to restore morale, he had to take action himself. At this time, Buff ignored him, but kept using Spear's sandbags. Soon, about 50 bales have been picked up. Of the sandbags blocking the doorway have been emptied. Anyone who commits a crime against me will be punished no matter how hard they are. Roared, the double hammer lifted the sky, jumped up suddenly, and hit Buff's back. All the Yan soldiers stopped and stared. They knew the power of the bearded double hammer. Even though that evil ghost has an immortal body, but at this time it is on the back. Facing. As long as he is hit from behind by these two hammers, even if he doesn't die, he will definitely become muddy flesh. At that time, he still has a chance to resist. All the soldiers of Yan held their breath together, as if their breathing were a little heavier, they would be disturbed. It's the same as a bearded hammer. However, Buff is still picking up sandbags. Just when the beard was about to hit him, the spear rolled over in his hand. It roared out from the waist-eye, and stabbed in the back. PFF'd. The spear pierced the beard's chest, directly offsetting the momentum of his falling down, and even pushing it upwards. Pick the beard directly on the spear. Bang! Bang! It was not until this time that the two gilded hammers could not fall to the ground, making a muffled sound. How is it possible? Beard on the spear, staring at Buff, mumbling in disbelief, spitting blood. And, they died. The Yan soldiers in the rear were stunned with fright. In their eyes, there was a lot of hope that they could kill the 500 masters of the evil ghost. When faced with evil spirits, he was so vulnerable. With a single shot, all the flying swallow soldiers were stunned. Run! Finally, the Yan soldiers broke down again and fled in all directions. This time, there were no more 500 lords to hammer and kill them, and the army was reorganized. Buff couldn't help but chase, throwing away the whiskers on the spearhead, and then began to clean up sandbags. But he also thought about it. The move I just performed at will, turning my back to the enemy and shooting a spear from my waist. This is not a turning gun that has changed direction. But I didn't use a long spear. Bufu thought about it, and finally had a feeling in his heart. I made a guess. The own moves on my weapons, as long as I use them, I can completely learn them. Even if I no longer use that handle, I can use it at will. Buff nodded involuntarily. It turns out that, after that, you can change weapons without restraint. You don't have to worry about losing your 3-jong spear and your strength will plummet. I don't know if I am the only one who can learn the skills that come with weapons so quickly. It's the same for everyone. While thinking, Buff kept his hands, and quickly threw out the remaining 150 bags of sand. Of the west gate of Frozen Earth City was completely exposed in front of Buff's eyes. Buff's mouth twitched when he saw it. He still wanted the city gate to welcome the Qin army. As a result, the city gate was directly blocked. It was nailed to death. A long log was placed on top of the city gate, and then nails were used to nail it to death. Without the siege wood, such a city gate could not be opened from the outside. Inside the Tuchung, if you want to open the city gate, you have to spend a lot of time, first to remove the dead wooden board. However, this has little effect on Buff. He dropped the spear in his hand and picked it up, lift up the two gilded hammers weighing more than 100 pounds on the ground. Then, lift it up and smash it on the west gate of the permafrost city. The whole permafrost city is in a flash. Countless dust falls, but the gate is also deformed. Especially the place where it was hammered by Buff. The city gate behind the plank, dented into a big pit. Come again. Seeing that there is a show, Buff dances wildly with the gilded hammer in his hand, one hammer after another, hammering hard on the city gate. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 85. The city gate is broken. Boom. 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 Buff slammed his hammer on the city gate. City gate shakes. The city gate of this permafrost city is much harder than the city gates of Blackrock City and Blackwood City before. If that kind of city gate, Buff can blow it open with a single hammer. But now, we have to continue hammering. Da da da. Just as Buff continued to hammer the door, there was a neat sound of hoofs behind him. Teams of cavalrymen from the state of Yan have finally arrived. Moreover, I can't see the end at a glance. I don't know how many people. Buff sneered, tightened the ropes on his body, and tied the coffin tightly. Then, with the gilded hammer in one hand, he continued to hammer down the city gate. With the other hand, he pulled out the remaining 3 spears, one by one, and inserted them at his feet. Outside, in the vanguard army, Lin Xiaozhong and Xin Sheng are watching from a distance. Although it was night, it was almost dawn, and the eastern horizon was already slightly white. Coupled with the torches on the battlefield, I could barely see the situation clearly, and there was no need for the messengers to keep reporting the battle situation. The 2 looked at Xian Deng's siege battle with different expressions. Lin Xiao will be full of regret and unwillingness. Just a little. Just a little. If only I could hold on for a while longer. He gritted his teeth and stared at the first boarding camp who was attacking the city. The situation of the first boarding camp at this time was delicate. Only 12 of the 20 ladders left. For each of them, Qin soldiers are climbing and charging. There are even those who have rushed to the top of the ladder, and they are only 1 step away from climbing the city wall. But often at the end 1 step, Qin soldiers were stabbed to death by Yan soldiers in the city wall mercilessly. Or stabbed, then fell to their death. There were also 1 or 2 brave Qin soldiers who actually jumped on the city wall by virtue of their bravery. But it is a pity that they were beheaded before the second person climbed up to support them. Once they gained a firm foothold on the city wall, the Qin army rushed to the city wall, and the frozen city was broken. This last step, it's so close, but it's extremely difficult to complete. Add more troops. General. Another 2,000 people will surely be able to attack the city wall. However, General Xin Sheng next to him shook his head coldly. Add another 5,000 people and 5,000, and we won't be able to attack. At this time, the enemy's strategy to lure the enemy. They were deliberately showing weakness to make us think there were fewer rocks and logs. Even deliberately let our people rush to the top of the ladder to kill. To create the illusion that you are about to be attacked. It's so attractive that we keep increasing our troops, big. This Yan Qi, I underestimated him before. General Xin Sheng said. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. He was not a fool either, he was blinded by Po Chung Wang before. Now when I hear General Xin Sheng's reminder, I suddenly realize it. It's so cunning. If it wasn't for the general's reminder, I would have fallen for the trick. Lin Xiao said in fear. General Xin Sheng said again, I can't attack today, send the order to withdraw troops. However, just when the messenger was about to pass the order down. Above the permafrost city wall, there was a sudden shout of killing. A Qin soldier jumped on the city wall, but he was not immediately killed. Killing, but holding on for a moment. In this moment, Qin Bing behind, jumped up one after another. Suddenly it took up a small spot on the city wall. The sound of shouting and killing comes from this. Go up. Breaking the city is imminent. Forest. General Xiao was overjoyed, but before he was happy for a while, more Yan soldiers rushed up on the city wall and killed the Qin soldiers together.
Even the cloud ladder was cut off. Immediately following, the counterattack on the entire city wall became fierce. Falling rocks fell one after another, smashing Qin Bing, and no longer climbed halfway. There is a situation. General Xin Sheng's eyes lit up. Prepare to increase troops. Lin Xiao was stunned. We can't climb the ladder, why are we adding more troops? Because the Yan soldiers are in chaos. General Xin Sheng said. According to Yan Qi's initial arrangement. As long as there are Qin soldiers on the city wall, they will immediately look at the Yan soldiers and rush to kill them. But just now, the Yan soldiers who supported him were obviously slow for a while. This shows that something is wrong with them. The Yan soldiers can't be dispatched. Then disregarding the stock of falling rocks, he fought back frantically, just to make us retreat. Inside the permafrost city, there must be a big problem, and many Yan soldiers are needed to support. So the Yan soldiers on the city wall were not replenished in time. At this time, we must pursue the victory. General Xin Sheng said, immediately. Issue a military order. The infantry at the rear, replenish 5,000 troops and enter the camp first, and continue to attack the city. After hearing General Xin Sheng's words, General Lin Xiao was thoughtful, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. But could not grasp it. I feel like I should know why Yan Bing got into trouble. But just a little bit, just a little bit. Lin Xiao grabbed his head and said. At the same time, the 5,000 infantry soldiers in the rear charged quickly and joined the Xiandeng battalion, which had suffered heavy casualties. The Qin soldiers' siege momentum became even more violent. The Yan soldiers on the city wall also fought back fiercely. Now, it's time for both sides to fight for their lives. See if it was the Qin soldiers who suffered heavy casualties. Weak momentum, unable to continue attacking the city, had to retreat, and left the corpses on the ground. Or the Yan soldiers on the city wall, because of the unknown internal turmoil, the defense line fell and the Qin soldiers fell. Attack the wall. Any war is made with human life. In the fierce siege of the city, more and more Qin soldiers died. When he looked at them, those were all Da Qin disciples. With such serious casualties, the momentum of the Xiandeng battalion who attacked the city was affected. The siege momentum slowed down. Lin Xiao could clearly feel that Qin Bing, who had entered the camp first, began to hesitate. If he hesitated on the battlefield, he would die. General, we can't fight anymore. Withdraw the army. Lin Xiaozhang couldn't help but said. General Xin Sheng did not say a word, just staring at the frozen city. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise spread throughout the battlefield. Everyone heard the reputation and looked over, and saw that under the city wall, the city gate that had long been abandoned by the Qin soldiers burst open. A gilded hammer that was twisted and deformed because of gravity knocked out. The south gate of the frozen city, from the inside, broke. Boom. 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 From the big hole, loud noises came out one after another. The huge south gate began to vibrate. Boom. The last loud noise, the entire south city gate finally couldn't bear the enormous force, and the whole thing fell directly, smashed to the ground, and set off a piece of dust. Amidst the dust, a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 86_Hengdao immediately, only me buff. Rising. The sun is shining. The south gate of the permafrost city falls to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust in the sky, corpses piled up on the ground. Was piled up like a hill. Because of the dumping of the city gate, the pile of corpses like a hill also rolled down a lot. Conceivable that before the city gate was broken, how determined these people were. They rushed to the city gate without fear of death, and then died in front of the city gate, piling up into a mountain. A tall figure. The sun has plated him with a golden glow. The figure of a golden and bloody god of war is reflected in the eyes of all Qin Bing. It is a man with a coffin on his back. It's a wound, and the blood is like a column. His left hand is holding a broken spear. His right hand is holding a long knife with a rolling blade. But he still stands tall. As long as he doesn't fall, Yanbing, I can't step over his corpse. If you are a husband, you can't open it. Buff. Lin Xiao sharpened his eyes and called out. That figure suddenly died during the last siege battle. Buff. No, he's not dead. Now, from inside the city, he blasts open the southern gate of the Tundra City. He once said that he will definitely blast the Tundra City. He did it. Cavalry, charge. General Xin Sheng did not have any nonsense. Immediately seize the fighter and issue military orders as quickly as possible, the moment before the city gate is broken. Zhang Kuang and others, riding on horses, were restless. Everyone is staring at the first camp to attack the city. Every Qin soldier falls from the cloud ladder. They are heartbroken. They are extremely hopeful that they will be able to conquer the city wall. Only then will they have the opportunity to rush into the city. As Qin Bing kept falling, everyone's hearts were clouded a little bit. Madman cursed several times. I wish I could rush up to kill the enemy. Shish. Qi Ying suddenly raised his index finger and told Zhang Kuang to shut up. Did you hear anything? When everyone heard this, they all held their breaths. Boom. 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 A dull and low voice came to everyone's ears. This voice was so slight, and it was on the battlefield. If it wasn't for Qi Ying's ears, everyone wouldn't care. Where did this sound come from? Why do I feel a little familiar? Qi Ying said in a low voice, for fear that the sound would be loud, so he interrupted the thumping sound. Shito opened his mouth naively. In the beginning, when people blasted through the city gate of Black Rock City, it seemed to be the same voice. The manto next to him nodded. I think my elder brother is right. The city gate, trembling. Ganya, who had been silent for a long time, opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, and he quickly discovered that something was wrong with the south gate of Frozen Earth City. Everyone looked at the south city gate in unison, and a bold idea popped into their hearts. Mo Fei. Did. No way. Maybe. Should be. I think my big brother guessed right. How long? The end, the bow and arrow were still taciturn. Then, there was a loud bang. The south gate of the permafrost city broke through a big hole, and the deformed gilded hammer flew out. Immediately after, the entire gate collapsed. The figure of Buff was just printed in everyone's eyes. Uncle Liang. He spoke directly. At this moment, he can't wait for the horn of the charge to sound before charging. Although he restrained his arrogance rationally before. But his inner worries and expectations for Buff are by no means less than arrogant. Charge. Zhang Kuang slapped the warhorse with a whip. The warhorse jumped suddenly and rushed to the south gate. Qi Ying, Shishi Manto, Ganya, Liangbo, and the 18 cavalry of Ping'an, and a full 2,000 cavalrymen, suddenly moved, rushed to the open south gate. Kill. However, at this moment, a white lightning bolt suddenly rushed out from the side. Faster than everyone else. Charged directly. Red Rabbit. Buff immediately stood in the center of the city gate with his sword. He turned his back to the outside of the city and faced the inside of the city. The Yan State Cavalry. It's just that the 3 or 4 cavalry in front of them have all been frightened and dumbfounded by the tragic situation in front of them. Even if the cavalry can still try their best to restrain themselves, the horses under them have already raised their feet and dare not move forward. The cavalry is 20 paces away from Buff. In these 20 paces, no ground can be seen. It's all corpses. Corpses. The corpses of war horses. There is a pile of them. They were all beheaded by Buff alone. At least 50 cavalry were killed by him. Stab the horses. At this time, the leading Yanqi commander suddenly roared. Then, he took the lead, with the long sword from his waist, stabbed his horse's butt fiercely. Blood spurted out. Warhorse was in pain, and no longer. Ignoring the fear, it rushed forward and rushed towards Buff. Hey! At this moment, a white lightning suddenly appeared behind Buff. Then he jumped over the layers of corpses, landed next to Buff, raised his hoofs and roared angrily. The Red Rabbit roared, and the Yan riding horse suddenly became frightened. The front hooves softened, and he fell to his knees directly. But because the charge was too fast, the entire war horse fell into somersaults. The Yan soldiers on the horse's back were immediately thrown out. Kidu turned around, raised its hind hooves, and kicked abruptly. With a precise kick, a Yan soldier was thrown flying. Crack, kick, kick. Of bone shattering exploded. That Yan soldier had no idea how many bones were broken and broken. The other two Yan soldiers were not kicked by the Red Rabbit. Time, Buff broke the spear and threw the spear, directly piercing a Yan soldier, and nailed it to the side wall. The long knife in the other hand suddenly slashed directly at the falling Yan soldier. Wait for the Yan soldier to land. It was already a headless corpse. The head was chopped off by Buff. The only one who reacted when the war horse fell down was the commander of the cavalry. Directly to Buff's chest. Buff's mouth smiles, awe-inspiring. PFF'd. The spear plunged into Buff's heart, pierced out, and plunged into the ground. Buff laughed grimly, and the long knife with the blade rolled up in his hand slashed directly into the face of the commander of Yanqi. The long knife with the rolled blade, cut the human effect is greatly weakened, and it can only cut the swollen, but not the skin. However, the power of Buff is 300 points. Under the madness of 3 power, it is a long knife with a rolled edge, which is also a big killer. The entire head of the riding commander exploded directly, and the bones, meat and brains were smeared on the side wall together. Buff blew his head with all his strength. Wind! Wind! At this time, Zhang Kuang and the others also rushed over. With their previous experience in Blackrock City and Blackwood City, the cavalry dashed past Buff skillfully. To the panic-stricken Yan cavalry in the city. Frozen City, Break 5. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 87_Inventory Property Panel, Street Fighting. Among the vanguard. General Xin Sheng's order was issued. He saw a team of 1 to 2,000 cavalry rushing directly into the city gate. It's under Buff's command. Lin Xiao said, he is quite popular. Xin Sheng nodded, raised his head and said, one man breaks the city, and he is unparalleled in bravery. General Wang is General Wang, and he really did not see the wrong person. Lin Xiao also nodded. That's why he is the general. As everyone knows, at this time Wang Jian, in the large tent of the Chinese army, is still annoyed at the death of Buff himself. The permafrost city was broken so suddenly. Neither Qin Bing nor Yan Bing thought of it, let alone prepared good. But since the city is broken, Qin soldiers will naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Arrogantly led the team, rushed into the city, and the follow-up infantry also poured into the city. You don't need to use human life to kill the city wall. They all retreated to repair their wounds. The follow-up battle, they don't need their bloodshed and hard work. The Yan soldiers in the frozen city were also caught off guard. Focus of defense is still, the city wall. Suddenly moved to the city gate. No, it's inside the city. Qin Bing has rushed into the city. Yan Bing reacted quickly, and Qin Bing was in the alley when they received it, and they faced each other. Street fighting inevitably broke out. The entire frozen city, there were shouts of killing everywhere. Buff rode the Red Rabbit and walked through the frozen city. He didn't immediately to join the battle. The bloody battle at the city gate just now, even if he has a physique of 150, he is still exhausted. He now wants to take a good rest and do some sorting. However, Buff just found a quieter alley, and before he got off his horse, from the other side of the alley, a group of cavalrymen from the state of Yan rushed in. Kill. Buff was helpless and could only shake his head. Give my physique to 20. Immediately, all the fatigue and soreness in Buff's body disappeared. Hi. The Red Rabbit under the seat didn't need Buff's command at all, and after charging for a stick of incense, Buff came out from the other end of the alley with 3 spears on his back. The remaining 7 spears were all broken by Buff. Name, Buff. Identity, 22,500 lords. First boarding the soldiers. Strength, 60. Speed, 50. Physical, 20. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket life.
Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon. Zongsum long spear, turning spear. Falling star bow, sharp. Quick shooting arrows. 2 birds with 1 arrow. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket freedom point, 17. Close black lens bracket buff check his own panel attributes. In the previous siege battle of the Permafrost City, it was still the city-breaking battle just now. Boof had accumulated nearly 2,000 free points. So many free points are naturally used to increase. Power, add to 600. Speed, add to 500. Physical, forget it. Buff thought about it and left 100 free points for himself. He wants to keep some upgrades for his weapons. There are other items. After adding points, Buff heard the sound of shouting and killing not far away. It was the cry of the Qin soldiers and the Yan soldiers. It sounds like the Qin soldiers should have surrounded the Yan soldiers, but they won't be able to attack for a while. Buff looked for the sound, but found the sound on the other side of a house. But the houses here are all connected one by one. For a while, Buff couldn't find the way, and it was difficult to pass quickly. Buff thought for a while, and simply turned directly into the house. It turned out that the house was empty, and all the people in the house had gone to the building. Just right. Buff came to the wall close to the sound, and determined that the opposite was Yanbing. Proficiency is no less than 30 or 50. Then, Buff took a deep breath, bowed his head, and slammed into it. At the same time, Qin Bing, a military officer, was guarding at the entrance of an alley, impatient. This alley was a dead end, and they chased and killed more than 40 Yan soldiers all the way here. Yan soldiers hid in a dead-end alley. They thought they could wipe them out in one fell swoop, but they found out that there was a corner at the entrance of the alley, and only 2 people were allowed to enter side by side. As soon as they walked out of the corner, the Yan soldiers inside served them with spears. The 2 Qin soldiers were directly attacked. Stabbed to death, can only be pulled out. But the military commander was unwilling to give up so many military exploits. The battle situation could not last. Right at this time. Whoa! A loud bang. The side wall of the house collapsed with a bang. Ferocious figure rushed from the inside and rushed out. Before the Yan soldiers outside could react, they were overwhelmed by the collapsed house. Then, the figure pulled out the backhand. A spear on his back and swept across it. Crack! 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 Any Yan soldier who was swept by him exploded immediately. The head was swept away, the head exploded directly, and the brain was shot in all directions. The arm was swept, and the arm was broken. Killed 444 Yan soldiers and seriously injured 1. Crush. When the army of the Qin state outside decisively rushed in, they found that the alley was full of messes and corpses. Yan Bing died, was injured, and was seriously injured. He was out of breath and no air in. When he turned his head, he only saw a figure on the other side of the collapsed house, turned over on a white horse, and walked away from the dust. It's him. Qin Buoyan murmured. The Qin soldiers under him also froze immediately. Maybe they don't know Bufu. But when the South City gate broke open before, the voice of the sky and the ground was deeply imprinted in their minds, and they will never forget it. Cut off these people's heads and write them down on Bufu. Respectfully gave a military salute in the direction of Buff's departure. Ha, ha. Chusheng ran out of breath. He thought he was lucky. When attacking the city for the second time, his wooden shield fell, and a person beside him gave him his wooden shield. Then, under the city wall, when he was about to climb the ladder, he held a wooden shield, but a black pot fell from the sky, knocking him unconscious. He woke up. He was dragged back by his comrade as a corpse. During the 3rd siege of the city, he was placed in the bench for the first boarding camp. As a result, the south gate was broken before he could make up for it. I followed into the Permafrost City and started street fighting. As a result, I was stunned and lost. Then he encountered a dozen Yan soldiers. There were only 444 Qin soldiers on my side, and after a few fights, 2 died directly. He and the remaining Qin soldier could only flee in embarrassment. As a result,
Just now, another Qin soldier was shot dead by a spear from the Yan soldier behind. There is only one left. Can't run anymore. Am I going to die here? I haven't killed anyone yet. Spring at the head of the village, are you still waiting for me? Chu staggered under his feet and fell directly to the ground, and the Yan soldiers behind him suddenly rushed over like wolves. At this moment, a white horse passed by from a distance. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 88_Ride the battlefield without a single enemy. Autumn was overjoyed. The cavalry on the white horse is wearing Qin armor. It's a Qin soldier. Comrade. He suddenly shouted, wanting to ask for help. But the white horse was so fast that it didn't mean to stop at all. It was just the cavalry on horseback, who turned his head and glanced at himself. Then, he rode away. Chu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The other party has no intention of helping. After all, he is still alone. After all, he will still die. Goodbye, Chun. Chu said in despair in his heart, and then he stopped getting up and running away. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he clenched the Qin sword in his hand, and turned to face the Yan soldiers behind him. Great Qin man, he would have to pull back. However, just as he was about to prepare when he was going to die generously, when he turned around, the scene in front of him made him directly stunned. I saw the dozen or so, who were fierce and vicious just now, trying to hunt down their own Yan soldiers. At this moment, one by one was so frightened that they fell to the ground. Several even peed their pants. What the hell, evil devil! Finally, a Yan soldier shouted. Immediately he got up in embarrassment and fled in a hurry. The rest of the Yan soldiers followed, and no one cared about the autumn that was in front of them. Chu was stunned on the spot alone. Thinking about it for a long time, I still can't figure it out. These Yan soldiers were scared to pee their pants. But only that white horse cavalry appeared just now. He didn't stop at all, he just glanced over here. Just a look, it scared a dozen Yan Bings to shit. What evil ghost is Yan Bing calling? Who is he? In Yan Bing's eyes, he is so terrifying. Chu thought about it, and actually felt that the figure just now looked a little familiar. That, a mighty figure who broke the city alone. It's him, no wonder. Chu nodded, not surprised. But the next moment, he scratched his head again. But why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere? Buff galloped on horseback, shuttling through the streets. He has more important things to do. This time the city was broken, because of Buff's reason, it was to break through the city. Regardless of Qin Bing and Yan Bing, they did not expect it. The morale and energy of the Yan soldiers were not exhausted by the siege battle. Therefore, the street fighting at this time was very fierce, and it was not a situation in which Qin Bing was one-sided. Still, together with many Yan soldiers with complete combat power, they gathered in the city lord's mansion for the last resistance. Zhang Kuang and others, as well as a large number of Qin infantry, are besieging this place. Buff rode his horse and roared. Wind. From a distance, I could hear Zhang Kuang roaring, taking the lead and rushing into the enemy army. Stones and steamed buns followed closely, shields, for Zhang Kuang to resist the attack of the Yan soldiers. Uncle Liang is in the middle of scheduling and taking control of the situation. Qi Ying shuttles back and forth, and cooperates tacitly with Uncle Liang, even if he can appear where he is most needed at the most critical moment. The bow and arrows take the archers and suppress the Yan soldiers with arrows. And every arrow he shoots, avoidances precise take the life of a Yan soldier. Crack. Bow was shot with one arrow, and the bowstring was broken. The ordinary longbow could no longer support his crazy shooting. At this time, Buff beat the horse. Go. Bow and arrow, take the bow. Said, Buff threw the pitch-black falling star bow in his hand directly into Gong Ya's hand. The bow and arrow started, he was immediately overjoyed. He touched it, he knew that the bow was extraordinary. But he also stuttered, was reluctant to speak, and could not speak the language of thanks. He just took out the Zongsan long spear that he had been carrying around, and handed it to Buff with both hands. Buff took it, jolted the spear, and laughed suddenly. "Ganya, open a gap for me, I want to charge." Bow and arrow immediately. Nodding his head, he bowed his bow and shot an arrow. Shish. Shish. 6 arrows were fired in a row, and the speed was so fast that they even formed a straight line. In a team of 1 Yan soldiers, the arrow in the head of the first Yan soldier was crooked, and the second arrow rubbed the first corpse. The ear shot into the eye socket of the second person. When his body was thrown back, the third arrow brushed the tip of his nose again, and shot the Yan soldiers behind him. 666 Yan soldiers were directly killed. Instant kill. Quickly shoot arrows. The built-in archery on the falling star bow, in the hands of the bow and arrow, suddenly burst into the most powerful formidable power. Immediately after, the bow and arrow took out another arrow, pulled the bowstring, and released it. Hu! Air vibrated, the arrows were like electricity, and they shot directly through 1 Yan soldier, 2 Yan soldiers, and 3 Yan soldiers. 3 Yan soldiers didn't even know what was going on, they vomited blood and died. 3 eagles with 1 arrow. The built-in skill on the falling star bow is 2 eagles with 1 arrow. But because the bow and arrow were originally an archer, the 2 eagles with 1 arrow in his hands directly turned into 3 eagles with 1 arrow. Suddenly opened a gap. Hi! Chatuma understood it, roared, raised his hoofs and rushed straight towards the gap of the Yan soldiers. The 3-foot-long spear danced in Buff's hand, and the spear came out like a dragon. Gale! With a roar, there were 7 or 8 soldiers, and all of them were swept away by a single shot. When the strength was increased to 600 points, Buff was like chopping melons and vegetables when facing ordinary Yan soldiers. There is no one enemy. Keep up with how long? Liangbo immediately. Shout. Zhang Kuang heard the words, immediately. Move the horse over. But after coming here, where there is still Buff's figure, there is only a messy body. Rush in along the blood road paved by the corpse, widen the blood road, and kill the Yan soldiers on both sides. Buff charged all the way, and let the red rabbit under his seat go on a rampage. Several lives. The bloody nature of the red rabbit has also been thoroughly stimulated. A little bit of sweat seeped out from its pores, like drops of blood. In a short while, a gallant white horse turned into a red dragon foal. The red rabbit as well, deserved. Dang! A sound of gold and iron clashing exploded. Buff raised his eyebrows, and finally someone could catch his own shot. Looking at it, the other party was a burly swallow general, and looking at the armor style, at least a military officer. Come again. Buff was immediately happy to see the hunter, and burst into laughter. In his hand, he stabbed the 3-foot-long spear again. Clang! 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 The burly swallow will try to block it 3 times. But the 4th time, it can't hold it anymore. Long spear in his hand was directly smashed to pieces by Bufu's 3-foot-long spear. You know, he is a copper gun barrel. It was also shattered. However, he has no time to think about that. Stabbed directly into his body. Killed directly. Another soldier in the country of Yan died under the gun of Buff again. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, push. Chapter 89 The Horror of 600 Points of Power. After stabbing and killing the military officer of the state of Yan, Buff did not stop, and continued to rush to kill. Wherever they went, the Yan soldiers retreated. Those who did not retreat, died. Zhang Kuang brought stones, steamed buns, and the 18th Ying'an cavalry, desperately chasing after him. But he couldn't catch up, so he could only plow along the gimmick channel that Bufu cut out. Before he knew it, Bufu's eyes were suddenly empty, and there were no Yan soldiers, but Dakan infantry. The Dakan infantrymen stared blankly at the Buff in front of them, stunned and stunned. Wind! Wind! Immediately, the crowd cheered. Bufu is the Qin cavalry, and they are their pride. In the cheers of the crowd, Bufu turned his head, only to realize that, before he knew it, the army of several thousand Yan soldiers had been carved out by himself from start to finish. Destroy the army by one person. Take a look at your own attribute panel again, but you will lose 94 blood. However, this is just the beginning. Buff grinned. Kitu turned around and pointed at the Yan army again. Charge again. Hi! Red Rabbit roared, and the red figure pulled out a red phantom in the midst of the Yan army. Buff has 600 points of strength and a long spear in his hand. God blocks killing gods, Buddha blocks killing Buddha. The bloody road that the husband carved out, rushed out, but found that there was no Shi Chengbufu in front of him, only the excited Qin soldiers. When he turned his head, he saw a red warhorse, and wherever he went, the Yan soldiers made easy. Qian Jun 10,000 horses avoid the red rabbit. It turns out that I tried my best, but I am not worthy of catching up with the long pace. Zhang Kuang's heart was suddenly shocked, giving birth to infinite despair. Buff's figure, in front of him, is like a high cliff. It blocked all his sunshine and hope. But, even in the abyss, he must yearn for the sunshine. What a long footstep. We must not be abandoned because of weakness. Zhang Kuang roared, turned his horse's head, and pointed at Buff's back. Wind! Wind! Zhang madly led the team and rushed into the Yan soldiers again. The cavalry pierced the army, which was a great damage to the formation of the army. Once the ancient army fell into chaos, it was difficult to recover. Buff chiseled the army alone, and Zhang Kuang led the team to follow. The entire Yan army was completely disrupted. Originally there was a strong resistance force, but under the piercing of Bufu, it collapsed. General Xin Sheng dispatched the command in time, and the Qin soldiers rushed to kill with the bloody road that Bufu cut. Enter. In the end, the army of Yan soldiers was cut into several pieces. Divide them into pieces. Clang. Buff swept away a swallow general's long knife with one shot, and the spearhead swept across, directly smashing his head. Long knife spun around, and finally fell, and Bufu stretched out his hand, grabbed it in his hand, and then hung it on Kitu's back. On the back of the red rabbit, there are two sides, a giant shield, and a swallow sword. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Buff felt the earth shake. And it's getting faster and closer. Heavy cavalry. Bufu can't handle the sound of thunder-like footsteps. He turned his head suddenly, and saw a dozen heavy cavalry rushing out from a circle surrounded by Qin soldiers, heading straight for him. I also discovered the terrifying lethality of Buff. The last heavy cavalry was dispatched and rushed. Buff raised his eyebrows, and the 3-foot-long spear trembled. Su who are waiting. Hi. Facing the charge of the heavy cavalry, Kitu also felt his blood boil. The red on his body became even redder. He roared, bowed his head and rushed. One side is Buff single-handedly, and the other side is the 18 heavy cavalry, heavy armor. Qin Bing, Yan Bing, retreated one after another, making way for a road. Who was farther away, looked up one after another, watching this shocking collision. In the army, General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao also cast their gazes. One-man collision with heavy cavalry. So fierce. Boy. Lin Xiaozhang couldn't help but praise. He is also a cavalry, so he naturally knows how powerful the heavy cavalry is. 18 heavy cavalry, on the entire battlefield, is a drop in the bucket. It is useless and can't change anything. But if there is only one person, it is a giant crossbow shooting a mosquito. The only difference is that that person is called Buff. Da 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 da. Boom boom boom. Hoofs flew. The two sides finally collided. With a spear in his hand, the 3-foot spear spiraled out and stabbed directly at the spear of the first heavy cavalry. Zzzz. Sparks are blazing. The shafts of the two spears rub against each other, making a screeching noise. The 3-jong spear is still straight, and it stabs the heavy cavalry. But the heavy cavalry's spear is hit by the 3-jong spear and fly. Boom. The spears of the heavy cavalry flew high, and the spearhead of the 3-jong lance plunged into the heavy armor of the heavy cavalry's chest. If an ordinary warrior tried his best, he might not be able to penetrate the heavy cavalry's heavily protected chest. But Buff different. His strength is as high as 600. The armor of the heavy cavalry was rolled over and was pierced by a long spear. Fu. This heavy cavalry was directly stabbed by the Zongsan spear and flew upside down from the horse. But Bufu swung the Zongsan spear violently. Above the cavalry's helmet. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, the helmets of the two heavy cavalry were directly deformed. The Zongsan spear was pulled again, and the two spears flew into the sky in a rotation. Buff swept the Zongsan spear again, and swept the two heavy cavalry off the horse again. The armor is sunken, and you can't die anymore. The heavy cavalry is still the heavy cavalry on the city wall that night. But Buff is no longer Buff with 300 points of strength at that time. At this moment, Buff has doubled his strength. 6 strength swept 1. Zhongsan long spear. It came out like a dragon entering the sea, in the black huge waves composed of heavy cavalry, churning and churning, the clouds and waves rolled. In the end, everything settled. 18 heavy cavalrymen fell to the ground one after another. No one was seriously injured. All died. They were drawn by Buff, swept, stabbed, and stabbed. There was no chance of serious injury at all, and they died directly. Hoo 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 hoo. A burst of bursts above the sky. The 18 long spears that were picked up into the sky by Buff spun down one after another. Buff stretched out his arms, caught them all, and used a bundle of cloth to hang on the back of the Red Rabbit's horse. The surrounding Qin soldiers were shocked at first, and then cheered. Courage! 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 Shouted loudly, unable to release their inner excitement. Those were heavy cavalry. 18 cavalry heavy cavalry. They were swept away by a Qin soldier. Such a Qin soldier. How brave! The Qin soldiers shouted. Qin people are martial and worship the strong. If it weren't for the battlefield, they would even have thrown Bufu into the sky. Bufu was indifferent, and looked around again. The Yan soldiers were already defeated, and only the last small group of people were dying. Dian will win. Dian will win. In an encirclement not far away, the screaming and loud roar of the Yan soldiers suddenly came. That was the last struggle of the Yan soldiers. That was the last encirclement that the 18 heavy cavalrymen had just rushed out of. But Buff was strange. At the discovery, the cry of the Yan Bing did not weaken quickly, but had a tendency to intensify. General Xin Sheng and General Lin Xiao also rushed away at this time. Bu Fu immediately rode his horse and approached the past. This is the only remaining encirclement, and the Yan soldiers in the remaining encirclement, die to death, surrender to surrender, have all been pacified. But the 2,000 Yan soldiers in the encirclement here are like chicken blood. ____ Tucheng Shusheng Captain. Yan Qi. Please download Filuxiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 90 _ Decisive Battle against Yan Qi. Xin Sheng Pith. I, Yan Qi, didn't lose to you. But I lost to the evil ghost in your Qin army. Let him out. Even if Yan Qi is dead, I have to take a look. One person breaks 5. What does the evil ghost in my frozen city look like? Yan Qi is not tall, but he is full of blood and murderous aura, and he is a butcher of 22 feet. In the face of him, he can't help but bow his head. Yan Qi is a general of the Yan kingdom. The Yan soldier was the bait, and he was not pleased with the unparalleled benevolence and righteousness of the Prince of Yan, so he had always been a school captain. Many years ago, he met Xin Sheng on the battlefield. At that time, both of them were military candidates, and there was no winner or loser. In other words, Yan Qi was better. Just a district captain. The ranks of Qin and Yan's army differed as if, from top to bottom, they were the generals of the 3 armies in order. Front, back, left, right, and generals. Then came the captains, the military officers, the 500 leaders, and the 500 leaders. 100 generals, colony chiefs, even chiefs, corps chiefs, and pawns. The captain and the general seems to be only a first-level difference, but in fact, the gap between the two is huge. I don't know how many soldiers will kill in a lifetime, but they will end at the captain. General Xin Sheng also follows by. From then on, when he destroyed Zhao,
he made great contributions and made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. At this time, the two met again, one general and one captain, one victor and one defeated general. It was a world of difference. But Yanqi still looked down on Xin Sheng in his bones. Instead, he is interested in the brave and unparalleled Buff. Xin Sheng didn't care about this with Yan Kijua. He just looked at Buff who was rushing over. The surrounding Qin Bing also turned to look. Seeing Buff coming over on a red dragon steed, they all moved away. Make way out. Some Qin troops, seeing the scene of Bufu breaking the city gate, knew Bufu. Some Qin troops did not know about it, but they also heard about one person breaking the city. Hearing Yanqi's words at this time, he knew it. Has always been rumored that one person broke the city gate, the other was the gatekeeper, and the one that 10,000 people could not open. Qin Bing. This is the young Qin soldier in front of him. Bufu raised 3 spears, rode a red rabbit horse, walked on the road that everyone gave way, and entered the encirclement. The Yan soldiers on the periphery, seeing Bufu, immediately retreated in fright. Just swore to death. The blood and courage of the first battle also dashed most of it. I have seen how Buff killed his comrades, and there is no Yan soldier who will not be afraid. That is the devil in hell. Yanqi also looked straight at him, with his head held high and his eyes sharp. You're the evil spirit. Buff rode on the red rabbit horse, looking down at Yanqi. I am Ping'an County Buff. Peace Buff. Everyone thought silently in their hearts. Yanqi was no exception, but after he read it, he gritted his teeth and wished he could smash Buff into pieces. It is rumored in the army that you are an evil ghost in hell. You can't kill it, you can't be beaten, it's like an evil ghost trying to kill you, you can't escape. 3 days ago, you slaughtered on the city wall. I have a good plan, forcing me to dispatch heavy cavalry in advance. Today, you broke the city alone and destroyed the permafrost city. The name of the evil ghost is well deserved. I want to ask you. You still remember the heavy cavalry that stabbed you down the city wall 3 days ago? Buff's eyes flashed. He was somewhat impressed by the heavy cavalry commander. Approaching him alone, he created more freedom for himself on both sides. The big family. Ah, that's my brother. After knocking you off the wall. He died of serious injuries and died in my arms. He only has one last wish. Look down your head and bury it at his feet. I am today. Yanqi spoke in a deep voice, stretched out his hand, and lifted a long weapon like a spear, not a spear. Halberd. This halberd is not as common as the 3 kingdoms. Belongs to the strange soldier. And the halberd is extremely difficult to train. The spear, knife, sickle, stick and various weapons can all find shadows on the halberd. If you want to make a good halberd, you have to work hard. And Yanqi's famous weapon is a halberd. It is with this halberd that he kills from the bottom to the school step by step in the country of Yan, which does not pay much attention to military achievements. Wei, you can see the depth of his kung fu. Behead you for my brother. Kill you for the frozen city. Destroy you for Dian. Yanqi said, with a halberd in his hand, pointing directly at Buff. Buff raised his eyebrows. I have no high-sounding reason. If you have to ask. Then I will tell you as a Qin soldier. I will kill you for the world's great unity. After speaking, Buff slapped the red rabbit horse and jumped down directly. Yanqi did not ride a horse, so did Buff. Buff dragged his spear and walked towards Yanqi step by step. The Yan soldiers in front of them, suppressed by Bufu's fierceness, retreated like a tide. Qin Bing also held his breath and stared at Buf nervously. Some Qin soldiers who don't know Bufu are even happy to worry that Bufu will be killed by Yanqi's hands. After all, Yanqi is a colonel commanding tens of thousands of troops. But Bufu, regardless of a 22,500 master, with 2,000 cavalry under his command, he still made an exception. Besides, he had only been in office for less than half a month. Only Zhang Kuang and the others smiled and shrugged their shoulders and duel with Xichong. I guess it can block 10 moves and 10.
Stone is honest. Manto nodded. My brother and I think the same. You are the same as your brother in everything. When you marry a wife in the future, do you want to be exactly like you? Chi-Ying couldn't help rolling his eyes. I guess 5 moves. Chi-Ying stretched out a palm and 5 fingers. Uncle Liang shook his head. Even though Yanqi is brave, that's very long. 3 moves, the top is reached. Ba. Insolently opened his mouth. There are more than 3 moves, and even 2 moves can solve him. 1 move to fly the halberd, 1 move to pierce his chest. At this time, Ganya, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. 1 move. The surrounding Qinbing couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard the conversation of these people. Although they also want Buff to win, they are not as bragging as they are. Braggers can't ignore the basic facts. How could it be possible to kill the army of the state of Yan with 1 move? A narrow victory is the most normal and perfect script. Hey, you guys. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Do you know Buff? What nonsense are you talking about? An old Qin soldier reprimanded. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 91_1 move. Hear the old Qin Bing's reprimand. Zhang Kuang was about to refute it, but Uncle Liang glared at him. Hey, we don't know. We're all guessing. Chi-Ying smiled and said. Only then did the old Qin Bing become satisfied and spoke again. It's almost the same. Where are you from? You don't understand the rules. That's boof. If you know each other, it's nonsense. The simple and honest Stone scratched his head and opened his mouth. We are from Ping'an County. Manto also echoed. My brother is right. It turned out to be from Ping'an County. I didn't hear that. The old Qinbing was about to open his mouth and laughed, but halfway through his words, he was stunned. When Ping'an County just said that Bufu spoke, he seemed to be saying that he was these people from Ping'an County. When discussing, he seemed to call Bufu's name, and the relationship between them, when old Qinbing thought of this, immediately understood. What? Recalling what he had just taught them, he immediately lowered his head, his face flushed with shame, and he wished to find a crack to burrow in. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, Buff and Yanqi finally face each other. Yanqi holds the halberd tightly. I enlisted at 15 and 15. Kill the enemy at the age of 16. 20 years so far. Slaying the enemy. Yanqi is still there, chattering endlessly, but Buff has a spear 3 feet tall and is full of momentum. Noisy. Fight if you want. Where's the crap from? Yanqi's momentum was disturbed by Buff, so he stopped chattering immediately, just raised his halberd and stabbed Buff suddenly. Die. And Buff, holding the 3-jong spear in his hand, suddenly twisted it. Suddenly, the 3-jong spear spiraled, but retracted back. Soon, the 3-foot spear disappeared directly into Buff's hands and retracted behind Buff. The murderous blood on Buff disappeared and gathered up. An instant, Buff seemed to have changed from a battlefield killer, a hell ghost, to a mortal who was no longer ordinary. Turning back to the gun, Yanqi's expression suddenly changed, and he didn't think that Buff would be able to capture it. The storm after tranquility was the most violent. The attack after Buff was the most fierce. Trick, kill and oppose. Zhaolong goes to sea. Yanqi let out a roar, and the halberd pierced diagonally upwards, shaking slightly, like a dragon twisting and devouring the soul. The halberd is like a dragon, rushing towards Buff. If you are a timid person, just facing a halberd, you will as if being stared at by an evil dragon. He couldn't react at all, and he was immediately scared to death. But, at the left eye of Buff, a spear appeared first. Out, wrapped in the chi, blood that Bufu had just restrained. Bufu gathered the momentum of the whole body to nothing, and then exploded vigorously with the tip of the spear, and stabbed Yanqi straight. Shish. A slight sound, even, I don't notice. The fight between Buff and Yanqi is over. The two were staggered and motionless. Muzzle of the 3-foot-long spear in Buff's hand was cracked, as if it were broken at any time.
Yan Qi's halberd was intact. He held it in his hand, and then slammed it on the ground. Then, the halberd slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Buff finally moved, stretched out his hand, caught the halberd, and turned to leave. He didn't even look at Yan Qi. Yan Qi's figure was still listening, only the halberd in his hand was lost. Military. Finally, Yu Yanbing couldn't help but shouted in a low voice, as if responding to him. Bang! A sound, the armor and clothes on Yan Qi's chest were directly shattered. Then, 2 blood columns sprayed out from his chest and back. Flesh and flesh pierced. Yan Qi. Death. Even if he wears the best armor, the inside of the armor, and the goggles. But under the 600-point measurement of buff, everything is false. At the cost of cracking the head of the 3-jong spear, it penetrates directly. And Yan Qi's halberd, Zhaolong went out to sea. Until the end, I didn't encounter buff. It's not that he is not good at this trick. It was his own strength, which was far worse than that of buff. Yan Qi had just dispatched his halberd, and the air was roaring constantly, and the thunder was in his ears. Buff can see that this Yan Qi's strength is at least 150 points or more. His speed will not be less than 50 points. As for the physique, Buff doesn't know, but no matter how much, it can't be stopped. One shot with 600 strength of oneself. Bang! Until Buff got on his horse and turned to leave. Yan Qi's body collapsed suddenly, stirring up the dust. Military waiter. The nearby Yan soldiers rushed to catch them. But more Yan Bing, stunned, couldn't believe his eyes. Colonel Yan Qi, brave and unparalleled. It's not the enemy of Qin Bing. Hell Ghost. Sure enough, it's Hell Ghost. And Qin Bing's side is also stunned. They all imagined that Buff would win, but there were only a few people except Gongya. Who could have guessed that with just one move, Buff went to Yan Qi's name? Most people guessed 50 moves, 100 moves in their hearts. Even the Dingxi team, most of them guessed several moves. Until then, everyone knew that they were very wrong. In the eyes of himself and others, the brave colonel of the state of Yan was nothing but a long-winded scarecrow in Nabufu's eyes. One shot. Buff. 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 Qin Bing couldn't help but cheer. The surrounding Qin soldiers were led and shouted Bufu's name. The end, all the Qin soldiers shouted one after another. Tens of thousands of people opened their mouths together, shouting loudly. Lin Xiaozhong was shocked and was surprised for a long time before he could barely open his mouth. I finally know now how he broke the city alone. So brave, when the real Wu Anjin is reborn. Lin Xiao said excitedly. General Xin Sheng was still expressionless, but when he saw Yan Qi's body falling down, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. But in the end, there is still peace. Chu Yi stood among the Qin soldiers, staring blankly at the voice on the red dragon horse. Mouth murmured. It was him who scared Yan Bing away at a glance. I still remember. He came to the camp first, and he asked me something. For the second siege, my wooden shield was given to me by him. It's actually him. Chu was shocked, but excited in his heart. For a time, his body was full of power. One day, I will become a fierce general like Buff. When the time comes, I will go back to my hometown. Chun, will you wait for me at the head of the village? Chu thought stupidly. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 92_add points again. Next, Buff didn't intervene, and he didn't need to intervene. Yan Qi died, leaving more than 2,000 Yan soldiers left. The momentum was taken away, and there was no courage to fight to the death. Under the persuasion and intimidation of the Qin soldiers, they all surrendered. Of course, there are also those who do not surrender, so they will be killed. There are also some Yan soldiers who are wandering in the streets and alleys, and they need Qin soldiers to continue to encircle and suppress them. General Xin Sheng immediately ordered a 3-day campaign to clear the remaining Yan soldiers. Arrival. Time, the merits and deeds will be rewarded, and the officials will be promoted to the nobility.
Qin soldiers are overjoyed. There are still 3 days left, and the remaining Yan soldiers fleeing. In their eyes, they are not just Yan soldiers. It is a title, a military merit. There is no chance to kill the enemy on the battlefield, and now the remaining Yan soldiers are being encircled and suppressed, and the Qin soldiers have not been captured, and the whole city has been searched. At this point, the frozen Earth city has finally been completely captured. Interested in hunting down the remaining Yan soldiers, but began to add points to the weapons. The first is the lances of the 18 heavy cavalry of Yan state. Name: Black Lance. Quality: medium grade. Characteristics: solid. Do you want to continue to add points? Buff first tried to add 1 point to raise the quality to the top grade, and then added 10 points to raise it to excellent. Black Long Spear. The attribute panel, transformed. Name: Black Long Spear. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: solid. Penetration. A characteristic. It is inherently strong, because the black spear. It is made of black wood unique to the permafrost city, refined by a secret method. The head and body of the gun are extremely reinforced, as hard as steel. Penetration. It is more beneficial. The piercing shield. The last blood kill is similar to coercion. When the enemy faces it, they will be shocked by the blood-killing aura above the black spear. Buff nodded. Not bad. Immediately, the remaining 17 black spears, all added points to the top quality. Suddenly, all the black long spears, became the top quality. The 3 attached 3 characteristics are also the same. It is worth mentioning that the 18 black long spears, activate the blood-killing characteristics together. They can join together to form a threatening aura like Wang Yang's Sea of Blood. They can get the first move, and the timid ones will be killed by the thick blood as long as they face it. The murderous aura scared the shit out of me. Then, Buff took out a sword and a sword. These are all plundered from the generals of the Yan country, and the quality is good. They are all middle grades. Buff spent 80 free points to upgrade the swords respectively. To the top. Name: Haoyan Saber. Quality: excellent. Characteristics: sturdy. Kaishin. Yanwei. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, impossible. The beginning of the sturdiness. Buff has seen it before. It is not uncommon. Swallow returns. It is a sword technique. With a single swing, it can be like a swallow returning to its nest, and it will suddenly turn back and forth in midair, and the speed is so fast that ordinary people can't react much at all. An unexpected sword technique. Look at the long sword again. Name: Kingling Sword. Quality: excellent. Characteristics: solid. That is, the quality of the blade is good and will not break easily. Sharpness is to increase the sharpness of the sword. Kingling is a brand new feature. Specifically, it can help the sword master to keep his head calm, and clear and bright like a spiritual platform. Buff nodded. This knife is smart. This sword is clear and bright, just right. He Qiang and Liangbo. Then, Buff looked at both sides, the giant shield. At this time, he was going to give the stone steamed buns. Buff spent another 80 points to upgrade it to the best quality. Name: Blackwood Shield. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: indestructible. Unloading. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Indestructible. It is even higher than the sturdiness, it is more sturdy, and it is difficult to destroy whether it is a sword or a sword. I don't know how to use a black spear to stab the black wooden shield. What will happen? An idea popped into Buff's mind. Unloading. It can unload the power that hits the black wooden shield, which is more helpful for shield defense. This is the first shield. The second shield, Buff thought it was the same as the first shield. But in fact, it's not the same. Name: Rock Shield. Quality: excellent. Characteristic: indestructible. Rebound. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. The rock shield is similar to the black wood shield, there is only one features are different. Rebound. You can bounce back some of the force on the shield. Buff's eyes lit up. One unloading, one rebounding, these two sides, if the shield is used well, it can surprise the enemy greatly. At that time, let the two brothers Shitomantu, think about it. Buff chuckled, and immediately checked his weapon. The Zongsam long spear is still the previous attribute panel, but it has a damaged state. Can consume free points to repair. Repair or not, when piercing Yanqi's armor and goggles, the Zongsam long spear, the tip of the gun cracked open. Buff tried it, and it took 40 free points to restore the 3-jong spear. Then, Buff looked at a halberd. It passed from Yanqi's hand. But Buff can see that this halberd is not ordinary. It is even better than his own long spear, but it is of high quality. Buff directly spent 50 points to upgrade it to the highest quality. Name: Unyielding Long Halberd. Quality: excellent. Characteristics: sturdy, mighty. Dragon goes to sea. It has been upgraded to the highest quality, can't continue to add points. Needless to say, the sturdiness is similar to the blood killing, both can increase the number of kills. The momentum is preeminent. In the end, there is still a self-contained move. The dragon goes out to sea. Yanqi has come out, but he was killed by Buff before he touched the corner of Buff's clothes. But this is not because the dragon is not good at sea, but Yanqi's the strength is so different from Buff. So that the dragon he used to go out to sea is not a big threat to Buff. But if Buff came to use the dragon to go to sea, it would not be the same. Buff held a 3-foot spear in his left hand, the right hand is holding the unyielding halberd, one left and one right, 2 long weapons. It's just that Buff likes both, so it's hard to give up. Forget it, only children make choices, adults want all. Buff will hang a spear and a halberd on the back of the red rabbit horse, all of them. So far, Buff has consumed a total of 610 free points to update his lineage equipment. The original remaining 100 free points, plus the 110 points of freedom accumulated by Yanqi's battle with the piercing Yan soldiers, heavy cavalry, and Yanqi. Deduction: there are just 500 free points left. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 93 Killing Liang and Taking Merit, Sue's Crisis. After finishing all the weapons, Buff convened the Dingish team and the 18 Riders of Peace. 18 Riders of Peace. Buff spoke up. From Ping'an County, came on horseback, stopped at Buff reluctantly, and behaved the same. Buff raised his hand and waved, 18 black spears. They flew out immediately, and one by one inserted into the ground beside them. This is the weapon I gave you. Help you go into battle and kill the enemy. The 18 people were instantly overjoyed, and they all grabbed the black spears and pulled them out. The gun barrel started. More than a dozen people suddenly felt a sense of heart and soul. As if this black spear, it is an extension of their own arm. This is a gun that was born to them. Whoo! Woo! Woo! 18 people couldn't help but dance, and they suddenly became furious. Thank you 22,500 Lord. 18 people said in unison, very grateful. Uncle Liang. Buff spoke again. Liang Bo quickly stepped forward. Buff threw the Qingming sword to him. When Uncle Liang held it, he suddenly felt his mind clear for a while, and all the details and trivial matters that he could not remember in the past were now recalled. This Qingming sword can actually help him clear his mind. How could Uncle Liang not know the preciousness of this long sword? It was almost as if he had built it for his winning streak. Thank you so much. Liang Bo said solemnly. Buff nodded, then turned to look at Qi Ying. Qi Ying immediately. Get together. Shi Chong, what good weapons do you want to give me? Hurry up, I can't wait. Qi Ying's personality is clever, and among all the people, he was the first to take refuge in Buff. Because he couldn't help urging. Buff grinned and threw the Haoyan knife to him. Qi Ying played twice, as if thoughtful, but fell into silence instead. Then Buff saw that the black wooden shield was given to the steamed bun, and the rock shield was given to the stone. Brothers cooperated tacitly and were good at defense, and it was these two sides, the masters of the shield. This shield is so good, no matter how powerful the enemy is, I can pick up one after another. Stone said happily. I think my brother is right. The buns are in line. The crowd held new weapons and danced happily. Zhang Kuang and Gongya got new weapons, and they all died of envy. Now that Buff finally gave them a manpower, how could they be unhappy? Behead the enemy and get the military merit. Just make a statement. My subordinates will never allow harassment of the people to happen. Once it happens, don't blame me for showing no mercy, Buff said at the end. No. The crowd nodded their heads. Buff then turned to leave. With weapons, we must redouble our efforts. On the next battlefield, you must follow the leader and kill the enemy together. After Qi Ying realized that Yan returned, he said with a beaming expression. The rest of the crowd nodded in agreement. Since the attack on Black Rock City, Buff has taken the lead in almost every battle. They have no chance if they want to keep up. It is their wish to follow Buff to gallop on the battlefield. Zhang Kuang couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He had felt that way before. But now, he understands. With Buff's strength, it is absolutely difficult for them to follow. Bufu gave these weapons to himself and others, just to let himself wait for others, don't be thrown too far by him alone. That's it. And others can be content with seeing Buff's back on the battlefield. The 3-day killing period begins. Buff also stabbed the left and the right, and rode through the city on horseback. Unconsciously, before Kitu came to a house, Buff immediately stopped. This house looks familiar to him. Sue's house. But at this time, there was a roar and shouting to kill in Sue's house. Bufu's expression changed, he got off his horse and walked in. Entered, he saw a few Qin soldiers surrounding an old man, with swords shining brightly in his hands. The old man was none other than Sue's father. At this time, he was leaning against the door, holding a hatchet, like a trapped beast, staring at Wu Lu, a Qin soldier. Damn old man. If you don't want to die, get out of here. The little lady inside, I want to make an appointment. Several Qin soldiers laughed. They tracked Yanbing all the way, but Yanbing did not find it, but happened to see Sui who was going out. Glance, I immediately found that this little lady was charming, and each and every one of them was very excited. They have been nervous these days, for fear of dying in battle. Now that the permafrost city is broken, the overall situation has been decided, and the fear in my heart are suddenly released doubled. The thoughts in that regard are more active. At this time, seeing Sue's beauty, how could she hold back? One by one, the worms came to their heads and rushed in. Fortunately, Sue's father has recovered from the injury, and in the door of Sue's room, he confronts Qinbing with a hatchet. So this scene appeared. No matter what Qinbing said, the old man would rather die than retreat, waving the hatchet in his hand indiscriminately, like crazy. If you want to get in, you have to step over my body first. The old man screamed. Several Qin soldiers laughed. Since this dead old thing refuses to let it go, then kill it. Just cut off the head to serve as the head of the Yan soldier. It's still a military feat. Several Qin soldiers looked at each other and moved. Killing a good person and taking merit, this is a sin in the Qin law. But as long as you don't say it, who can know? Especially these few people are going to find the little lady inside and have a good time. It can be regarded as sympathy, and they can keep secrets from each other. Thinking of this, a few people suddenly moved, and they had to do it. For an old man, they naturally crushed him. A Qin soldier split Qin out, looked at the old man's hatchet, and wanted to rely on strength to split the hatchet. However, the old man had a lot of strength, and with a shock of the hatchet in his hand, he actually blocked Qin Zhang away. That Qinbing suddenly stepped back, the Qin sword in his hand trembled, and the tiger's mouth was sore. Old man, I can't think of it twice. Get on the spear. The Qinbing roared, and another Qinbing immediately raised a spear and was about to stab the old man. Whoa! At this moment, a one-stone shot came flying, and shot on the spear in Qinbing's hand, and the spear was suddenly broken. Pata! Spear broke, and the Qin soldier stumbled and fell to the ground. That's how you slaughtered Yan's soldiers and beheaded them for military merit.
A cold snort came from behind Qin Bing. A few Qin soldiers turned their heads and saw a Qin general dressed in 22500, standing at the gate of the courtyard, staring at him coldly. They hadn't recognized that this was Buff. When Buff and Yan Qi had a decisive battle before, they were at the outermost periphery. The identity of the Lord of Buff 22,500 was enough to make a few of them tremble. Qin Bing opened his mouth, unable to speak. Press, Qin La, kill the good and take advantage of the merits, and beheaded in front of the army. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 94 _ Can you stay? Buff snorted coldly and said directly. Several Qin soldiers suddenly sweated profusely and their faces turned pale. The strictness of Qin's law was deeply felt. Were caught, they would be beheaded. None of them wanted to die. Suddenly, several people secretly glanced at each other. Chi-Chi had a bold idea. Since you are going to die, it is better to fight hard. Although it is a big rebellion, it is indeed the only chance to survive. Several people looked at each other and made a decision in an instant. We were wrong. Please forgive me. A Qin soldier immediately. He knelt down and kowtowed to Buff for mercy. The rest of the Qin soldiers tried to kneel one after another. But at the same time as they bent down and knelt down, the Qin sword in his hand suddenly stabbed at Buff. Buff didn't even bother to move, he swept across with one foot, and threw a few soft swords. Qin Jian kicked flying. Assassination of officers, one more crime, home raid. Buff said coldly. He could see the careful thoughts of these Qin soldiers directly. Although he is reckless, he is not stupid. Several Qin soldiers are completely dumbfounded at this time. Assassinating Shangguan is a bigger crime than killing a good person and taking advantage of it. The whole family suffers. Just then, there was a sound of hooves. An infantryman was waiting, riding by. When several Qin soldiers saw this man, they were overjoyed and opened their mouths one after another. Marquis Zheng Jun. Military help. The military commander surnamed Zheng heard the words and turned his head to look over. Qin Bing, who was the first to kneel just now, immediately moved his legs on the ground and knelt down towards Marquis Zheng Jun. Please give us the evidence. We have chased and killed the Yanbing so far, and when we heard a voice in the courtyard, we thought it was the Yanbing hiding. As a result, when I came in, I saw this man, who wanted to insult the family girl, and threatened to cut off the old man's head as a military exploit. He found out that a few of us broke his good deeds, and he was going to kill him immediately. We see that he is the master of 500, and dare not do anything. If we don't abandon the army and arrive at the scene, we will all be killed by him now. That Qin Bing spoke quickly and took the lead in saying things backwards. Zheng Junhu's face was furious, and he immediately burst into anger. Immediately dismount, put Qin Jian in his hand, and walk towards Buff. Which camp are you from? Buff turned his head and looked at Zheng Junhu. Zheng Junhu's eyes suddenly widened, and then he sneered. My Dakan law is strict and strict. Violators will be severely punished. Said that, Qin Jian suddenly pulled out in his hand and slashed straight out. PFF'd. Of flesh and blood breaking suddenly sounded. A head flew into the sky. A column of blood spurted. But the head was not Bufu's. Nor was it Zheng Junhu's own. It was the Qin soldiers who had turned black and white. He was beheaded by Zheng Junhu with a sword. 100 lords, I solemnly performed a military salute. I'm the one who keeps silent and makes Brother Buff laugh. These people, I will definitely punish them. Zheng Junhu said very earnestly. There is no such thing as a military waiter in front of the 22,500 master. Just kidding, the other 22,500 masters are 22,500 masters. Buff's 22,500 masters are 22,500 masters. One person breaks the city, one person breaks the army and kills Yan Qi. 3 days later, once you start to judge the merits and rewards, the Bufu in front of you will still be so brave, and you will have a bright future in the army in the future.
He is a military candidate. At this time, it is too late to pull the relationship, and he dares to unite with his subordinates to kill the military officer. You are going to kill him. We are innocent. The other Chin soldiers were startled and cried. Shut up. Suicide if you want to die. Isn't it enough to be ashamed? Brother Buff, we'll kill the good and take the merit. A few Chin soldiers only had a meal. The name Bufu is so familiar. That's not the one. The brave Chin soldiers who broke down the city and killed Yan Chi all of a sudden went blank, as if struck by lightning, and looked at Bufu blankly. My heart is filled with coldness. A few of my own. It's not good to kill anyone who wants to kill, but I actually want to kill that hell ghost. That's a horrible ghost that hundreds of Yan soldiers can't kill. Several people suddenly turned ashes. Marquis Jung Jun was also unequivocal, and solemnly told Bufu. Brother Buff, these scumbags are all under my command. It's because of my lax discipline. I'll take it back and report it to the military law department, and be executed according to the law. Buff nodded lightly. These Chin soldiers are indeed black sheep, and there is no need to stay. No. I was wrong. Please forgive me. It's all their idea, it has nothing to do with me, I was forced. Several Chin soldiers begged for mercy one after another. But how could Marquis Jung Jun listen to it, and directly took action and kidnapped a few people. Even the headless corpse on the ground was dragged away. After everyone left, Buff looked at the old man at the door of the room. Old man was already terrified, and at this time he was slumped to the ground, sweating all over his head. Squeak. The door of the house opened, and Sui ran out in surprise and anticipation, holding the clumsy sword in her arms. It's you. Sue looked at Buff and lowered her head. Buff stared at the clumsy sword in her arms. Sue noticed it, and was immediately embarrassed. This was what she found by touching Buff's body. I heard that the pawnshop where I arrived at the sword was robbed, so I ran to get the sword back. As a result, I met them. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. Now, return the sword to you. Sue held up the clumsy sword in both hands, and handed it to Buff. But Buff just glanced at it and didn't take it. Since you touch it, it's yours. I said that you can exchange your sword for your quilt, and it has already been cleared. This sword, keep it for yourself. Buff said lightly. Sue nodded quickly, and then asked the old man to come over to thank her for saving her life. When Buff left before, the old man didn't wake up, so he didn't know that Buff saved him. Looking at the old man kneeling down to thank him, he looked at Sue again. Buff always had a subtle feeling. The relationship between these two people seems not to be father and daughter, but what is it? Buff doesn't know and doesn't care. Within 3 days. Close the doors and windows, and don't go out. Buff said a few words and was about to leave. However, just as he stepped out of the hospital door, Sue spoke up. Alas. Can you please not go? Buff froze for a while, and turned to look at Sue. Sue hurriedly lowered her head, holding the corners of her clothes with both hands, her face blushing. But after taking a deep breath, he raised his head and looked directly into Buff's eyes. You're gone, others will come. Can you stay? Sue has a calm and elegant face, looking up at Buff, so charming. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 95_ If we meet again, I hope to embroider the Mandarin ducks together, and there will be no hatred. Buff turned his head and stared at Sue. Sue also looked at Buff, and there was a hint of burning in her moving eyes. Good. Buff thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Sue suddenly showed a charming smile, lowered her head, and no longer had the courage she had just now. Old man tacitly agreed and quickly packed up a room. It was already evening. Buff sat in the room and closed his eyes. Even if the physique is 200 points, after these days of brutal fighting, the body will be tired. Even if the body is not tired, the spirit will always be tense and need to relax. Squeak. Door opened and Sue walked in. He also held a set of clean clothes in his hand. Dong, I see that your clothes are dirty. Please also change your clothes. Sue said in a low voice, then put down the clothes in her hand, and silently retreated. Buff is not squeamish either. The armor and clothes on his body are all tattered and really need to be replaced. Buff took off his tattered clothes and put on clean clothes, and it was a lot easier. Although there is no hot bath, but the battlefield can only change into a set of clean clothes, which is already an extravagant hope. After the buff was changed, the door opened again. Sue walked in and took off the dirty clothes that Buff had replaced, and the blood-stained clothes. When she was about to take away the turban embroidered with wild ducks, Buff suddenly shot and held her hand directly. Ah! Sue snorted softly. You hurt me. Sue whispered. Buff then released his hand, folded the turban, and tied it around his wrist. This was given to you by your wife. She must be pretty. You attach so much importance to her embroidered headscarf, and you must love her very much. Sue said softly. But Buff turned his head and stared straight at Sue. If you have something to do, just say it. Sue showed an ignorant face. Buff snorted. You really think I can't see it? You are really just an ordinary woman in the frozen city. Min girl can have such a big house. Your father, you can't see it when you're in a coma, but you've only been out of bed for a few days, and you can block Qinbing Qinjian with a hatchet. Even if Qinbing is a waste, your cheap dad is not weak. How can such a power be an ordinary person? Acting skills are good. Buff said directly. Sue was stunned for a moment, and then sighed faintly. So, you've already seen it. I'm not an ordinary person, but I'm not your enemy either. That night, I was really desperate, so I went to touch the corpse and met you. Sue spoke lightly, putting aside her cowardly aura, but still had a soft look. She was born that way. You are so brave. Qin may not be your only home. Have you ever thought about going to another country and serving as a general? Sue stared straight at Buff and sighed. Buff sneered and shook his head. Not needed. Sue spoke again. I know, you have a lot of things that you can't put down, such as the wife who embroidered a turban for you. But as long as you want, you can take over all the people you love first, and then come over yourself at the end. As long as you come here, then at least you're a general. Instead of being like Qin State, we have to climb from the lowest ranks of the corps, step by step, on the piles of wreckage. Climb up. If one day, if there is an occasional slip, it will be forever. Buff still shook his head. He was born a member of the Qin State, a dead man of the Qin State. Taking refuge in another country that was destined to be destroyed, this Sue was so amused that he seemed to be weak, but in fact, his identity was not low. Can promise a general's post is naturally not an ordinary person. It's just, which country she is from, Buff can't guess for a while. Sue looked at Buff's stern face, bit her lip, and finally spoke. As long as you want. No matter how noble a woman is, she will surrender to you. It starts with me. Sue said seriously. Buff snorted coldly. Sue's eyes suddenly turned red, and she said immediately. Don't worry, this is definitely not a beauty trick. There aren't many people in this world who can let me use their beauty tricks. I am sincere to you. As long as you nod, power, force, beauty, everything. You can have it all. Sue bit her lower lip, as if she was going all out. Finally, she raised her hand and grabbed the lace of her skirt. It only takes a puff of Buff without even looking at her. You die with this heart. Great Qin will be unified. This world belongs to Da Qin. Sue released her hand and slipped from the lace of her skirt. Her whole body was almost powerless. Buff pushed the door directly and walked out. Tomorrow, I will thoroughly investigate the enemy spies who are hiding in the people. Once arrested, shoot to kill. Speaking, Buff rolled over the red rabbit and ran away. The old man left and came in. Miss. Sue shook her head. Failed. He will not betray Chin. Would you like? Old man lowered his voice. Kill him. Sue glared at the old man fiercely. The old man was so frightened that he knelt directly on the ground. There is no need to say such words in the future. Family-country wars should be resolved on the battlefield. Assassination is a small way. Of course, the main reason is that with your strength, you can't hurt him at all. He's still your savior. The old man bowed his head and remained silent. Pack up and get out of here. Tomorrow morning, goodbye is the enemy of the enemy. Sue sighed softly and looked at herself in the bronze mirror. Choose if any. He is also willing to give up his current identity. Be an ordinary woman embroidering wild ducks. Whether it is Chin or any country. As long as you're with the right person, that's fine. But reality doesn't always go as planned. Early the next morning. The vanguard army gathers. The military judge publicly slaughtered dozens of Chin soldiers who had killed the good and took the initiative. For a time, on the school grounds, the heads of people were rolling, the blood was gurgling, and the rivers converged. At the same time, General Shin Sheng personally issued the military order. NT harass the people in the city innocently. Buff came to Sue's courtyard again. People have gone to their homes. Just leave a wooden sign on the table. There are 2 mandarin ducks engraved on it, which are real mandarin ducks, not wild ducks. There is also a line of graceful and small characters. If we meet again, I hope to embroider the mandarin ducks together, and there will be no hatred. GMI fan me. Buff was stunned. This Sue, whose real name is Ji Mifan, please download Filu Xiao. Chapter 96_compete for merit. Ji Mifan and Ibufu immediately knew Sue's identity. This name really has some characteristics. So much so that when Buff saw the money in the history books, he remembered it deeply. It was her. Buff sighed, looked at the wooden sign in his hand, and glanced at the corner of his mouth. Mandarin ducks are good, but wild ducks are the kindest. In the next few days, the city's search for the remaining stubborn Yan soldiers was still in full swing. Buff roams the city, and only occasionally shoots. It's arrogant and others, like tigers going down the mountain, fighting everywhere. The classic battle array that Buff passed on to them is extremely powerful in the narrow box. The best weapons, the combat effectiveness has greatly increased. Dozens and hundreds of Yan soldiers are simply not enough to watch. On the last day, everything is about to be settled. Buff was about to return to the camp when he heard shouts from the side street. I killed this man. Bah, I killed you. You risked leading the army. Obviously I killed it. Military officer, you have to be careful. Quarrel continued, and it sounded like they were arguing about military merit. Buff rode over and saw 2 Chin soldiers arguing with each other on a street. Several military officers were also at a loss, unable to deal with it for a while. One of the Chin soldiers, Bufu, knew. Autumn. That lucky and infatuated little Chin Bing. Until now, he has not died or even been injured. However, not this time. If you pretend to lead others to beheaded for military exploits, according to the law, Chin Lu, you want to have a tattoo on your forehead, and you will be sent to guard the border. The person who is arguing with Chu is an old Chin soldier, who looks like 40 or 50 years old, but at this moment, his face is aggrieved, as if he had received a great grievance. Don't be noisy. Tell me one by one. The military meritorious officer in charge of recording military exploits scolded and told the 2 to shut up. Say one by one. You come first. He pointed at Chu. Then the old Chin Bing was taken aside. Military officers are to be questioned separately. The old Chin Bing was taken aside. He was sure that he couldn't hear the voice from this side. Autumn immediately spoke up. I've been searching for the Yan soldiers in this area. I just saw 2 Yan soldiers fleeing, and they immediately chased after them. Chasing here, one of the 2 slashed, and the speed was a little slower. I slashed in the back with my sword, and immediately fell to the ground.
The other turned around and attacked me. After 10 strokes and 10 fights, the long sword in his hand just broke, and I stabbed him under his left rib. At this time, the Yan soldier on the ground woke up and wanted to attack me from behind. As a result, he chopped on the wall beside me and was stabbed into the abdomen with my sword. Autumn 1510, in detail. Buff couldn't help but be surprised when he heard it. This guy, the luck is too good. Chase everyone with a slap in the face, swordsman with a sword, but the sneak attack cuts the bark. This luck is against the sky. Is he the one who travels? Buff couldn't help complaining. Military officer recorded them one by one, and then looked at that old Chin soldier. The old Chin Bing immediately was brought over. Chu was taken away. You said. Military officer rode. Injustice. Those two people were obviously killed by me, but that shameless child actually took the credit for it. Please call the shots for me. The old Chin Bing cried. Don't say something irrelevant. Quickly come to the process of your killing the enemy. The military officer was unmoved. It's just that they've seen too many similar situations. Don't know who is right and who is wrong in the end, just listening to these words is all false. It's like this. I chased the Yan soldiers over there, but the Yan soldiers over there were all beheaded. So I went this way, and I saw that kid was chased by 2 Yan soldiers and asked me for help. Of course I can't just sit back and watch. So hid first on the street corner. When the 2 Yan soldiers came after me, I originally wanted to cut out one sword and kill one person. The result was so exciting that it slashed over the corner of the wall and blocked the blade. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. I stretched out my foot again, tripped over a Yan soldier, and stabbed another Yan soldier in the ribs with a sword. He staggered down and tried to use his sword to smash the ground, but the sword also broke, and he fell to the ground and died. Then I went to the back of Yan Bing on the ground. I cut a sword, and he rolled over in pain. I followed up with another sword and stabbed him in the abdomen. That boy has been there, watching from a distance from the rear. Forget it if you don't help. See, I want to beheaded to lead the merits, but he even jumped out to take my military exploits. The old Chin Bing had a betrayed expression on his face. Military officer recorded the words of the two, let Chu come back. Then, let the special autopsy military officer go to check the corpses and the scene of the 2 Chin soldiers, traces. The result came back and reported that it was consistent with what the two said. There were sword marks in the corner of the wall. One person was injured in his ankle, his back was cut, and his stomach was stabbed. One person's long sword was broken, and the sword was under the rib. The point is that the injuries described by the two are exactly the same. There must be someone who saw the process of beheading the Yan Bing. This point, in the narrative of the old Chin Bing, has some manifest. But in Chu's remarks, there was no mention of the old Chin Bing witnessing it. Some of the surrounding Chin soldiers were talking about it. Who are these 2 people pretending to lead the army? I think it's the one. Young, he looks like he's only 20 years old and 20 years old. It's not bad if he doesn't pee his pants on the battlefield, and he talks about killing the enemy. I think that veteran soldier is unreliable. Those who are still alive and kicking at such an old age are all old idiots who are hiding their crazy ideas. In the past, when this kind of meritocracy happened, military officers would record the process of the two killing the enemy, and by comparing the wounds, they could determine who was real and who was fake. But now, the process of beheading the enemy is different. But the wounds are the same. There's no way to judge. The Chin soldiers were talking about it one after another. Buff was also curious. He also wanted to know, under such circumstances, how did Dokkan military meritorious officers judge that military meritorious officers are also in danger, which is really rare. But it's not impossible. Military officers separated the two again and described the color and style of the clothes on the two Yan soldiers respectively. This time, Chu hesitated and said 5 points, 55. The old Chin Bing said more than 10 points in one breath. In the final check, What old Qin Bing said was completely correct, while what Chu said at 5:55 was a little wrong. The truth came out immediately. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 97 _ Trace Detection Method. Hey, look, I was right. This young man is fake. He looked at the wound, but didn't remember the clothes. I didn't expect his thick eyebrows and big eyes to be a shameless person who strives to replace him. The surrounding Qin soldiers spit out one after another. I didn't. I killed people. Chu said angrily. You said you killed him, why can't you even remember Yan Bing's clothes? Asked a military officer. Chu was at a loss for words and could only say, I remember so much. I'm not lying. No need to repeat, the truth is clear. The 2 Yan soldiers were killed by Qin Bing Songping. The old Qin soldier's name was Songping. Qin Bingqiu, fighting for merit on the battlefield, framed the same robe as a tattoo, and sent him to guard the border. The military officer said coldly that he would be sentenced. No. I am wronged. Chu couldn't help crying. But it didn't help, and soon a military judge came to arrest him. At this moment, Buff couldn't see it and spoke. Dakin military meritorious officer, this is this. 33S asked directly about this, causing the military officer to be full of anger. He turned his head, he saw that Buff was a 22,500 master, but he didn't immediately. Angry, but also snorted coldly. Even if you are the master of 500, you have no right to intervene in the military merit system. Buff nodded. I know this, I just question your judgment. The evidence is conclusive, no need to question it. The military officer said immediately. Qin Bingqiu only mentioned the clothing of the Yan soldiers. Qin Bing Songping, 13 points, 1 by 1. Is this still a problem? He. Buff sneered. The problem is big. Let me ask you, have you ever killed anyone? Military meritorious officer couldn't help but stay for a while. The military meritorious officer, who was responsible for recording the military merits of Qin soldiers, beheadings, had not been on the battlefield before. Oh, I forgot, you never killed Yan Bing. Then let me ask. Buff said again. You don't look at the 2 of them, can you tell the characteristics of their clothes? Think about it for yourself, can you say 4 or 5 places, or 10 places? The military officer was stunned for a moment and thought about it carefully. I found that I remembered the appearance of the 2 Qin soldiers clearly, but the specific costumes only had a vague impression. If you have to say something, you can only say 3 or 4 points per person, and it is not completely guaranteed to be correct. As for more than a dozen places, that's absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the 2 of them. But this move undoubtedly proves that he can't say much. Buff turned to look at Qin Bing who had just condemned Chu. You've all killed people. Now I want you to describe how each of you killed the enemy, one by one, with a deep memory, without missing a single point. But can you describe in detail the characteristics of the costumes of the Yan soldiers you killed? Can you remember more than 10 places? All the Qin soldiers were stunned for a moment and came one after another. It turns out that I really can't remember clearly, let alone 4 or 5, 3 or 4 places are difficult. I can only remember 3 places. I'm everywhere. I remember 5, but I'm not sure about 2. I don't remember anything, except that it was a middle-aged man. Qin Bing opened his mouth one after another. Buff laughed, and then said, since you can't remember more than a dozen clothing features, it can prove that you didn't kill Yan Bing with your own hands, and you all pretended to be someone else. It's all going to be tattooed. As soon as these words came out, all the Qin soldiers immediately exploded. Impossible. I killed people. I'm not taking credit. I have the certification, and our 100 generals were there at the time. All the Qin soldiers said in succession. Only then did Bufu say, then why do you think that Qin Bingqiu must remember more than a dozen characteristics of Yan Bing's clothing? The Qin soldiers were speechless.
The military officer was also thoughtful. Buff continued to speak. Chopping and fighting is a high level of tension. You remember every single sword and every sword clearly. That's because your attention is so focused on it. But in response, for the rest, you ignore it. Clothing characteristics, if you can remember 4 or 5 places, it's normal. And if you can remember more than a dozen places, and one is not bad, it is a problem. Then you have to observe carefully and remember it deliberately before you can remember it deeply, word for word. All the Qin soldiers nodded. Military officer also suddenly realized. The old Qin Bing was in a hurry. I'm watching carefully. What's the problem? Could it be that just because I have a good memory, it is necessary to decide that Yan Bing was not killed by me? Buff sneered. Of course not. I want to prove that the two of you killed Yan Bing. There are many ways. As soon as these words came out, the Qin soldiers all looked at Buff. The military officer also looked over curiously. You too, although the Yan Bing's injuries described are the same, but the specific details are not the same. Buff opened his mouth and spoke in a succinct manner. The first is the sword mark on the corner. Chu said that Yan Bing cut it, and Song Ping cut it himself. Then one is Yan Jian and the other is Qin Jian. The Yan sword is narrow and long and sharp, while the Qin sword is broad and heavy. The two kinds of sword marks are different, and you will know once you compare them. Also, the sword of one of the Yan soldiers in the two of you broke. It's just that Chu said he cut it off with Qin Jian, and Song Ping said it was cut by Yan Bing with his sword and pestle. Then just look at the broken place of the Yan Jian, and see if there is any trace of the Qin Jian splitting, and then you will know. The rest of the wounds are also different. As long as the scene is simulated, it can be verified that the injuries on Yan Bing's body are more in line with which person's statement. After Buff finished speaking, the military officer's eyes lit up immediately. Run over to check it out. Soon, he was excited to return. After verification, the sword marks on the corners were made by Yan Jian. At the fracture of the broken Yanjian, there are scars from Qin Jian's slashing. Qin Bing Song Ping, what else do you have to say? This time, the old Qin Bing suddenly turned ashes. I am in a hurry. I haven't killed the enemy, and I don't even come to the title, I'm in a hurry. I saw him kill Yan Bing from a distance, and I became greedy. I surreptitiously watched the details of how he killed the enemy, and wrote down the features of Yan Bing's appearance and clothes. The old Qin Bing cried and confessed his guilt. The military officer immediately changed the order. Qin Bing Song Ping, fighting for merit on the battlefield, framed the same robe, as a tattoo, sent out to guard the border. The military meritorious officer is happy, the judgment is unclear, the meritorious officer is dangerously wrong, and he will be a military staff, 20. Military meritorious officer even convicted himself of his own crime. Military meritorious officers will be punished if they remember wrong attacks. Those who can become military meritorious officers are strictly screened, stubborn and meticulous. Even if they make mistakes, they will never know tolerance. Immediately, some military officers tied the old Qin Bing down. And that, the military meritorious officer named Shi was executed on the spot. 20 military sticks. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 98_Buff's military exploits. The military meritorious officer judged himself and punished himself. After 20 military sticks, he was already bloody, and he couldn't stand up. But still gritted his teeth, got up and thanked Buff. And for Buff to stand up, they would have judged the military merits wrong today. This is a shame for a military meritorious officer. Once the judgment is wrong, he will be severely punished, and he will be completely spurned by the entire military meritocracy. Official. Now being pointed out by Buff, he can still remedy it, and there is still room for improvement. Most importantly, Buff just mentioned the methods of checking the subtle traces, which made their eyes shine. This is the point they ignored in the past. But in the future, if everyone masters it,
then it will be easier to judge this kind of meritorious case. This is teaching people how to fish. The entire military industry should thank Buff. The military officers present are the first batch of executors who have been passed down by Buff. Buff Shishiran received the salute. He just briefly mentioned that the study of traces in later generations is a very big study. Now I am only leading these military officers to get started. Follow up more esoteric things, they need to explore on their own. Wait for the military officer to leave. Autumn came to Buff reluctantly, puff tong. A sound, he fell to his knees. Thank you Buff 22,500 Lord for saving me. This is the third time you saved my life. Autumn, keep it in your heart, you will never forget it. Chu said seriously. Was the first time for Buff to give him a wooden shield under the rain of arrows. It was the second time when the city was broken and the Yan soldiers were frightened away at a glance. Now, it was the third time. Buff also accepted Chu's kneeling with peace of mind. I have to say, this Chu's luck will be really good. Ji is not dead. Although he was rescued 3 times by Buff, perhaps Buff is also part of his luck. Finally, the 3 days are over. The remaining Yan soldiers in the frozen city are finally swept away. Bai Wang Jian finally arrived. The vanguard army rested for 2 days, and began to discuss the merits and rewards. In the big tent of the Chinese army, Wang Jian's lieutenant was looking at the latest military newspaper with a puzzled look on his face. 5 days. The frozen city is broken. General Xin Sheng is so brave. That Yan Qi is not an incompetent person. He was originally given a 1-month deadline. Wang Jian chuckled lightly, and threw the freshly baked military merit book in his hand to the lieutenant. This is the latest statistics of military officers. The above records that in the first battle of the Permafrost City, the main officers and soldiers, the old man is wrong. Wang Jian couldn't help but said, but his tone was full of joy that could not be concealed. Stands to reason that people who usually say this are sighing or angry because they are distracted. Why are you glad that the lieutenant and the Permafrost City broke down so quickly? Grabbed the military merit book and opened it. In the second siege of the city, Xian Denjiang Bufu took the lead in attacking the city wall, stood firm, and helped dozens of Qin soldiers to climb the city wall, killing the enemy without counting, 50 counts, 70 capping, 1 heavy cavalry, 100 generals 1 person, 500 masters per person. No calculation here does not mean that there are too many to calculate. But it means that it is difficult to calculate. 50 counts, 70 caps. That is to say, the number of enemies killed by Buff is between 50 and 70. During the second siege to the third siege, Buff hid in the Permafrost City, killing enemies one after another, causing riots in the Permafrost City. Killing the enemy is useless, 60 counts, 70 caps. In the third siege, Buff broke through the city gate alone, beheading 123 enemies and 123,500 masters. The city broke through the street fighting. Bufu broke the army alone, pierced through the Yan soldiers, killed 118 enemies, 118 heavy cavalry, 200 generals, 500 masters, and 1 captain. This last captain, naturally, refers to Yan Qi. Except for the first siege, and when Buff and Buff were in the belly of the Permafrost City, the number of enemies killed could not be counted. The remaining battles, the military officers tried their best to count the number of enemies killed by Buff. Although there must be some deviation from the actual situation. But this deviation has no effect on Buff's military achievements. No enemy counts, take the middle value, and Buff has killed a total of 366 enemies. This is the number of enemies killed by 1 person. However, with Buff's current position of 2,500 masters, the reward for merit is not just slashing number of enemies. It also depends on whether he executes the military order perfectly, and how much he contributes to the whole battle. In these 2 aspects, Buff is equally amazing. The first siege, he successfully climbed the city wall. Although he did not defend the city wall in the end, this siege the original intention was to consume the Yan soldiers, but if Buff was able to climb the city, he had already exceeded the military order. Less foreshadowing. The third siege, Buff broke the city alone. It was even more perfect than conquering the city wall, which directly led to Qin soldiers entering the city and conquering the frozen city in one fell swoop. This is a great achievement. The entire battle of the frozen city is the greatest achievement. In the end of the street battle in the city, Bufu broke the army by himself, pierced the Yan soldiers, and in the duel, he shot Yan Qi to death, speeding up the collapse of the Yan soldiers, which is also a credit. Finally, the military officer even added a sum. Referring to the trace method proposed by Buff, the military merit determination system has been improved, and merit is also claimed. My God! Lieutenant also exclaimed, this Buff is against the sky. The power of one person actually decides the battle. So much work. Captain Keka. The lieutenant spoke up. Captain Kejia. Wang Jian affirmed. However, in the Dakan military merit system, in order to limit the honorable children, taking advantage of the power of the family, they deliberately killed the enemy to make up the number. Therefore, an iron decree was made. Anyone who has been in the army for less than a year is the highest military officer. No, Captain. Wang Jian opened his mouth and said. This iron order was established, it was basically never used, and it was about to be forgotten by everyone. It is extremely difficult for a newly recruited soldier to be promoted to 500 masters within a year, let alone the military waiting. But who would have thought that except for the pervert of Buff? In less than 2 months after enlisting in the army, the permafrost was conquered city, made such a great contribution. What can I do? The lieutenant asked. Wang Jian shook his head. Qinlu's military regulations are like mountains and mountains, unshakable. At least I'm unshakable. Buff can only be promoted to military commander. I'll do it right away. Book will meet Shenyang. Pray for it yourself. Please, Your Majesty, make an exception. Wang Jian said solemnly. It is his character to love talent like a son. Seeing Buff so brave. He also wanted to promote Buff quickly, so that he could fight in all directions and swept the world for Qin. But Qin's laws were strict, and iron orders were iron orders. A copy of Wang Jian's personal performance, together with the permafrost city's good news, rushed thousands of miles and flew back to Shenyang. Fei Lu reminds you, the 3 things of reading are collected and pushed. Chapter 99 _ The reward is too low. Doubts all over the place. Next day, the 3 armies assembled on the school grounds outside the frigid land city. General Wang Jian, Yi Ping, several generals, and pioneer General Xin Sheng. All the generals who cut Yan were present. Or also below. Masters like Buff, they can only stand on the school field with the vast number of soldiers. Meritorious deeds. Begin. The army is waiting for Wang Ben. Kill the 14th enemy. Noble title, no military rank, 100 taels of bounty. Military meritorious officer held the military merit book in his hand and recited and sang aloud. The battle of the entire frozen soil city. Wang Ben did not directly participate in the battle because he was guarding the city gate outside the city. But in the last 3 days, the county magistrate of Dongtucheng, with his family and some of his subordinates, fled out, trying to cross the Susui River, but was caught by Wang Ben and took him directly. But it was just a magistrate. No military power. Military power has long been seized by Yan Qi. So even if Wang Ben intercepted it, he would not be able to go further than the military commander. It can be seen that if the military commander wants to be promoted, one step at a time, it is extremely difficult. Wang Ben looks a little regretful. It is a pity that he was not able to participate in the siege. Next, the rest of the soldiers received awards one after another. Finally, it was the turn of Buff. Insolent, cut down 117 enemies, and won't change nobility. Be the master of 500. Bow and arrow, kill 78 enemies, keep the title of nobility, and serve as the master of 500. Good uncle, kill 36 enemies, no change, and 500 masters. Qi Ying, kill 34 enemies,
keep the title of nobility, and be the master of 500. Stone, kill 28 enemies, keep the title of nobility, and serve as the master of 500. Bantu, kill 28 enemies, keep the title of nobility, and serve as the master of 500. A series of shouts, the members of the Dingxi team were promoted one after another. Because the higher the title, the more difficult it is to be promoted, so everyone has accumulated in the nobility. Going up, it is the doctor class. If you want to break through, you need great work. Buff was promoted to doctor. It is not enough to rely on a blocking battle in Fengli Gorge alone. It was because he discovered that the state of Yan had sneaked into the state of Qin state, and the Battle of Fengli Gorge made Wang Jian report it in time and dispatched Wang Ben to encircle and suppress the Yan soldiers in the interior of Qin state and save a lot of food and grass. This is a great achievement. As for military positions, Zhang Huang and Gong Ya, relying on high kills, were promoted to 22,500 masters. The rest of the people have become 500 masters. As for the 18 Ping and cavalry, they have all been promoted to nobility. Even the Kowtoon chief and the Black 100 generals have also been promoted at this moment. That they follow Buff, they are promoted all the way, and the dragons and tigers are fierce. There are few people who die in promotion. Who is called their commander? He is a big man. In their eyes. After listening to their awards, everyone looked at Buff. Not only Zhang Huang and others, but even the rest of the Qin soldiers, and even the 30,000 vanguard army. Almost all the vanguard soldiers saw the south gate of the frozen city. It collapsed suddenly, a scene where a figure slashed immediately, and 10,000 husbands did not open it. Almost everyone knew that Yan Qi, the commander of the permafrost city, was shot to death by a Qin soldier. And that Qin soldier, called Bu husband. At this time, everyone is curious, what kind of military exploits this wicked man called by the Yan Bing. What kind of reward he will get? 2,500 lords, Buff. Finally, the military officer spoke loudly. The entire campus fell silent immediately. Everyone couldn't help but listen carefully, wanting to listen carefully. 366 enemies. Regarding Buff's achievements, only the number of enemies killed at this time. The rest of the military exploits involve secrets and will not be disclosed on this occasion. But Qin soldiers and generals can all know. As soon as these words came out, the entire school ground was buzzing. All Qin soldiers couldn't help but talk about it. Killing 366 enemies, the whole data is too heaven-defying. People are paying attention. Just like Zhang Huang just now, it made many Qin soldiers slap their tongues, and made Zhuang Huang live proud. But the ones who killed more than 100 enemies were not only Zhuang Huang, but also the others. Everyone can accept it. Hundreds of enemies are rare, but they are not non-existent. However, killing 366 enemies, this data is too heaven-defying. One person, killing 366 people 366 is terrifying. It is equivalent to one person, killing more than half of the 500 masters and their subordinates. Is this something that people drove out? All the Qin soldiers looked sideways. At the same time, everyone must be curious. Such illustrious military exploits, what kind of reward Buff will get? I can't help but get excited for Buff. Finally, Zheng Gong spoke again. Duke. The annual salary is 350 shi. The fields are hectares. The house is 63 acres, and there are 7 servants. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. Before that, Buff was a doctor, but now he has directly selected an official doctor and made a nobility official doctor. The name is worthy of the name. You must know that it is very difficult for each level of the doctor class to rise. Of Buff, it is normal to be promoted 2 levels in a row. Everyone is looking forward to the future appointments. After all, the title cannot be reflected on the battlefield, only the military rank is obvious. Up, the greater the ability. Qi Ying couldn't hold back his excited heart and started talking. The captain, at least the captain. Not even the captain of the colonel. How long is fierce? I'm dressed in baby clothes. I've already taken it. He muttered arrogantly, expressing contempt. HMPH, I served earlier than you. You're still delusional about robbing Shichong for the position of Shichong, and wrestling your wrists. Qi Ying countered. Zhang Kuang suddenly blushed. This is his dark history. He thinks about it now, he feels that he is over his own power at that time. The rest of Liangbo and others also nodded, thinking that Boof had outstanding military exploits, and the awards were bound to be plentiful. Finally, the military meritorious officer spoke again under the expectations of many people. Ren Jun, command 5,000 cavalry. A short sentence, it came out. Audience was silent again. This time, it was not because the reward was too high. Rather, it was too low. Almost everyone thought that with this credit, Buff would definitely be above the military marquis and be appointed captain. However, it was not. On the basis of the 500 masters, it has gone a step further and has become a military officer. The military officer is naturally good. But compared with Buff's brilliant military exploits, it's not worthy. Yes, it's not worthy. How is it possible? Zhang Kuang was the first to cry out. It's not fair. There must be a scam. Insane immediately. Mouth, and even rushed to the theory. Fortunately, Uncle Liang caught him. You don't want to kill me, so shut up now. 3 armies are rewarded for meritorious deeds, and open disobedience is a big sin. Insolent and reckless, not only his death, but also Buff will be implicated. But insolent and righteous indignation. The rest of Qin Bing, why not? To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 100 _ the name must meet the King of Qin, the system is unlocked. Why is it only a military officer? This buffalo killed 366 enemies, so terrifying, but he was only a military officer. His title has been promoted 2 levels, but his military rank is only 1 level. For his military exploits, the military rank is indeed a bit low. Is there any inside story? I heard that Buff was originally a cavalry. Why did he enter the Shanding camp to attack the city? In the audience began to discuss. For a time, the school hall was full of people, and doubts began to arise in the heart. At this moment, the words of the military meritorious officer spread throughout the audience again. The bounty is 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels of gold. This was a huge sum of money in the Qin dynasty. Many so-called families, accumulated over the years, can have 1,000 taels of gold, which is the limit. As for Bufu, he received a reward of 10,000 taels directly. This is Wang Jian's decision to compensate Bufu. The military position is due to the Iron Order that everyone does not know, and he cannot be promoted to captain. But on top of the money reward, there is a big sum of money. 10,000 taels of gold is enough for Buff to spread the branches and form a big family. Qin soldiers in the audience were all shocked by this generous amount of money. You must know that the military expenditure of the Yan army was only a few million taels, and it was still mixed with silver and gold. Buff took nearly 1% of it. Only a seasoned and prudent general like Wang Jian has such courage. This time, even the irritable and arrogant have no temper. 10,000 taels of gold. My God, I've never seen so much gold in my life. Buff doesn't even want to continue participating in the war. Now that he is discharged from the army and returns to his hometown, he will be able to live in Anwei for the rest of his life. His descendants can also be rich. 10,000 taels of gold is really a big deal. The Qin soldiers all sighed. Dakin Man went to the battlefield, in addition to carrying the lofty ideal of making a contribution and making a career, and honoring him. Most people, don't they just want to kill a few enemies, get a title, and return to their hometown to be a rich man with a title? This 10,000 miles of gold from Buff is enough to satisfy most people's dreams. Qin Bing's voice of criticism gradually became smaller. But this is not the end. The military officer spoke again. At the same time, General Wang sent a letter to the king to report the Battle of the Permafrost City.
The name of Buff must be a policy. As soon as these words came out, the audience suddenly boiled. If we say that the 10,000 Tales of Gold award just now was on top of the public anger, a spoonful of water was poured to make the fire smaller or even extinguished. Then this sentence is directly pour another barrel of oil. The fire exploded immediately, and it was hot and hot. Write to the king, you must see the name of Bufu. What does this mean? Bufu's name will definitely be seen by Qin Wangjun. That is Qin Wangjun. Countless Qin soldiers were all excited. That look at Buff are no longer admiration or regret, or even envy. Instead, they are naked jealousy. Yes, all Qin soldiers, at this moment, are extremely jealous of Buff. You can see the king of Qin. This is all in the heart of Qin Bing, the highest etiquette treatment. King Qin, that is the God in the hearts of everyone. It is the spiritual pillar. It is faith. At this moment, no one says that the reward of Buff is not enough. The arrogant is jealous and deformed and grows up mouth, eyes dull. Thinking about it, imagining how good it would be if he got this kind of treatment. Feeling the jealous eyes of tens of thousands of people, even if Buff has a physique of 200, it is like a thorn in his back at this time. But he also deeply understands it. King Qin's position in Qin Bing's heart. Although he is not as crazy as Qin Bing, he is also very curious about that Qin king. After all, it is, above all history, an emperor through the ages. If it hadn't died prematurely, what would have happened to the Qin dynasty before crossing the horizon? When Buff was reading, he also looked at Qin Wangjun in the history books several times, and the corners of his mouth twitched lightly. Come and say, Brother Zheng, you are awesome. Now that we have come to this era, it is natural to have to take a look at that King of Qin, who has never been seen before, and who has never come after, Ying Zheng. After the award, the three armies dispersed. Many Qin soldiers were still staring at Buff, and their jealousy was obvious. In response, Buff shrugged his shoulders, expressing helplessness. Brother Buff. Courage. Wang Ben came over and gave Buff a thumbs up. I've heard of your record. I'm really ashamed that I couldn't enter the camp with you at that time. That's my biggest regret. Wang Ben said sadly. Buff couldn't help crying. This Wang Ben, if he followed him into the Shanding camp, at this moment, it is still unknown whether he will still be alive or not. But you are also a soldier now. You have 5,000 cavalry under your command, you can choose a name. Wang Ben reminded. My cavalry is called the Wang family army. Buff's eyes also lit up. There are indeed many famous troops in history. Qi-S army, U-S army, famous throughout the ages. Tiger Ben army of the Han dynasty, Cao Wei tiger and leopard cavalry, Tang Shen's army, Zhu Di Shenji camp. In the Warring States period, there were also military soldiers of Wei. The army has sent out 3,000 warriors. Every warrior is the elite of the Qin army. Buff is now promoted to military officer, and the army under his command should also have his own name. It's called over there. Da Qin's life and death camp, refused to obey the army. Life and death are light, if you don't agree, just do it. Buff Ran said, It's a good one who is so pessimistic about life and death, if you don't accept it, just do it. Wang Ben was also shocked by Buff's arrogance. Has ever named a name based on such an idea. It is really in line with Buff's reckless temperament. After separating from Wang Ben, Buff began to think about his own system. At that time, Buff's title was upgraded by 2 levels, and in his mind, the system's cold mechanical reminder sounded. Detected that the host's title has been upgraded to an official doctor, the system plant bonus function is unlocked. Detected that the host's title has been upgraded to the doctor, the system synthesis function is unlocked. Close black lens bracket. Buff's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 new functions. The plant add function, as the name suggests, means that Buff can add points to plants. Before, Buff could only add points to some weapons, clothing and even medicines. All the added objects are dead and have no life. But plants are alive and alive. A 10-year-old wild ginseng can be added to a 100-year-old ginseng. Even 1,000-year-old ginseng. As for the synthesis function, it can consume a lot of free points. Put two different weapons together to synthesize a brand new weapon. Philo reminds you. Reading 3 things to collect, push.